Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and virtually. We encourage each of you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together tonight. Although each of us has our own reasons for being here, we are united in our love and passion for this wonderful city. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace and comfort in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all. And now if you would please rise, place your right hand over your heart, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Fantastic to see a packed chamber tonight. Madam City Clerk, before we go forward, would you please conduct the roll? Hey, folks, if we could just keep it down so we can get through some of the preliminary business. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Mullins?
Present.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Present.
And Mayor Schultz?
Present.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. We sincerely appreciate everyone's cooperation as you made your way to council chamber tonight, and we acknowledge that there are some folks that are still outside the building waiting to come in. So I'm going to have a few prefatory remarks before we get into the meat of tonight's agenda. To ensure that we are within the room capacity set by the Burbank Fire Marshal, staff has handed out blue tickets to those who have expressed an interest in staying for the entirety of tonight's meeting. If at any point tonight you change your mind or run to the restroom, please let staff know on your way out and let them know if you are planning to return. If you're leaving, we want to ensure that someone else who's waiting outside the building right now has the opportunity to take your seat for the rest of the meeting. So thank you in advance for helping us to keep the meeting running smoothly. In an effort to have a productive meeting this evening where everyone who wishes to have the opportunity to speak and be heard, we have made a few modifications to our general handling of public comment. There will be 2 periods of public comment this evening, our general public comment period and our comment period after the one and only report to council this evening. If you are hoping to comment on the general public comment period, you can do so either in person or by phone. Should note that callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comments have been received. Now, the first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card, which our city clerk is holding up right now. Thank you, Ms. Clark. A yellow public comment card to address the council for 1 minute, and you will go to the front of the line and you will go first. If you are hoping to use 3 minutes to address the council, you should have or still can complete a blue public comment card. Ms. Clark's holding that up as well. If you submitted one and want to change it to the other, just come up and see Ms. Clark and we can do that as well. If you would like to participate in general public comment by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. It will be a little bit of a wait, but we are starting the queue now, so those who join now will get to comment first. The second period is for public comment following the report to council this evening. There will be no telephonic public comment for that item. Speakers who submit a pink public comment card will have 1 minute to speak, and again, they will go first. Those who have submitted a green public comment card will have 3 minutes to speak and will go last. We have 3 announcements for this evening.
The following are announcements for March 26, 2024. The City of Burbank, in collaboration with RJM Design Group, is conducting a City Parks Master Plan. This plan will guide parks and recreation development now and in the future. Provide your input by filling out a community survey. The survey only takes a few minutes and can be conveniently accessed by visiting burbankca.gov/City Parks Master Plan. Burbank is in Stage 3 of the Sustainable Water Use Ordinance. During the hotter months of April through October, Burbank will move back to 2 days per week watering schedule. Residents are asked to use irrigation on Tuesdays and Saturdays only before 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m. for up to 15 minutes per irrigation station. Hand watering is allowed any day of the week, but should be done before 9 a.m. or after 6 p.m. Please note that the Sustainable Water Use Ordinance does not apply to recycled water. To learn more about Burbank's water conservation efforts, please visit burbankwaterandpower.com. Burbank Water and Power is having our final meeting to talk about changes to the rules for using water in Burbank. We'll talk about what our community thinks, what was discussed in our first 2 meetings, and what we've learned from our research. This is a hybrid event in which participants may join us in person or connect remotely via a Zoom link. Please check the event's calendar on burbankca.gov to register for the event. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Okay. Thank you, staff, for queuing up the announcements. Folks, we're almost to public comment. We do have 3 things that we do need to address first. First up, we have City Manager report. Mr. Hess, do we have anything to report this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item. I'd like to call up our Assistant General Manager of the Utility, Mandeep Samra. She is going to talk very briefly about a cool new iron flow battery project that we are working on.
Hi, good evening. Mandeep Samra, Assistant General Manager, Burbank Water and Power. So I am here to deliver some really great news. We did, just wait for the presentation to show up. We did have a delivery of a new iron flow battery on our site. So we partnered with ESS Incorporated. We received an American Public Power Association Demonstration in Energy and Efficiency grant for this installation in the amount of $125,000. And this is the first deployment of this pilot project in any Southern California public power utility. Why do we choose ESS? They were the only commercialized iron flow battery in the U.S. right now that actually has projects in operation, and they have stuff in SMUD, Sacramento Municipal Utility District. They have things at San Diego Gas and Electric. They also have something in Portland Gas and Electric, and they work with a lot of large commercial developments as well. And in terms of the battery delivery and installation, back in December, the battery was delivered on a giant flatbed truck. We had a crane deliver it on the ESS, or the BWP Eco Campus. And for the last couple of months, we've actually been doing site prep. That is all done. It's already been tested. It's joined right next to our solar facility as well, so it works. And we are going to have the ribbon cutting for it officially next Friday at 10 a.m. And in terms of the use case, this is a use case to demonstrate that this product would work. This is why we got an APPA grant. We do have to report quarterly on our findings, how we're using it, how it's being deployed. Is it practical for others? We also are the lifespan is 25 years. Lithium ion is 4 years, so this is a 5-time lifespan. It is a pilot project for this technology, and it's directly tied to the solar we already have on campus. And then in terms of the ribbon cutting, it is next Friday. I hope you can join. It'll be 10 a.m. And we are a demonstration campus at BWP, so this is one of many projects we will be deploying to test out technology. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Samra, if you can hold for a couple questions. Councilmember Anthony.
Yes, thank you. Very exciting to hear this. Friday's ribbon cutting, is that open to the public or not?
So it is limited, so it really will be open probably to elected officials, and maybe if there is interest from the public, please reach out to me, and then we could try to make some room. It's really limited, because the site is a hazardous site as well, and there's a lot of work product happening there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Samra? Okay, no. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you, Mr. City Manager. Next, we had a planned presentation, an update from the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Airport Authority. Unfortunately, their representative was unable to attend this meeting, so we are going to reschedule that for another meeting, and we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is reporting on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this evening at 5 p.m. in closed session to discuss 4 matters of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There were 3 employment cases: Argueta versus City of Burbank, Bernard versus City of Burbank, Vasquez versus City of Burbank, and 1 general writ of mandate judicial review in the matter of Guardians of the Pines versus the City of Burbank. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We're now, in a minute, going to commence with general public comment, but I am going to ask for your help in administering what I hope is an efficient and respectful public comment period. So what I'm about to say applies to both general public comment and to the comment after the report this evening. Everyone is here. Everyone is incredibly passionate, and most importantly, this council wants to hear each and every one of you. I often don't reveal sort of my thought process, but what I'm trying to balance tonight is ensuring that each of you has a chance to speak, that you are heard and respected, but also I'm trying to balance I want to ensure that the council is of a good mindset, that they're able to listen to you and take in all of that input. So here is what I'm going to ask of all of you. A little bit different than I normally do. I'm going to say 3 names every single time. I'm going to say who's up, who's speaking first, who's next, and who's on deck, because I want you to be able to be prepared, especially our 1-minute commenters, so you can come up. There are going to be things that you agree with. There's going to be things that you disagree with. What I will ask of my colleagues is that, of course, during the comment, but even after the comment, if you can please maintain a visual of the audience. And what I will ask of the audience is when there's clapping, jeering, anything, it does slow down the process because people then can't hear their name. So if you agree with something, you can use jazz hands or any other visual signal that you agree with the comment. Feel free to do the opposite if you don't agree. But we're trying to keep the noise to a minimum so that people can know that their turn is coming up and we can move through quickly. I think we have well over 60 commenters already, and that doesn't include the people outside the building. So I share all of that to say that that's my thought process and what I'm asking of all of you. So thank you in advance for your cooperation. And lastly, I'll do my very best to pronounce names. If I mispronounce your name, please feel free to correct that before your time begins when you come to the podium, and I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. So we will be beginning with our 1-minute public commenters who have completed the yellow card, and then we'll be moving to our 3-minute commenters. The one thing I wanted to mention is that, and I'm sure you already know this, of course, if you are here under general public comment and you discuss our report to council, for example, regarding the BRT, you cannot then have another comment on that agenda item when we get to it later. So you are opting to go in general public comment as opposed to waiting for the public comment period. If you have any questions at all, please come up and see Ms. Clark or Ms. Ty, and they're happy to work that issue through with you. And lastly, for those who are going to be calling in, again, if you haven't already done so, the queue is open and accumulating right now. So if you haven't already, please call 818-238-3335. So we'll do this a couple of times. We'll all get in the rhythm. My first speaker for 1 minute is going to be Zara Shaw, followed by, looks like Arilee Larson. And again, I apologize for any mispronunciations, and then Joel Schlossman. So in that order. So Zara, when you're up, your time will start when you get to the podium and start speaking.
Oh, sorry, I was the second.
Oh, you're the second. Okay. Oh, please, Michelle.
And it's Zara.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm just going to say this. BRT is coming to Burbank, whether you like it or not, all right? And the way I see it, we have a choice. We either stay in the past and try and fight the future, try and go for trying to stay with building more lanes for private vehicles that are damaging the environment.
If I can pause you right there. I'm sorry to do that. We'll restart your time for the full minute. But for folks, I know you are speaking to the audience, but we do want you to speak into the microphone so those at home can also hear you.
Okay.
So if we can restart the 1 minute.
Fact of the matter is BRT is coming to Burbank. It's going to happen. There's not much you can do about it. But we can either fight against it, which I think is just patently stupid, frankly. We're moving into the future. We're moving away from private vehicles that are spewing emissions into our atmosphere, that are destroying our environment, and moving towards public transit, moving towards moving more people at once. If we want to really cut traffic, building more lanes is not the solution. I just want to make that clear. Building more lanes, is not the solution. We need more rapid transit. We need more bus lanes. Build this BRT line, please. Thank you. I yield my time, I guess. I don't know, I have like 7 seconds.
Next we have, and thank you for everyone using your visual. We can see you. Next we have Erilee Larson. Thank you. It's okay. So we have Eric Larson, followed by Joel Schlossman, and then Kevin Muldoon.
Hi, I'd just like to speak today as somebody who doesn't own a car, who's lived in Southern California a good chunk of their life, who grew up here, whose dad used to tell me about riding the streetcar to Glendale when he was a kid for appointments with grandma. If you run this as mixed flow, you're selling the future short. Mixed flow sends the message that you're not serious about transit, that you care more about moving cars through than moving people through. There might be issues with this. There might be issues related to the reduction in parking and the reduction in traffic, but we as a community are stronger than that, and we can find a solution to go forward. Isn't that what we want? A better future for our children and for their children? To have something that we didn't have, to have options that we didn't have. I really think that this has the opportunity to be a transformative project for the city, tying it in to the greater region and benefiting everybody involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Schlossman, followed by Mr. Muldoon, and then we have Martin De La Cruz.
Good evening, everybody. 3 years ago, the school district put a item on the ballot called a parcel tax. It would have been $112 million. They told us the sky was falling. It wasn't. In the intervening years, they've given out tens of millions of dollars in pay raises. The school district is not to be trusted. They are now putting a $400 million bond on the November ballot. With interest, this will approach $1 billion, and all of us will have to pay it. If you live in Burbank, rent in Burbank, buy food in Burbank, everything will be more, and it is all a gigantic fraud. They hired a company called Perkins Eastman who did a assessment of our schools. It was over $500,000, and their report, they formally stated our schools are in good shape. Use caution with this school district. They are not to be trusted. Our superintendent makes almost as much as the President of the United States. Use caution and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Kevin Muldoon, followed by Martin De La Cruz, and then Thomas Clone.
Communication was a little fuzzy tonight, so I'll take the 1 minute. But one thing tonight I'd like, should tell people where you're from. I want to know if you're in Burbank or you're from out of town here lobbying my council for your interest. First of all, so anyway, I'm not talking about BRT. I'm talking about the Safe Streets initiatives in general, all the Safe Street programs we have coming. They're always a surprise to everybody. I know you do outreach. I know you do this, you do that. But the Magnolia, people hear about the Magnolia, you're kidding me. You're crazy. So I have to hurry here. So the last meeting here, you guys used development impact fees to fund your facilitator for all these projects. That's not what those fees are for. If I was a developer, I'd be pissed off you aren't using them. Those are to mitigate traffic issues and to mitigate developer impacts, not for safe street programs, not to oversee safe street programs. So those are meant to mitigate the millions of square feet of development we have coming in the future. So if we eat them up using them for these little pet projects, we won't have them when they're really needed. And that being said, with all our development, all these safe street
That's time,
things
Mr. Muldoon.
are going to
Thank
make
you.
an impact.
And next we have Martin De La Cruz, followed by Thomas Clone, and then Hovannes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm here in support of the BRT project. It would provide many jobs for a lot of our members, and like the gentleman before said, a lot of our members do live in Burbank, so we'll keep that income here and that money here in Burbank. Not only that, any workers that come here will provide some income, some kind of revenue here for the city of Burbank. The public transit, it's huge. I grew up on the RTD, if anybody remembers that kind of dates me, but it's great public transit that gets people in and out of the city. It helps alleviate a lot of the traffic. It gets the projects that they had, the widening of the 5 freeway helped a lot of the Burbank. The Front Street project is something that's helping out, bringing more revenue to Burbank. So there's going to be more people coming in, so you guys have to have a way to move them in and out. And this BRT is a great way to do that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Thomas Clone, followed by Hovannes, and then Mary Jane Hetrick.
Hi, I'm a Burbank resident for 32 years, 18 years living above on Orange Grove, above Bel Air there. The restriping, what you guys did above Glen Oaks, horrible idea. I mean, it caused tons of congestion. I mean, it blocks traffic. There's cars that park there for Uber drivers, delivery. There's no turn lanes that, used to be there for, taking 2 lanes and putting it down to 1, that's 3 to 4 feet narrower than it was before, so close up to the parked cars, it's dangerous. You need to fix it somehow. You want to slow down traffic or speeders, add another stop sign or 2. That's all I can say about that. Commuting in and out of that street has really put a damper on my life, and I know a lot of people, my neighbors who live up there as well. What's being proposed on Olive seems like an equally ridiculous idea. It's going to create tons of traffic, tons of congestion. We don't need a dedicated bus lane. I mean, for us who commute in and out of the city,
thank you. That's
a bad
time.
idea. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We have, hey folks, we've been doing pretty good so far. If y'all can keep the visual, just keep moving faster. Thank you. We have Hovannes, followed by Mary Jane Hetrick, and then Jack Mitchell.
Good afternoon, council, hardworking staff, and fellow neighbors. I've lived in Burbank, worked in Burbank, shopped in Burbank, and studied in Burbank for the past 28 years. I support the Bus Rapid Transit project, as well as the mixed flow position. This Thursday on March 28 at 10 a.m., the LA Metro Board will be having on agenda item 20, an award and approval for one of the program management contracts for this very project. Please go. If you can't, call. If you can't, send someone. If you can't, one of us will. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mary Jane Hetrick, followed by Jack Mitchell, and then Bob Green.
Hello, council. I have lived in Burbank almost 30 years. I live only a few blocks around the corner from like Canes and Talleyrand. Ever since Canes have come in, the traffic has been a nightmare. At dinner time, you're talking about going to 1 lane for cars. At dinner time, it gets that way now, and it can take you 15 to 20 minutes to go 3 blocks. I'm worried that if you go to 1 lane for cars, they're going to bleed into the neighborhood and try to find quicker, faster ways to go. Also, we need to worry about our pedestrians crossing the street, going to Canes mainly. We need to be safety issues as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jack Mitchell, followed by Bob Green, and then Tony Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Jack Mitchell, and I'm a resident of Burbank for 50 years. I've been in fire department for 35, and many times I come down Olive on a fire truck. And I'm going down Olive, and people don't realize we want to get there as quick as possible to save lives. We're going down, now you're going to have 1 lane, 1 lane, and we're going to be going down the bus lane with a fire truck, long thing. And if you got traffic on both sides, and we have to make a turn left or right, that traffic, we're going to have to wait for there's an opening for us to pull our equipment down that street. And that's going to delay our response on this. So I hope the council does the right thing for the citizens of Burbank and cancel this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Bob Green, followed by Tony Rodriguez, and then Diana Rios.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I don't live in Burbank, but I've been up the street at Community Chevrolet for the last 11 years. The dealership has been there since 1959, and we get a lot of transports that have to pull in the middle lane of Olive. If not, they have to go on Lake Street. And to have the one bus lane, I think is just going to be horrendous. Also, I don't know if people have thought about the fact that Nickelodeon is across the street, and they have little kids that sometimes go there, and parking becomes a hassle just as it is. So just to have the one bus lane, I think, is a very bad mistake. That's all I really got to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tony Rodriguez, followed by Diana Rios and Anna Carrion.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Tony Rodriguez, and I'm not a resident of Burbank. I am running for state assembly. I'm here to support the citizens of Burbank. The BRT, I think it's a horrible idea. If you guys want a good example of how it really works, go down Figueroa Street in downtown LA and watch how the one bus lane works with traffic down there. I think we need to be transparent with the people. Let them know the pros and the cons of this plan or program that you want to implement. And so they have a voice in what's going to happen. They need a voice. Elected officials owe it to the constituents to do their due diligence to support them, specifically the citizens, not special interest groups, not organizations. We don't want the same thing to happen in Burbank like in LA happens, where DSA controls all this nonsense in LA. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comment. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Next, we have Diana Rios, followed by Anna Carrion and Bart Reed.
Hello, Council. My name's Deanna Rios, and I live on Country Club Drive in Burbank. I've been a resident for 35 years, and the way in and out of Country Club is Olive, and I've been traveling that street every day to do business, etc. This repaving of Olive is such a bad idea. I've witnessed 2 possible accidents. My car almost got hit from the parked cars because the one-way lane up is so narrow that the cars, when they open their doors, bang into traffic. There's no bike lane. I spoke to the engineers in the traffic department, Mr. Yu, and he said it was for safety issues. And I says, well, what type of safety issues? And he said speeding. I said, nobody can speed up and down Olive. There's a stop sign at every intersection. So that's not truthful. You can't speed up and down.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Is it really?
Thank you. It is. I'm sorry.
Well, all
Thank
I'm
you.
going to say is please listen to your Burbank citizens.
Thank you. Thank you. And next we have Anna Carrion, followed by Bart Reed, and then Monica Ballesteros.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ana Carrion. It's my first time here. I'm visit, and it's inconceivable. Well, do you have service for translate unit in Spanish language? It's very important because the Burbank had more population for the Spanish people, and then don't come in here. We are promote the Spanish language and the population Hispanic coming inside and talking to more. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Bart Reed, followed by Monica Ballesteros and Joe Pimienta.
Hi, I'm Bart Reed. I'm the Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. Just for reference, I started covering Burbank City Council in 1972 or 1973 before the mall was built. I'm here to talk about safety. At the Metrolink station, we took a survey and we found that it's really dangerous to go into the parking lot because there's a lot of homeless. Council needs to address that issue. At the station itself, there's a bridge, Olive Avenue Bridge. You go up a rickety elevator when it's working, not one elevator on each side of the street, but one elevator total. Like I say, when it's working, the street is really narrow. The bridge needs to be ripped out and modernized so you can have safe transit on that bridge, and you need safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and all. And so I'm concerned with the safety with the Metrolink station and the parking lot. So that's my 1 minute of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Monica Ballesteros, followed by Joe Pimienta, and then Dana Morris.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Ballesteros. I'm here on behalf of Move LA. I'm here to support this transit project and to congratulate the City of Burbank and Metro for working together to design a creative solution for the transit issues. These issues are not just local to Burbank, they are bigger than both the city and Metro, so I just wanted to highlight the hard work that everyone is doing to tackle this issue and say thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and sorry for the mispronunciation of your name. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Dana Morris and Eric.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone everyone else here. And now for something completely different. I am also here to to congratulate the city of Alhambra along with other cities that have passed a ceasefire resolution. So I simply wanted to bring that up because I know that during the last city council members, it was brought up to take a look at what other cities are doing. And I hope that you are taking a look at what other cities are doing and what they are putting in their language for the resolution. But I also do believe that Burbank is due to also put on their own ceasefire resolution because the atrocities continue. So with that in mind, I will see you at the rest of after the study. I have a comment regarding the other subject, but for now, I just want to say that please join the other cities that are taking immediate action and stepping up to saying end the violence, stop the starvation, end the genocide, and help those who are in need the most. You have the capacity to do that and the power to do so. So thank you very much, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Dana Morris, followed by Eric, and then Michael Schiff.
Good evening. I'm Dana Morris, and it's my guess that I've lived and worked in Burbank for more years than most people here. I've even got Jack beat back here. Lightning never tells. Anyway, I have returned to express my support for mixed flow of both buses and single-family private vehicles in 2 lanes, both directions along Olive Avenue. I support this existing traffic configuration in the interest of free flow of healthy commerce and Burbank citizens alike. Let's go with mixed flow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eric, followed by Michael Schiff, and then Alfonso Directo Jr.
Hi. I'm sure you'll hear more about the big picture effects of BRT later this evening, so I'll just share my experience today. I drove here this evening. I didn't want to, but the bus would have taken too long. I have to work each day, and I can only leave work so early. Public transit that takes an hour to get anywhere becomes a last resort for folks with no other choice. Public transit that gets people from place to place quickly is useful for the entire community. BRT without a lane isn't BRT, it's just a bus. The bus needs a dedicated lane to be useful to working people. And if anyone's worried about traffic on Olive slowing them down, they could always consider taking the bus.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Michael Schiff, followed by Alfonso Directo Jr., and then Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Hi, I'm Michael Schiff. I'm the owner of Philly's Best on Olive Avenue. I've been in business there for over 16 years, and during this time, I've experienced many lane closures for construction or paving or lane painting, and each time my business gets slayed. Huge negative impacts on my business. I'm quite sure that dedicating a full bus lane to Metro would be really devastating to my business over the long term. I'm pretty sure that the Metro system will survive, as they have up until now, without their bus lane, but I'm not sure that my business will survive if they have their bus lane. I implore you, the council, to stop this unnecessary action for the sake of businesses in Burbank who have been here, been productive, paying taxes long-term. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're doing so good, everybody. So good. Almost there. We have 3 more 1-minute public comment cards, so if you're thinking about doing it, this is your last chance. Go fill one out. I have Alfonso Directo I'm sorry, we just did Alfonso Directo Jr., my bad. We have Vicky Kirschenbaum, followed by Shannon Hartman.
No, I'm Alfonso.
Oh my gosh, sorry, thank you. Alfonso, then Vicky, then Shannon, that's it. So if you want that 1-minute card, go do it now.
Good evening. My name is Alfonso Directo Jr. I'm here in my capacity as a Burbank resident, live on Lima Street. I'm a committed public transit rider and a bus and a bike rider, carry my 2 kids off into school at either BTE or Roosevelt. I'm also a public transit and affordable housing advocate with ACT LA, and we organize bus riders throughout LA County to push for better public transit, for economic justice, for environmental justice, and for racial justice. And I'm just here to say that bus lanes, they need to be dedicated bus lanes. Unfortunately, it's all too common that buses get stuck in traffic, and this causes riders to be late and buses to be late. I just looked, bus 155 on Olive is a 1-hour headway. That will be not sufficient for being able to, rely on transit. We need 10 to 15-minute frequencies, and the only way to get that is through dedicated bus lanes. Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Vicky Kirschenbaum, followed by Shannon Hartman, and that will be my last card.
Hi, yes, my name is Vicky Kirschenbaum. I am a Burbank resident. I urge council to support the Metro proposal for designated lanes on Olive Avenue to accommodate the new rapid bus transit line. To attract and maintain ridership, the BRT needs to be as safe and efficient as possible. Car travel on Olive Avenue is estimated to be delayed by less than 2 minutes with the installation of designated bus lanes. Very little parking will be lost as the lanes replace traffic lanes and not parking. Council has firmly taken a position that the route be mixed flow until ridership increases, but I support the opposite approach, that we incentivize ridership by putting in the designated lanes and creating the most efficient BRT possible. In addition, I urge council to support the creation of a BRT station on the Olive Avenue Bridge that will enable the city to get funding it has long sought to rebuild that bridge, which needs to be safer, and we need to have improved connection to the train station. This could be a regional transit hub connecting BRT to Metrolink.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Shannon Hartman. We're just going to make sure your time gets reset there.
Okay. Hi, I'm Shannon Hartman. I've been a business owner in Burbank for 37 years, and I'm here to support my other local businesses. We've endured so much in the last 4 years with COVID shutdowns and then with the strikes from the entertainment industry. It's just one more thing that our business community, I don't know how many of us can withstand much more. And ironically, on my way here, I was listening to talk radio, and they had people calling in about what was, I guess they called it, some shutdowns in Hollywood, the same idea. And people were calling in from Culver City, and everybody was against what was happening there, saying that going down one lane, it would add on like 4 times the amount of time to get to wherever they're going. So I think what we need to do is listen to other communities that have already done this and see what's happening with them, because I haven't heard anything positive with that. So thank you for listening to me, and hope you support our businesses. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. City Manager, I believe we've sent a staff member to check and see if we have any other 1 minute.
Yes, we should know very shortly.
Okay. Why don't we take a 2-minute recess until we get that information? Council members, please don't go too far. We're in recess. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to give everyone a minute to get seated. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we've worked out our system, so we won't have to do that again. Appreciate everybody bearing with us here. So I have no further 1-minute comment cards. So Madam City Clerk, I'm going to hand those back to you for the file. We're now moving into our 3-minute public comment cards. I have 12 cards so far. This is for general public comment only. So if you're hoping to comment, now would be the time to fill it out. First, I will have, and your time will start when you get up to the podium. And by the way, there is a timer on the podium, so you can keep track of time. First, I will have Johnny Escobedo, followed by Christopher Rosati, and then Randy West.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Johnny Escobedo, and I represent approximately 8,500 iron workers. The Los Angeles, we are part of the skilled union workforce that builds the infrastructure of our country, and we know firsthand how to improve it. I urge you to consider dedicated bus lanes through the entirety of Burbank, rebuilding Olive Avenue Bridge with federal funding, realignment of downtown Burbank stations to better serve bus riders. By supporting these friendly user changes, the city of Burbank can be a leader to create a true bus rapid transit line. This is a critical part of the North Hollywood to Pasadena transit corridor. True BRT will have a positive impact on local jobs, both in construction and in retail and service along the corridor. The construction work will be done under the Building Trades Council long-standing project labor agreement with Metro, ensuring local and diverse hire. The opportunities for apprentices who are the most next thing generation of our workforce. The iron workers' most important role will be to seismically upgrade and expand the Olive Avenue Bridge, adding a dedicated BRT lane and a protected bike lane to create a safer environment for riders, bikers, and pedestrians and single-use occupant vehicles. This will decrease congestion, improve ridership, and allow for many easier transfers to Amtrak or Metrolink. As with much of our nation's infrastructure, the Olive Avenue Bridge, built by our members in 1958, has stood strong through the decades, but now needs extensive upgrades. We hope you will join us and the entirety Building Bridges Coalition to support these improvements that can be done in a fiscally responsible way. The City of Burbank has the opportunity, alongside Metro, to secure funds from USDOT with no additional cost to Burbank or Metro. We support this initiative because it will create local jobs while creating better experiences for riders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Chris Rosati, followed by Randy West, and then Kevin Harrop.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm here to speak on the BRT item. I think everyone in this chamber is for transportation, but if you're seriously considering the dedicated lane, I just want you to consider these points and questions. I understand that this is a CEQA exempt project from a traffic study, but if you're going to be transparent with the residents, I think for the residents' sake, you should have a traffic study, even if we have to pay for it. By having dedicated lanes, where will the Uber drivers and the delivery drivers stop? What I've seen is they just stop in the center median, and I don't think that is a safe option. Our 2035 goal is to build 12,000 units, which could be an additional 24,000 people living in Burbank. Our city grows another 100,000 people as people come to work every day. So should we be constricting our major arterial roads? Should we see where ridership goes before we do something so dramatic to our city? And lastly, I know other communities have done paint studies and painted off the areas to see the effects before implementation. This should be a top consideration. I don't think, personally, that there's enough information to reverse course and go to a dedicated lane without at least addressing these points. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosati. Next, we have Randy West. followed by Kevin Harrop, and then Ron Bax.
Thank you, honorable members of the council and Mr. Anthony. My name is Randy West. I've worked for 25, 30 years at NBC, Warner Brothers, and all the independent studios. And I said, my God, one day I'd really love to live in this community of Burbank. It took me a long time to do that. I now am a very proud and very happy resident. Unfortunately, I moved here at a time when I don't know what the thinking is. I used to love the idea of living here because of the traffic flow, easy, free parking. A lot of the things that were wonderful about this city seem to be changing at this infrastructure. I'm just kind of speechless and at a loss for words because this seems like the silliest thing in the world to me. Mass transit, great. I grew up in New York. It's wonderful. I lived in Paris. Fantastic. Où est le metro? You can get anywhere you want to go. I don't want to go to Pasadena necessarily. I want to go where I need to go for work and for pleasure and for my lifestyle. If you have the left hand and the right hand not talking, you have a big issue here, and it was just raised a moment ago. You have thousands of new units being built, ADUs going up every other block that I look at. You've got thousands of units just being built now between the 5 and the railroad tracks. You got thousands more. I don't know where this planning and zoning commission is, but you got Pickwick Center now going to be housing thousands more people. Where are these people going to go? I'd love to have them all on mass transit. We don't have the infrastructure for that. We haven't had the infrastructure for that, and you're not about to build subways and multiple bus lanes that could take us where we want to go without a transfer and then a second transfer. So it just seems like a really silly idea as people need to move. Have you ever sat at a red light and then it turns green, you want to go, and then you have to sit through another red light and then another green? I've done that, not so much in Burbank, but that's what you could be looking for, and there's nothing more disgusting in the world than that, or more polluting. I want to take this last minute to tell you a very fascinating story directly related to this and bus lanes. I was an avid bicyclist until August 5th of 2020, 3.5 years ago. Kenneth is considered a bike route. However, there's no consideration made for bicycles. There's no lane, there's no wider street, there's nothing. At the corner of, I forget which street it is now, I've blocked it out of my mind. I was struck by somebody who ran a red light. Broken clavicle, 6 broken ribs, 2 fractured vertebrae. I didn't walk, I was paralyzed for a long period of time. I've had multiple surgeries. I'm held together now with titanium rods and screws. It took me 3 years of daily therapy to stand and to walk from there to there, okay? I can't ride a bicycle anymore. When you take streets and you narrow the lanes, when you take streets and take lanes away, when you take that one-way street you just built and put a bicycle picture, making it a bike lane, in the lane that is traffic, cars and bicycles in the same traffic, that's not a bike lane. The attorney who represented me got all of $15,000 because that's all with the maximum liability is concerned, tells me I should sue the city because bike lanes need some accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Next, we have Kevin Harrop, followed by Ron Bax, and then Scott Myers.
I'm Kevin Harrop. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and Council. We've all known each other for years. Some of you I've worked to elect. Some of you, all of you, I would count as a friend. All of you I respect. All of your intentions I know are good. I've been living in Burbank for 23 years. I like it here. I want to say that a dedicated bus lane down Olive Avenue is a bad idea. And I also want to say that I don't have to be stupid to hold that opinion. Some may tell you that it is an ecological good. That would be that there would be less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere with a dedicated bus line than without. I don't believe that. I believe that reducing Olive to a single lane will cause such backups on Olive that the pollution of the idling cars will exceed the pollution defrayed by the buses moving somewhat faster through Burbank. And let's be real. The idea of getting a few hundred or 1,000 bus riders through Burbank in a few minutes less is nothing compared to the frustration of 10,000 drivers captured at the certain traffic jam that you are designing. The trade-off is obviously not worth the candle. And to be crass here just for a minute, the people who ride the bus through Burbank pretty much don't vote in Burbank. Most of the people trapped in this quagmire do. The people of Burbank don't know this is about to happen. They just don't follow your decisions closely enough to let you know that this is a bad idea. Don't confuse the relative quiet on this for acquiescence. This will utterly inflame the city. This is torches and pitchfork stuff. If you want to do this, there will be a reaction, and reactions bring out reactionaries. You will be voted out and be replaced perhaps by some troll who hates gays and burns books. It would be utterly irresponsible to start that ball rolling. If you want to do something good for the environment, I suggest you, if you want to reduce carbon dioxide, maybe give apartment dwellers some money to put in EV chargers. I live close to Olive, Verdugo, and Sparks. I've seen the queue on Olive there for the light. If you whittle down Olive to one lane, the backup will be 4 blocks rather than 2, which is the case today at rush hour. Possibly 6 blocks. People will need 2 or 3 cycles to get through the light. Again, more pollution, more aggravation, more angry voters.
Thank you for your
more,
comment.
but there you go.
Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by Scott Myers, and then Jessica Vitanza.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Ron Bax, City of Burbank citizen for 71 years. I think my allergies are acting up today, so I won't be my jovial, gregarious self. Okay, note to Ron, work on your delivery and especially your timing. That works. Last time I wanted to leave you with a thought but failed to do it. Do you think a woman who probably worked all of her life to guarantee she could always take care of herself was distraught by the news that $400,000 was suddenly gone? And it contributed to her death. I know it would have my mother, the cause of her death with hypertension. To give you an example of her stress for money, is that we went, after she stopped driving, I would take her shopping. We stopped at a store, bananas were 33 cents a pound. We went to John's, they were 3 pounds for $1. She wanted to go back to the other store to save the penny. I don't think I won that argument. I remember just saying, Mom, it's not gonna happen. Okay, if you want another example, I'll have to refresh myself with talk to my brother Ed to refresh myself on the Smart and Final has 5 pounds of potatoes for 99 cents. Abbott and Costello would have paid for the rights to that conversation. Products of the Depression, even their children, me being one of them, have a high moral ethic. My 5 siblings and I have never been a burden on society. You can thank our parents. So I'm concerned by all the state and potentially local government actions that pose a threat to me, providing for myself and my loved ones. Playing by the rules and then suddenly having the rules change is not fair. And since I'm down to about a minute, I make sure I get 3 pages, make sure I get to this one. Members of the BTU have claimed at this podium that housing providers have offered nothing. I believe that to be false. We agreed with many of the roundtable recommendations, and if we can be given credit for AB 1482, SB 567, AB 12, although they were mandated by the state, we have given a lot. AB 1482 is titled the Tenant Protection Acts of 2019. SB 567 is refinements on that AB bill. And then AB 12 is the tenancy security deposits. I have been providing housing in earnest for 30 years, actually over 40, but anyway. I cannot recall one change in the landlord-tenant law that has benefited housing providers in that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Scott Myers, followed by Jessica Vitanza, and then M.J. Barnett.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and members of the City Council. I have 7 points. The first one is entitled Thinking, as in, when I did something stupid as a kid, my mom would, or my dad, or some adult or teacher would say, "What the heck were you thinking?" So my question to you is, what the heck are you thinking? You're proposing a single lane from Buena Vista past this city council. Have you considered the magnitude of what this would entail? Traffic would then go to Alameda and then make their way up Beechwood or Keystone, these sleepy residential streets. Can you imagine trying to make a right turn or a left turn onto Olive when the only lane you can get into is a single lane of really aggravated drivers? This is a bad idea. Go with mixed flow. This is a perfectly fine opportunity to go with mixed flow. You know, the city council, the majority of the city council seems to find that their role is to control people in this city. We all gave the Pledge of Allegiance. The key word in that Pledge of Allegiance is liberty. Let us do what we want to do. I don't want to take a bus to go to Whole Foods from my office. I don't even live in Burbank. I work as a lawyer in Burbank, right near Buena Vista and Olive. Making a right turn from what is it? Whatever street it is, Frederick onto Olive to come here is an endeavor at 5 o'clock. Right turn only. You know, those people that live on the Keystones and Beechwoods between Alameda and Olive are, as the speaker 2 speakers ago said, they're not aware of what's really going on in this city. But if you impose a single lane in this city, you are going to wake the sleeping dogs. So if you go with a single lane, my only advice to you is be careful what you ask for, because you might just get it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jessica Vitanza, followed by MJ Barnett, and then David Donahue.
My second time at this podium. Good evening, Mayor Schultz. Thank you for being here. Vice Mayor Perez, council members Anthony, Mullins, and Takahashi. I hope I said that correctly. First, I want to commend and thank the police presence here tonight, because just standing up against that wall, I can hear what's going on outside, and now I know why they're here. So thank you for that. Thank you to each one of you for being here tonight and to hearing us all out. I think one very important thing that we should all understand is we're all here saying that the buses are okay. We're not saying take them away. But what we are saying is that the amount of time that a dedicated lane would save a bus rider is roughly, from my understanding, about 90 seconds. Right? Someone in the audience today said that it would take away about 2 minutes of my time on the road in my car. But I can tell you right now, I have been working in Burbank for 20 years, 13 and a half of those years as a business owner, a tax-paying business owner to this city, a business that does a wonderful service to this community on many, many levels, right? And there's no way that I'm going to drive from North Hills to Burbank with the amount of stuff that I carry to my business on a daily basis. Who's going to help me with that, right? I ask all of you, will you be taking the bus every day? I don't think so. There's no way. I don't believe it. Since 2022, that's when I became familiar with BRT. That's when I became familiar with most of you, had some of you to my office. We got to meet and speak. And in 2022, you all voted for mixed flow, not all of you specifically, but some of you on this council. We were very grateful as a community for that. It said a lot about you listening to all of us and understanding that taking 2 lanes away from a major thoroughway in this city would cause havoc, a lot of havoc. So, I don't live here, but I work here. And since 2022, I have been speaking to hundreds of members of this community, both residents and business owners. And I can tell you that not one, ladies and gentlemen, has said that this is a great idea. Not one is in support of BRT. In fact, there are 2 separate types of conversations that we have, and one is that they have no idea that this is even happening. In fact, all of these people in chambers, if it wasn't for a couple of us getting up on our feet and strapping our boots on and hitting the pavement and saying, hey, by the way, City Council is considering this again, they wouldn't be here tonight. If it wasn't for some of us business owners getting together on a Saturday morning and discussing how this would greatly impact our businesses after 4 years of trying to make a comeback from lockdowns, I can tell you we wouldn't be here tonight. I wouldn't. I like all of you. I wanted to say something else,
time
but
has expired. Sorry, thank you. Next we have visual, everybody. Thank you. We're doing so good. We're only like 30% through the comments. That's why I'm staying on it. MJ Barnett, followed by David Donahue, and then James Ingram.
Hi, I'm MJ. I was actually born in Burbank, but honestly, I grew up in Glendale and Sacramento, and then joined the military and traveled around the world, lived in other countries. I love mass transit. I think it's amazing when done right. Obviously, I just found out about this and briefly read over everything, and it looks to be not taking into account any person who actually lives in Burbank. I've lived here for now 16 years, raised both my kids here, and what you're not taking into consideration is all the mom and pop stores on Olive. Where's those parking going to go? USPS, where are they going to park their cars to deliver mail to all those large buildings on Olive? Who's going to increase the budget for the Postal Service so that they can park further away, walk further? Because if you haven't been on Olive, you don't know where they park. They park right there because they have to go to the building. It saves them time. Now you want them to park around the corner and fight for those spaces in the residential area that will now have people who are going to those mom and pop stores and will end up like Canes. Luckily, a friend of mine moved out shortly after Canes happened because she was on Orchard and could no longer get to her house because the Canes traffic was so bad on the side streets and the residents revolted that you guys paid money and there's a barricade now. So what is part of our budget to now barricade off all those other streets on Olive? Because where are those people going to go? They're going to go into our residential areas. We going to put money aside to do permits? Or are you going to make the residents now pay for permits so that they can park in front of their own homes? Or are you going to barricade off so that the people who are going to the mom and pop stores or the locations on Olive, are you going to make them, I don't know where they're going. Where are they going? What's going to happen to FedEx drivers? What's going to happen to Amazon drivers? What's going to happen to people moving in and out of those buildings? Where do those trucks go? They're going to go and bottleneck all the residential parking spots. Where if you're on any Facebook group, next door, anything else, you know the one problem we have in Burbank is parking. It just is. I love ADUs. I'm a realtor. I love them. I think it's great. People need to live someplace, but that creates issues with parking, and now you're making it worse for those residents who don't even know that we're here doing this and don't even know that you're going to pass this without their permission. I've talked too much, so let me get down to the biggest thing is Riverside Drive. It's empty. If my sister lives over there, cars are racing up and down. Why not take that for the public transit? There's no traffic there. You can use that and you can leave Olive alone. Right now I have 2 kids. Luckily at that time, they could cross Olive. It is so dangerous for kids walking to Burroughs and Huerta and Disney with that traffic.
Thank you, your time
And now you're
expired.
adding people driving down those side streets. And those kids are
Thank
walking
you.
the
That's
streets.
your time. Thank you. Sorry, got to keep it moving. Next we have David Donahue, followed by James Ingram and Susan O'Carroll.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez. My name is David Donahue. I'm a business owner and homeowner here in this great city of Burbank. I'm also here in the capacity as the president of Vision Burbank. And I'm not going to talk about the agenda item. What I'm going to talk about is civil engagement. I think this evening is a wonderful example of what can happen when Burbankians rally together. And they reach out, as what Ms. Vitanza just said, to the residents, to the business owners, and ask the question, are you aware of this? Are you aware of that? The civic engagement I'm going to talk about during my second public comment period. It's significant because of the number of Burbankians that are here tonight. The ones that are not in the chamber, but are outside. For the number of Burbankians that are watching tonight on television, that watched on television in 2022, when then Councilmember Schultz, Vice Mayor Anthony were all in support of a particular topic. Not going to mention it. But it was the action of what the people in this community are doing, are getting together to rally behind an issue, and it's important. You can do it. My other comment that I want to make to this body is the fact that I am disappointed. I'm disappointed in two things. I'm disappointed in the city, and I'm disappointed in Metro. Metro, I can't say that because it'll be the agendized item. The city could have done a better job advocating its position or advocating that there is going to be a deliberation or a conversation about a particular issue. You heard it from more than one person saying, we're not aware of it, we didn't know about it. I would ask you to take this opportunity to reevaluate the city's process of informing its residents and its business owners to be able to be more engaged. I'd also suggest that there's opportunities where there are facilities that are not limited by the number that are the limitations that you have here in the council. It'd be a wonderful opportunity to have a two-way conversation with people, with the experts, so that we can actually move forward on some of these more critical issues in a more dynamic and a more productive way. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter and for your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have James Ingram, followed by Susan O'Carroll, and then, I apologize if I say the name wrong, Alan Dermardizian. And those are my last three comment cards, so if you have anyone else coming in, now would be the time. Okay, we're going to start with Mr. Ingram's comment. We may have some more cards coming up.
Hello, City Council. My name is James. I am a homeowner and I run a small business here in Burbank. Thanks for your time. And I'm commenting on item 9, the BRT. I get it. Change is hard and it's difficult and people are scared of it. But frankly, we shouldn't be scared of the evil that is dedicated BRT lanes on Olive. Burbank is a city of over 100,000 people with a population density similar to Buffalo, New York, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are a city. We require city solutions. There will be some growing pains. Some of them might be traffic related. And the good thing is I'm sure none of you have heard any complaints about traffic or parking or anything like that before. The thing is, the effects of BRT lanes are well documented. The experts are in a lot of agreement about all this. There have been well over 30 major studies done in just the last 10 years on current and upcoming BRT lanes, not only in Los Angeles, but in California, the United States, and across the globe. The broad consensus, property values go up for homes, for offices, for businesses. Job creation goes up. And it remains more resilient during economic downturns. Sales increase. Pedestrian business goes up. Multimodal transit adoption goes up. Getting people in transit also takes people out of their cars, helping the traffic problem. In fact, there's not a lot of evidence other than people's feelings, anecdotally, that BRT is harmful. Lastly, I filed a public records request from Metro. The latest report available, and this was in November, shows that 308,000 people a month use transit lines within Burbank city limits. The equivalent of Burbank's entire population, 105,000 people board and deboard on stops within city limits right now. This number is increasing anywhere from 15 to 25% year over year. If I have to hear no one rides the bus one more time, I swear. We are not an island, and we should not act like an exclusionary monolith yet again. We are a city that utilizes transit within Burbank and to connect with our neighbors, and these numbers exist on the worst version of transit. please, give us the best version of this project. Please support option 2, dedicated BRT, high-quality connections to other transit, and we should also work on getting the bridge rebuilt, too. Thank you.
And a special thank you to all.
Mr. Carroll, before you go, I just wanted to mention that I could sense some confusion in the room. We're approaching the end of in-person general public comment. So if you have a pink or a green card, we're going to call that item later. But if you are hoping to turn in a 3-minute blue card, this is your last chance. Thank you, Ms. O'Carroll. So we'll go with you first, and then my last card is Alan Durmardojian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and thank you for letting me speak during general public comments so I can clear out, give people room, and let them speak on this matter later. But I'm here tonight to speak on the BRT. I've sent you a detailed comment letter explaining why you should deny the BRT project and not approve the, what I call the inappropriately named cooperative agreement with Metro. It's not a cooperative agreement when Metro refuses to honor the city's project design requests, and it's foolhardy to approve an agreement assuming the project will be changed in the future in a manner that's tolerable to the citizens of Burbank when Metro hasn't made those changes to date. More importantly, the letter I sent you provides you with a number of reasons for denying the project outright and explains why the city would need to conduct supplemental and subsequent environmental review before any action can be taken on this project, including any action regarding the cooperative agreement with Metro. As explained in the letter, the BRT would be costly and an ineffective project. As documented in the EIR, it's environmentally inferior to the alternatives, including the no project alternative and the standard bus alternative. It cannot be justified based on demand. In fact, if you do your due diligence and request the kind of information you would typically want to compare alternatives, like what's the comparative ridership, the comparative cost, the comparative demand, the comparative travel time, you'll find that Metro hasn't given you that. More importantly, this project would have a major impact on land use in the city and the city's ability to control land use decisions, and is contrary to a number of council priorities. The BRT is a little bit of a Trojan horse. It's a land use project masquerading as a transit project that doesn't make sense, and you need to understand that. I urge you to deny this unnecessary and expensive BRT project, which has the potential to significantly alter the pattern of development within the city and destroy single-family owner-occupied neighborhoods and businesses within 1/2 mile of the BRT transit stops. Because they're BRT transit stops as opposed to standard bus stops, if you choose to approve the BRT, then you're also choosing to trigger recent and future state mandates, such as ones that prohibit the city from requiring on-site parking for any residential, commercial, or industrial development within 1/2 mile of the BRT transit stops. And that's a fairly significant part of the city area. Why would you choose to voluntarily give up additional land use control to the state? Understand that this is not just a transit decision, it's also a land use decision. That's why you need to deny the BRT rather than advocate for mixed flow lanes, and why you need to get the information you need from Metro. Thank you.
My last card is Alan Durmardojian.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here to speak about 2, possibly 3 things. The first being the restriping on Olive Avenue above Glen Oaks, as well as there's a stop sign at Country Club and Via Montana, and perhaps I'll touch on the BRT issue. At the last council meeting, I spoke about this, and afterwards I spoke with David from the city council, and he told me about the concerns the city had concerning safety along Olive and the reasons for restriping. So after that, I thought I'd get a little data on it, and I did a records request, and I looked up the accidents on Olive from Glen Oaks up until Sunset Canyon between 2015 and 2023. and it was simply a numerical thing. But the data I got back showed the type of accidents as well. So in 2015, there were 10 accidents. In 19, there was 38, and in 23, there were 30. Of those, there were 0 injuries in 2015, 2 in 19, and 1 in 2023. At Country Club in Via Montana, there were 0. I say that because about 4 years ago, they put up a stop sign there, which none of us on Country Club Drive appreciated. I represent the people. There's about 60 of us on Country Club Drive. So part of me speaking today is to request that that be removed, since it's solving a problem that doesn't exist. As far as between Sunset Canyon down to Glen Oaks, what's happened now since the restriping has happened, I have here a picture. If you want it, you can have it. It shows, this is at Glen Oaks. I was driving up Glen Oaks. My son took the picture. No, I didn't sit there and hold the camera. It was backed up from Glen Oaks all the way up to the next street. That's from just that restriping. As far as the data I see, again, this was done in order for safety. If you look at the numbers, between 15 and 23, the number of accidents hasn't gone up or down. So I would suggest again that the striping be put back to 2 lanes in either direction, actually putting it back to the way it was. And I guess my time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. We appear to have completed all in-person general public comment and will now be moving to the telephonic public comment period. Before we call or bring in our first caller, I just want to share this reminder with all of our callers. Please remember to lower the volume on your television or computer and take your phone off of speaker setting when you deliver your public comment. That way we have high quality audio and can understand what you're trying to tell us. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. We have 11 at the moment.
Send them in.
The first caller is Barry Sarna.
Great. Barry, you're on with the council.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Barry Sarna, and I'm a 35-year resident of Burbank and a proud former Burbank Unified School District teacher. I want to remind you of the sensible decision City Council made in 2022 concerning Metro VRT plan through Burbank. Some people tonight are saying, give BRT a chance, and that's exactly what the previous council did when it decided to tell Metro to implement mixed flow through Burbank and prove with a ridership of 17,500 over 36 months of its opening that the proposed BRT route was in fact viable. Once again, when asked, David Kriske, Burbank's Assistant Community Development Director, said, what we don't want to have happen is the bus project open, it's not carrying as many riders as predicted, and we have a massive congestion and potential cut-through traffic that would impact people. You've made sensible decisions on other items concerning trying the one-way on San Fernando Road and the median on Upper Olive. If these prove not to work or public sentiment finds them unworkable, they can be changed. I hope you will not go back on the sensible decision made in 2022, the sound decisions made for the citizens of Burbank. I say try it before you buy it as far as Metro. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Christopher Matthew Spencer.
Christopher, you're on with the council.
Mayor Schultz, thank you for seeking to streamline the public comment section. That is a smart thing to do. I voted for Mayor Schultz. I volunteered for his campaign because I had high hopes for him, but I now regret my decision. There's no evidence to show that Burbank residents are moving away from private vehicles. In fact, there is evidence to the contrary. While some areas of LA County have high metro bus utilization, Burbank is not one of those cities. I formally studied this for 9 months, and I documented my findings on video, and I wrote reports about it. I found the vast majority of metro buses virtually run empty in Burbank. I am concerned that Mayor Schultz will not fight hard to preserve the character and beauty of our city regarding Metro because he is accepting campaign contributions from the very people who will benefit from these projects, the government workers. We need good jobs in Burbank. We do not need more government jobs. The government is bloated enough. Iron workers are wonderful people, no doubt, but they have a vested interest in the outcome. You need only use your eyes to see the empty buses. Look at them. And ridership is way down. It's crucial to consider the declining ridership of Metro services. In the past decade, there has been a 48% drop in miles traveled and 38% decrease in rides. Metro provides these stats on their own website. Ridership is way down in 10 years, and taxpayers pay $42 per ride, and riders pay less than $2. So, of course, they want more routes to places that they want to go, even if it doesn't make financial sense. Mayor Schultz accepted $80,500 in campaign contributions from unions or their PACs representing government workers. Mayor Schultz also accepted $21,900 in campaign contributions from unions or their PACs involved with Metro. The District Council of Iron Workers of the state of California contributed $5,500 to Mayor Schultz's campaign and had multiple speakers at the city council meeting here tonight. I oppose a dedicated bus lane for Metro. It's not appropriate for the area. We should have state laws allowing property owners to pass property taxes directly to tenants so that those people who vote for tax increases are the ones who pay for them. This would change the sentiment towards taxes that affect residential property and result in these increases to fund things like Metro. $9 billion of the budget of the county goes to Metro, which is in part and substantially funded by property taxes. So I think we need triple net leases for residential units. Why not put up a ballot measure, City Council, if you want to do things like this? It's too big of a decision.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time. All right, next caller, please.
The next caller is Linda Walmsley.
Linda, you're on with the council.
Good evening. In 1968, I proudly registered to vote, actually, at the city clerk's office in City Hall. And since then, every time there has been an election in Burbank, I have voted for people on the council to represent me. Just like anyone that votes in Burbank, for those of you that serve on the city council, we vote for you to represent us, the electorate. You have heard from the Board of Realtors, from the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and from countless voters in Burbank that we want mixed flow on Olive. Please do your job as representatives of the voters of Burbank and keep Olive mixed flow. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Gary Brick.
Gary, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council and staff. I'm calling tonight to voice my displeasure to change Olive to one lane in the east-west direction. This major arterial through Burbank will have major impacts on all the businesses on Olive. Also, local streets will have all the additional traffic on their streets. Simply count the cars going on Olive anywhere for 10 minutes and then count how many people are on the buses in that same amount of time. While I was on council, I think I mentioned once before, I voted to replace 2 lanes to 1 on Verdugo. But that was a residential area. No comparing the two. Please consider the residents' displeasure for the change, and also off the record, please no parking meters in the downtown. And Councilman Anthony, nice tie. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm a little offended that I didn't get a compliment there, but I'm kidding, Mr. Mayor. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Michael Honick.
Michael, you're on with the council.
Hi, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for taking the time this evening. I'm here to speak about BRT. So I'm celebrating 2 years as a homeowner in Burbank, and one of the unexpected pleasures of moving to Burbank has been my proximity actually to the North Hollywood Metro Station. It's opened up a new way for me to explore LA County, and it's been a real eye-opener to how great public transportation can be for my quality of life and my neighbor's quality of life. So I support the changes to Olive and the widening of the Olive Street Bridge. I've heard the concern from some of my fellow residents about the risks of this proposal. But what excites me about this project is that it's just lanes. We can change them. We can learn. We can adapt. And we can land on what's best for our community. But that starts with taking the very small risk of trying something new. So, again, I support the BRT proposal. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jacob Chuslow.
Hi, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to call in and voice my support for dedicated bus lanes on Olive Avenue for the BRT project and not mixed use. We know that BRT enhances pedestrian experiences by providing shelters and other amenities. It makes it safer for people to walk around. We know that BRT is going to support businesses, not harm them, because more people are going to be able to frequent these businesses if they're not restricted by driving, parking, the distance of walking between where they park and the business they want to go to, safety concerns either from, the pedestrian experience or from potentially other dangerous drivers on the road. And, just in general, businesses will receive more business rather than less if this is implemented. No parking is going to be taken because this BRT is going to occupy a travel lane and not a parking lane, so parking will remain the same. We know that the benefits to this go to everyone who currently supports this and doesn't support this. We're going to have reduced congestion. We're going to have less air pollution, less brake dust in the air on residents' windows, less spent rubber, quieter streets, in the context of California, we already know that bus rapid transit works. If we take a look at the heart of downtown in San Francisco on Van Ness Avenue, which is far more dense than Burbank, their project has been wildly successful, and people love it, and people do get on. Several members of the public have stated that this project should not be built because the buses are virtually empty. Well, the buses are virtually empty because they don't have their own dedicated lane. If they did, they would be absolutely full all of the time. So I just ask the council, please build dedicated bus lanes on Olive Avenue over a rebuilt Olive Avenue Bridge so that the bus rapid transit can connect to Metrolink, and to also realign the downtown Burbank stations to better serve riders. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jamie Keyser.
Jamie, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Jamie Keyser, the CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and I'm with you this evening regarding Agenda Item 9. I'm sorry I cannot be with you in person to share my comments. First, I would like to thank you for meeting with us regarding this project and reviewing the letter that I sent to each of you yesterday. Although the Burbank Chamber of Commerce supports Metropolitan Transit Authority's efforts to provide a robust public transit system for our region and to provide environmentally sound and operationally vibrant transit solutions to better serve us, we need to work together to ensure the Metro North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT can be that project. While the Chamber is generally in favor, there are aspects of the current proposal that must be revised for this project to succeed. The most significant issue we face is to create dedicated bus lanes on Olive, which will only one lane of traffic flow in each direction. The proposed BRT plan does not require dedicated bus lanes for the entirety of the route to be considered a BRT service, nor does BRT require designated bus lanes for the entirety of the route to be successful. The North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT through Burbank could also be very successful with the Olive Avenue segment of the route as mixed flow traffic only. I spent a lot of times in the area on Olive near the Talleyrand restaurant, and we have many safety concerns for businesses and residents, which include students from Burroughs High School, Huerta, and St. Finbar. Mixed flow represents the greatest safeguard while ensuring we meet our responsibilities to make the environment by encouraging increased use of mass transit. The Burbank Chamber of Commerce only supports mixed flow bus traffic along the Olive Corridor from Buena Vista to Glen Oaks. We encourage the Burbank City Council to support the BRT plan presented only if it's amended to allow for mixed flow, just like the Burbank City Council voted in 2022. We need to make sure the decisions made here tonight are in the best interest of Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your Thank you. Thank you for your comment, Jamie. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Josh Sackheim.
Josh, you're on with the council.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Sackheim, and I'm a proud Burbank resident. I've also never spoken at a city council meeting before. I heard about the BRT issue through word of mouth. I did my own research, and I felt strongly enough that I was compelled to call in today. I do generally support public transit, and I've lived in cities like Boston and D.C. with robust transit systems. But those were those cities, and this is Burbank. And we need to address things in a way that makes sense for the kind of city Burbank is. As one of the thousands who commutes daily by car on Olive Avenue, I fear this proposal will only increase traffic on Olive, force heavy traffic to other streets not equipped for it, and even harm many of the nearby local businesses, which are the heart and soul of the Burbank economy. As a concerned resident of Burbank who loves the city and wants it to be the best it can be, I kindly implore you to consider alternatives to this plan that will be less disruptive, because once we go through with this, there is no going back. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Carrie Ann Lutke.
Hi, Carrie. You're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am against this beach bus line. I live right by Olive, so we have endured many problems in our street already with Raising Cane. But my main issue is that no one's bringing up the church. There is a church there. When they have funerals, when they have weddings, the limo is right there on the corner where you may be thinking about putting that bus lane. Also, we don't need a bus lane. The traffic that is on Olive already is bad. I can't even get out of my block sometimes, and I have lived in this area for 58 years, and it's a beautiful area. And I would hate to take away the beauty and put this bus line in. So I'm asking you, please reconsider this, table it, and please think about us here. We voted you in. We can vote you out. And I ask you to please consider not putting this bus line in and hurting us or hurting people who are crossing the street and all the businesses, all the restaurants that are here, and the church. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is James.
Hi, James. You're on with the council.
Hi. So while considering the dedicated bus lane on Olive, let's talk about other recent transportation decisions this city council has made. The bike lanes on Verdugo have caused large backups of traffic every day since implemented. I've lived in Burbank for over 20 years and rarely see bicyclists on this road. I think simple data would tell you these roads designed for cars are mostly used by cars. It's not even close. Thousands of people use cars over bikes, buses, unicycles, or anything else in this town. It's likely well over 1,000 to 1. Yet you want to change things and try to force people to take public transportation without even a traffic study. History has proven it will fail. Recently, the City Council decided to make a San Fernando Road a one-way street in the downtown area. Now traffic on San Fernando is even worse, backing up, causing obstructed intersections and driver confusion. What is the point of these changes if they don't help citizens or traffic? The council needs to accept these hopes for an environmental public transportation utopia will never reach reality with BRT lanes on Olive. Whatever pie-in-the-sky idealistic ideas you had that bus lane will provide is flat out wrong. This is Burbank, not San Francisco, not New York. You cannot, quote, fix all of LA's problems, nor should you pretend you can. If you want to know how public transportation works in LA, I suggest you do a bit of historical research on the red car, which also had dedicated lanes. The red car ultimately caused more accidents, more pedestrian injuries, more traffic, and ridership was not enough to make it financially viable. The bus lane on Olive is a waste of time and money. Finally, stop trying to social engineer change to force people into public transportation. They don't want it. You have failed with transportation in the past, and this is another failure. The vast majority of Burbankians drive. The roads were made for drivers. The council needs to stop biting off bigger issues than it is designed to handle. You can't solve LA's public transportation problems. You can't solve LA's housing problems. You can't solve the problems in the Middle East with absurd ceasefire declarations. What happens in Burbank doesn't affect LA as a whole, nor the Middle East. It never will. This is Burbank. Put your egos aside and do things for Burbank and not what you hope it achieves for the rest of the outside world. Your job is to focus on Burbank. Stop this BRT waste of time and money. We've all taken the bus, not ideal, but this is not the solution, regardless of your fondest dreams and hopes. This will not help Burbank, and history proves it. This is insanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Max Deeger.
Max, you're on with the council.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Max Deeger. I'm a public educator, and I have been advocating to the Metro Board of Directors and working specifically with Lindsay Horvath's office for a mass expansion of bus rapid transit throughout LA County. Based on other BRT models around the world, specifically in Kuching, Malaysia, and in Brisbane, Australia, there are three qualities that a bus rapid transit system needs to be successful. It needs to have accessibility, it needs to be reliable, and it needs to have an identity. While the proposed alignment would provide a lot of accessibility to businesses and higher density living neighborhoods in Burbank, it misses on the points of reliability and identity. This idea of mixed flow bus service, BRT service, isn't really BRT service. It's glorified street bus service, which ultimately will just slow the entire route down. So I would advocate either to make the entire route through the city of Burbank dedicated right-of-ways aligned to the center or median, or if it's not right for the community, to have it bypass via Riverside Drive and go straight into the city of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Arno Dionysian.
Arno, you're on with the council.
Hi, Council. I'm calling from across the street. I wasn't able to make it today. I'm Arno Dionysian. My name is Arno Dionysian. I'm a student at Burbank High. I'm a senior this year. I just want to call in briefly because the council's talking about BRT. And so, I want to express my support for the project. As a student, might help me get around broadly. I don't currently have a license. Next year I plan to go to BGC, which is quite a ways out, and I don't have a license. So the plan is to commute by certain public transit systems, including Metrolink. and the BRT program would help that commute as well. I also wanted to speak as a new voter. I've heard some of the other speakers, and from understanding of the project, it seems to bring a lot more pedestrian traffic broadly to the area. And if I follow the numbers correctly, which is always a good thing, it seems to economically help the city of Burbank, especially those businesses along the front end. From what I'm understanding of the project, talking to a few people, shouldn't actually block off much, if any, parking on the area along Olive. I also want to speak briefly about one particular group. This would help, more on the average. If students want to have licenses and aren't able to drive, I know there's a concern this might not, help residents of the city of Burbank quite as much as it would the neighboring areas. But I want to note, voting citizens and electors of the city of Burbank anyways, are young people and students stand to gain the most from systems like BRT, in whether the commute or just helping get around the city broadly. Students, at all ages in the USD stand to gain from a rapid transit program. And that's my 2 cents. Thanks, Council.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Laura Iowano.
Hi, Laura. You're on with the council.
Good evening, Council. I'm calling about the BRT. I do agree with Mr. Rosati, the lady in the green jacket and glasses. I do think this is somewhat like a land grab. Also with James. So Burbank is its own unique city, and we shouldn't be comparing to other cities that have bus systems that work for them. I know it's been pointed out that maybe have this bus system go on Riverside, but I don't know if anybody has ever thought about Chandler Boulevard, whereas, the other part of North Hollywood all the way to, I believe, Woodland Hills has the Orange Line. So maybe that might be a reconsideration of putting the dedicated bus lanes there. I do want to point out today, I picked up my daughter at Raising Cane's today. She got into the van. I noticed a bunch of students who were illegally crossing to go back over to CVS. I said to my daughter, they do not use crosswalks? And she's like, Mom, nobody uses the crosswalks. So this is my concern, is with all these students, with James Burroughs, Huerta, Finnabar, Disney, it's going to be an issue because kids don't heed using crosswalks, especially older kids. So that might be a thought of even putting a crosswalk where Raising Cane's is, so that that's not an issue. So that is it for that. I did want to make another comment from last week when I called in. I had to speak really fast because of the amount of time I had, but when I was bringing up the noise issue about the private Canadian Air Force plane taking off out of Burbank Airport, my comment was, and I didn't point this out, is I never got a response from the airport saying that they sent a letter to the pilot and the maintenance company to ask them to adhere to our good neighbor policy, because that plane was 109 decibels going out, and that was at 8:30 a.m. in the morning, and it was going over the Verdugo Mountains. So I just wanted to see if maybe you could follow up with the airport about that and maybe have Maggie get back to me. Thank you very much for your time and your service, and that is it. Have a good evening.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous. You're on with council.
Hi. I just wanted to call in and say I do want more public transportation. I am in support of BRT. I use public transportation such as Metro Micro. Many people depend on it and public transportation to get around. When fellow Burbank residents say they don't want to lose the beauty, what exactly are they saying? What does the beauty mean? I mean, we know Burbank was a sunset town at one point. When they say nobody uses it, who is nobody? I'm in support of BRT, and I urge for more access to public transportation. On another note, Alhambra just announced a permanent ceasefire resolution, and Pasadena before announced a ceasefire. I urge you to follow suit and call for a ceasefire for Palestine. This does involve Burbank because our taxes do go to support Israel. So I urge you to call for a ceasefire as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller.
The next caller is Joe Terranova.
Joe, you're on with the council.
Mayor and Council, my name is Joe Terranova, and I've been on the Burbank Traffic and Transportation Committee, a former member of over 20 years, and I'll keep it short and sweet. It is just not a separate bus lane. It's just not acceptable on Olive. From Glen Oaks to Buena Vista, it's impacted right now at certain hours of the day, and with the separate bus lane, it won't double the traffic problem; it'll triple it. I just can't see it working out at all. Please do not approve that separate bus lane. That's as simple as I can say it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for your service. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Michael Castro.
Hi, Michael. You're on with the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm against the dedicated bus lane on Olive Avenue. I think it's not a good idea. I think it's going to lead to more traffic issues. And I have a little challenge. If all the City Council is in favor of this, why don't you take public transportation to work and to where you go shopping at and see how it works out for you? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next caller, please.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay. That being our last public comment and seeing no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Who would like to? Okay, Mr. McDougall, go for it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go first. This relates to the agenda item, but the comment was made during general public comment. There was a caller that called and spoke about the mayor's political contributions from labor unions. I took a brief look at the Levine Act, which is Government Code Section 84308, and my opinion is that, first of all, this is not a proceeding involving a license or permit. This is actually a proceeding involving a cooperative agreement for Metro to reimburse the city for its costs of cooperating with Metro. As well, as far as I can tell from the evidence before us, the labor union is not a party or a participant. It's kind of speculative as to who Metro will use. I'm not aware of any contracts yet to actually put the project in place. So I don't think that they're a party that has a financial interest in this cooperative agreement, as I said, which is actually intended to reimburse the city for its costs of reviewing and commenting. So I don't think at this time that there is a conflict of interest in you participating.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. I have more to add, but I will just say I wholeheartedly agree. Colleagues, any other response? Oh, Mr. Hess, go for it.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just real quick regarding the caller with the airport noise complaint. Staff did follow up with the airport authority. We are just waiting on a response. We will be sure to follow up, and as soon as we have that, we will be sure to let the caller know of the disposition.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Colleagues, any other response? Mr. Anthony.
Yes. First off, thank you everybody for coming down and going through this whole change in our public comment. I know it's a little confusing, but we worked through it. There was a mention from a public comment at the very beginning about development impact fees and what they could and could not be used for. Did you hear that comment earlier?
Yes.
Can you give us just a broad overview of what diffs can be used for and what they
It's
can't?
probably a longer. Yeah, I mean, I'll let Mr. Prescott answer
Okay.
that, but I will. If you could be as brief as possible, because
Thank you.
that's a whole staff report.
Mr. Prescott, come on down.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. We added the Safe Streets programs to the DIF implementation plan in 2022, so they qualify for the use of the DIFs to manage those projects.
Okay, great. So the developers are aware and they pay into that. Thank you. One commenter came up early about asking for translations during City Council. What's the process there, and how do we do that?
Yeah, if they could advise us, we do have staff here. We had somebody here today that could handle that. We just any a heads up on that. The more in advance that we know, we could better prepare.
Okay. All right, great. And then lastly, there was a comment about a Canadian airplane from a private craft. Did we send that info along? Can you give us just like...
Yeah, like I said earlier, we did. We are following up with the airport authority, just waiting on a response, and we'll
okay.
work on that.
Oh, we're just wait. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Ms. Mullins?
Okay, well, thank you, everyone who's here today, all the callers, and the hundreds of emails that we have received. I think by far this was probably the most emails we've received on both sides. So I appreciate all your emails that you sent. I appreciate all the comments you made. And we will be discussing this item and, stay with us and we'll see where we go from here. I do want to give myself away. Somebody mentioned earlier RTD. And if he asked if we remember what RTD is or, was, I have to say yes, I'm guilty of that. I used to write RTD going to Hollywood High School when I was a teenager. So I just want to support the RTD for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, thank you to everybody who came out tonight to speak. Thank you for honoring our change in public speaking process and for the jazz hands. We really appreciate that. And the thumbs downs, too. That's fine. And I also appreciate the folks who called in, all the folks who emailed, and the folks who reached out to meet one-on-one or with your groups to talk about the issue that is important to you. So I wrote a million notes from your comments, but I will save those until we talk about the item coming up. But there were a couple things I wanted to follow up on with the other comments. First, I wanted to just say woo-woo for the ion flow battery that we're going to be unveiling on Friday. That I've been eagerly awaiting that installation, so I'm super excited about that. If you don't know what an ion flow battery is, please look it up. It's pretty cool. To piggyback a little bit on the question about Spanish translations, I'm wondering if our Vice Mayor who speaks Spanish could let our viewers know about the service of being able to have Spanish translation in case they're watching.
I was already going to do it.
You already did that, right? Okay, so I'll wait till your turn. Great. So we're in the same mind, think alike. And then lastly, a few members of the public commented about the changes we made north of Glen Oaks on Olive, and I'm wondering if we could just briefly let our community know what that kind of the plan for getting public comment and reviewing it in the future, what that's going to be.
I think it's safe to say welcome back, Mr. Prescott. We missed you.
It's nice to be missed. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. I'll answer as best I can. David will be here in a little bit, so the expert. Can you repeat the question, please? Yeah.
Yes, there were some concerns about the restriping on Olive north of Glen Oaks.
Yes.
And I just would love a little bit of feedback on how the community can let you know what their experiences are and what the plan is for evaluating that public feedback.
Let me get the correct email address and/or phone number for you. I don't have that off the top of my head.
I will tell you that it's a test, and we're taking all the feedback into consideration as we analyze the implementation of that, and we can make tweaks to it or more significant changes down the road. I will say briefly, Mr. City Attorney, that it is that reconfiguration is part of a long-term project in the recently adopted Complete Streets Plan. So this is a test, and I will get the number and/or email address for you.
Great. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Sure. Like my colleagues already mentioned, thank you to everybody who came to speak. I appreciate all of you sitting through this with us. And thank you for going along with the system. It actually very much helped things go a lot smoother and a lot faster for you all and for the folks watching at home. I won't address the agenda item until we get there, but I will make a comment on a couple of the things that were said. Somebody came and mentioned the Glen Oaks restriping. Please know we're still listening to you all on that. You can watch our last council meeting to hear a very thorough explanation from our transportation folks, Mr. David Kriske, and please continue to send your comments and thoughts on that. As he mentioned during that time, we are trying things out. We're trying to build some safer streets, and we appreciate your feedback because you live there and you can tell us what's going on. To the folks who talked on housing, Mr. Bax, thank you for continuing to do that every council meeting. We appreciate you and we hear you. And finally, I will address the fact that folks asked for comments in another language. Para la señora que vino aquí a hablar hoy en español y pedir comentario en español, si usted o otro miembro de la comunidad se siente más cómoda haciendo un comentario en español, siempre tiene el derecho y puede hacerlo. Y cuando llegue aquí, un miembro de nuestro equipo aquí en la ciudad la va a ayudar y va a traducir para nosotros el lenguaje. And what I basically just said was, if anybody wants to comment in Spanish or another language, we will have a member of the staff here at City Council help them with the translation for our council members and our staff.
And we typically allot extra time to provide for the translation, too.
Yes, we do. We allow extra time, and our staff member will kind of guide you on when to stop so they can make the half of the comment. And it's a very seamless process. We've had it happen quite a few times this year, actually. We've had a few times. So thank you for coming and bringing that to our attention, and I hope you can share it with other members of the community because everybody, no matter the language, has the right to come here and talk to us. So thank you. That is all I had, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Prescott, you're back for more.
Okay, here we go. Get your pens ready. The transportation planner that you can contact with questions or comments about the Olive Avenue reconfiguration above Glen Oaks, not the BRT, above Glen Oaks striping. Marcos Fuentes, mfuentes at burbankca.gov. mfuentes at burbankca.gov.
Spelled F-U-E-N-T-E-S?
Sorry, F-U-E-N-T-E-S. I grew up here and I just assume everybody knows how to spell. All right.
Some people misspell my name. It happens all the time. So I just like to, be accurate.
Yes. Thank you for that. 818-238-5290. 818-238-5290 is the phone number.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Councilmember, you have more?
Yeah, I realized we were so long. I had a second page of notes I didn't get to. I wanted
Briefly,
to say,
please.
Yes, I just wanted to thank former Mayor Gary Brick for complimenting me on the tie. That's all.
Really?
That's it.
Okay. It's a very dapper-looking tie, I have to say. No, I'm going to be brief. Most of what I wanted to say has already been addressed by my colleagues, but I really wanted to just thank all of you in the room tonight and those who called in and are still watching. It is a pain being that guy who's trying to keep everything moving, but I appreciate all of you working with me so that we can get through it. It's only a little past 8 o'clock. Probably going to have another hour or two of public comment ahead of us, but it's not going to be 11 o'clock before we touch the item because of all of you. So thank you. The only other comment I will make is to just piggyback off of the response from the city attorney. Mr. Spencer, that is a fair question to ask, and I'm glad that you did. All I would say is that in my professional career, I have investigated and or prosecuted police officers, prosecutors, and elected officials for violating state law, whether it's conflict of interest, improper use of public funds, you name it. The reason I bring that up is that I am very cognizant of any potential conflict of interest, and even as some of you saw in the chamber tonight, I often consult with the city attorney to identify and flag potential conflicts of interest. interest. And I would reckon that if you play back the tape in my 3.5 years on council, I have probably exercised my right to recuse myself and act conservatively more than any other council member in the body's history. So I just say that to assure the community that I'm very cognizant of potential conflicts of interest. And as I've said before, Mr. Spencer, I always act in what I believe to be the community's best interest. And lastly, while I understand that folks may want to comment to me about the State Assembly campaign, as is your right, I do not believe that that is a proper topic of conversation in this public space tonight. So I will not and will continue to not be responding to those comments. Thank you very much. Any other response from council? Okay, seeing none, we now move to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening we have 8 items on consent. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of March 19th, 2024. Item 2 is adoption of a resolution ordering the summary vacation, V-425, of a public service easement at 643 North Fairview Street and finding of categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. Applicant Hamlet Sadikian. Item 3 is approval of a right of entry agreement with the Los Angeles Philharmonic Association to provide shuttle services at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving contract documents, plans and specifications, and authorizing execution of a contract for bid schedule number 1519, annual sidewalk repair project in zones 15, 16, 17, and 18 to Calban Incorporated. Finding of CEQA exemption, 14 CCR section 15301. Item 5 is approval of the 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report and 2023 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Item 6 is adoption of a resolution approving contract documents and awarding a construction contract for bid schedule number 1522, Downtown Metrolink Station waterproofing and elevator modernization to Quartz Construction Company, Incorporating. Finding of CEQA exemption, 14 CCR, section 15301, and amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item 7 is approval of a First Amendment to the City Attorney Employment Agreement between the City of Burbank and Joseph H. McDougall, approving a 7% annual salary increase. Item 8 is approval to excuse absences of Infrastructure Oversight Board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Now is the time for questions, brief comment, or a motion. Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question on item number 8.
Great.
I believe our staff liaison to the IOB is here, Mr. Berkman.
Nice time, Mr. Berkman.
Thank you, sir.
I don't hold a grudge.
Just quickly, are there any other members of IOB or board member Cotaverdi in attendance tonight at all? Do we know? Anybody?
I was looking around the crowd. I do not believe anybody is in attendance.
Okay. So I believe Mr. Cotaverdi was appointed to replace the vacancy left by Councilmember Takahashi. I'm comfortable moving forward with this if you are. Otherwise, if you'd want to wait and ask the board member to be here, okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Councilmember Mullins, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing this up. I just want to briefly mention to council that I did have a conversation with the city manager regarding the item being on consent. I know we have had a couple of other items in the past similar to this with different type of excuses for absence. So in my conversation with the city manager, in the future, we will go back and place these on regular agenda items, which we can actually have a discussion and a conversation to the reasons of the absence as they were in the past, because we do have a code, and the code does say that if you have 3 consecutive absence or 75%, you will be excused, or you can be excused. So this is up to council to make a decision on that.
Mr. Hess?
Sure. Yes. We tend to be a little inconsistent as far as which ones we've put on consent, which ones we haven't. So I think from now on we'll just, even though they're relatively short items, it's probably good just as far as a practice if the council's amenable, we just put those on as a report and rather than on consent, so you guys have an opportunity to at least to vet that out.
Yeah, Councilmember.
Could we recommend that you invite the member up for consideration on the night?
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. I'm sensing consensus for further direction on item 8. We're not going to go any further down that path without pulling it. Any other questions or comments? If not, can we get a motion for the consent calendar?
I'll move to, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries. Consent calendar passes. Almost there, everybody. We have one report to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. As a reminder, you should have already completed, but still can if you haven't, a pink public comment card to speak for 1 minute. That you'll go first if you have a pink card, or a green public comment card to speak for 3 minutes. Just a quick reminder, everyone, I'm sure you won't, but if you did comment about the BRT in general public comment, friendly reminder, you cannot now comment on it again. And with that, the report to council tonight is regarding the contemplated approval of a cooperative agreement with the Metropolitan Transportation Authority for the design and construction of the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Corridor Project, or BRT for short. Mr. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, Transportation, please present the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, my name is David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, and as you stated, tonight I'm being asked to seek your consideration of an approval of a cooperative agreement with the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro, for the design and construction of the North Hollywood to Pasadena Corridor BRT project. And I have a short presentation to help me outline the information at hand and to seek your input. So tonight, your specific recommendation from staff is to approve the cooperative agreement with Metro for the design and construction of the NoHo to Pasadena corridor project, subject to some proposed changes by staff. Those are included in attachment 1 of your staff report. You'll see the agreement with some red line changes. Those are the recommended changes we'll be speaking of tonight. And then the second part of the recommendation is for the City Council to direct staff on whether to include a more detailed project description which specifies the inclusion of mixed flow operations for the bus rapid transit project on the portion of Olive Avenue between Buena Vista Street and Lake Street. And I'll explain a little bit about that as part of my presentation. Sorry, move forward here. So for tonight's presentation, I'm going to give a brief overview of what bus rapid transit is. I'm going to review the project description, the alignment, and the status of the project in Metro's development. I'm going to discuss the proposed cooperative agreement and what it entails, as well as some recommended changes, as I mentioned, and some further discussion of the project description issue. And then finally, I'll recap with staff's recommendation and then be available for your questions. So first, what is BRT? BRT is premium rail-like bus service. Sometimes it's called light rail on tires, so it's using bus transit to mimic a light rail in terms of frequency, capacity, and operations. Some attributes of bus rapid transit include dedicated stations, you paying fare prior to boarding, frequent service every 5 to 10 minutes, street improvements installed in the roadway to help speed up and make the service more reliable. That could include dedicated bus lanes, it could include queue jumps where buses bypass traffic, and it could include traffic signal priority or preemption. And the Metro project will be using electric vehicles for this project. So the project alignment is basically connecting North Hollywood with Pasadena through the cities of Burbank and Glendale, as well as the LA City community of Eagle Rock. This is a high-level overview of the alignment, and you can see it leaving North Hollywood, traveling into the Burbank Media District as it enters the city, then traveling up Olive Avenue to downtown Burbank, and then making a right turn and heading southeast on Glen Oaks Boulevard and leaving the city towards Glendale, and then eastward to Eagle Rock and finally to Pasadena. The current status of the project is Metro, as you know, approved an environmental document back in April of 2022, where the Metro Board of Directors certified the environmental document and approved the project and the alignment. Since that time, Metro has been conducting preliminary engineering activities and has been meeting with corridor cities to begin discussing issues related to the alignment, the design process, and discussing this cooperative agreement. And Metro has been advancing some of the design elements of the projects at a very high level, at a very 15% level. So we're still very early in the design stage. The next actions are that Metro has been procuring services, consultant services for the design effort for the project. Tonight, of course, we are considering approval of the co-op agreement, which we'll talk about in a second. Then Metro expects to begin design plans from basically this year through mid-2025, and then they expect to begin construction around mid-2025 with an opening in 2027. This is a more detailed look at the alignment specifically in Burbank, and I'll explain what's going on in this graphic. So as you can see in the lower left side of the screen, the project would enter the city by exiting the 134 freeway into the Media District, would exit at the Pass Avenue exit, then would proceed on Pass Avenue, Riverside Drive, and then Olive Avenue. Sorry about this advancing of the slides here. Through the Media District along Olive. Then it would divert eastward on Alameda and Buena Vista to serve the Disney Studio Campus and the St. Joseph's Medical Center community, the center. Then would proceed north on Buena Vista to Olive, and then would proceed along Olive to downtown Burbank over Interstate 5. Once in downtown Burbank, the project would turn right, heading southeastward on Glen Oaks Boulevard and leave the city at Alameda Avenue. There are 5 or 6 stations planned, 2 in the Media District, 1 in the middle of the city, 2 in downtown Burbank, and 1 at the border of Glendale. And then the project operates in the street in a variety of configurations. There are segments where the project operates in mixed flow traffic. That means the buses operate within the city street system with other cars and trucks. It operates in some segments in bus lanes, and there's different configurations of how those bus lanes work. There will be center running bus lanes, which are bus lanes running along the median of a street, such as along Glen Oaks Boulevard. Curb running bus lanes are lanes that are constructed in basically the parking lane of a street along the curb, and usually will take parking for that, but maintain travel lanes. And then side running bus lanes are lanes that operate kind of in the more center of the roadway travelway, and that usually requires taking a travel lane to accommodate that. So a travel lane is converted into a bus lane. And so these colors depict the different configurations and cross sections as the project proceeds through the city. And the yellow portion has, of course, been discussed. It's the portion along Olive where the City Council has previously indicated they want mixed flow on this stretch, and Metro is proposing side-running bus lanes. So tonight's action is to consider approving a cooperative agreement with Metro for the project. And the cooperative agreement, really, the purpose of that is to define how the city and Metro will work together to advance this project. So although this is a Metro project and Metro is conducting all of the design and construction activities, they require cooperation from the city of Burbank to review plans, discuss how particular design and construction activities will occur, and coordinate and collaborate to develop the project. So Burbank is needed to help deliver this project. And these are kind of the high-level issues that are discussed in the cooperative agreement. It defines the roles and responsibilities of each agency. It clarifies the design parameters that will be used to design the project, various standards that the city and Metro have. It determines which standards and how they will be applied. It identifies procedures for how the city will review Metro's plans, and in some cases, how Metro will review city plans if, for instance, the city needs to relocate a utility. It sets up a dispute resolution process, so if the two agencies disagree on a portion of the design or construction, there's a process where that can be mediated. It identifies how utilities conflicts will be identified and addressed, whether they're relocated or routed around, and how those will be reimbursed. It discusses high-level project operations and maintenance, so it defines which portions of the project will be operated and maintained by Metro versus potentially portions that will be operated and maintained by the city. And it identifies a process for the city to recover costs related to developing this project. So these staff costs that are needed to do all of the activities in this co-op agreement, Metro will be reimbursing the city for that as part of this co-op. Thank you. So as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the cooperative agreement in attachment 1 of your staff report does have some red line changes that we are proposing the city council approve and give direction on so that we can go back and finalize this agreement with Metro should you wish to move forward. The first one is the concept of expired service life. Metro is requesting that if certain infrastructure elements in the city need to be modified, relocated, removed, or otherwise changed as part of the project, and that element has a lifespan that's ending, it's very old, and will be replaced with a new element, that the city should be, the Metro and the city should be able to negotiate to potentially have the city offer a credit back to Metro for that differential cost between the expired element and the new element. Staff doesn't believe that that's appropriate. We believe that the project has cost and may need to remove infrastructure that otherwise would be operating completely fine if for not the project coming into the city. And we feel that that should be shouldered by Metro, not the city, because in essence, we could be in a situation where the city is actually subsidized something of the project cost. There's other situations where the city may want an infrastructure improvement that's upgraded or different from what is being replaced. That's covered in the agreement, and we don't contest that. That's called a betterment, and there's a procedure in place where we can negotiate that situation. But the expired service life, we feel, should definitely be a project cost, not a shared cost with the city. We also believe that the co-op agreement should identify upfront elements of the project that should be operated and maintained by the city or by Metro versus the city. This agreement does identify that the project itself will be owned and operated by Metro. There are some elements of maintenance away from the actual project itself where the city shares maintenance and operations with Metro that will be deferred to a subsequent maintenance agreement. But we wanted to ensure that this co-op at the very outset defined certain things that we think Metro should pay for: the station platforms, the stations themselves, the elements of the project that should be absolutely operated and maintained by Metro and not the city. And so that language is in this version of the agreement, and we just want concurrence with council that that's the appropriate approach. And then finally, we are requesting that Metro provide a process for city-owned utilities to be relocated. Private utilities are handled in a different way, but because we own many of our utilities, we operate and have procedures that are a little bit different from private utilities. We just want to make sure that Metro acknowledges that those utility relocation costs will be borne by the project, not by the city, and that we have a procedure for how to negotiate and have those utilities to be relocated. And we actually believe that we have that language ready and is included in the agreement that's before you tonight. However, I will say that our Burbank Water and Power folks are still reviewing the final language, so they may have some tweaks just to underscore. What we want to hear from you is that the city absolutely expects that the utilities will be relocated at cost by Metro, and that in some cases Metro may actually need to design and even maybe construct some of them because of the workloads that we have. And so we just wanted to get concurrence from you on that. So those are the three kind of technical contractual changes that we're hoping the city council will agree with staff and ask to move forward and finalize with Metro. But there's a final item regarding the project description. And as you know, Metro and the city currently still disagree on how the Olive Avenue segment will be implemented between Buena Vista and Lake Street. And so we need to think about that before we approve or consider approving the cooperative agreement with Metro. So there are two options, and we're really looking for your direction to staff on how to proceed. Option one, sorry about that. Option one would be to actually include in the cooperative agreement an explicit project description that actually defines the different elements of the project as they go through Burbank, including the mixed flow option, so that everyone's very clear that the city wishes the project to be implemented as the current direction was given as part of the final environmental impact report comment letter. That would explicitly convey the city's position. It would be very clear. Everyone would know exactly what our position is. But that is a very aggressive stance and could be an aggressive stance because Metro may not be able to approve that agreement in that form because their board has said in terms of Olive Avenue that they want it to be implemented a different way. And so that could set us up for a position where we're not able to execute the agreement together. And the Metro board or the city council may need to take further action before we can actually finalize and approve the agreement under option one.
Mr. Kriske? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we do have people that are probably following along on their phone or at home. The project description that you're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, if you were following at home, this would be under attachment 1, pages 32 and 33, the red line language. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want everyone to be able to follow along. Thank you.
Yes. So under option one, the city would risk having to proceed with this project with no agreement, which is possible, but it was definitely a much less defined process and would be somewhat informally continuing to work with Metro. And as Mr. May, as you stated, to implement option one, the red lines on page 1 or attachment 1-32 and 33, that red line would be remaining if we wanted to go with option one. Under option two, we would essentially be silent on the project description. We would not put the detailed project description in the cooperative agreement. This doesn't mean we still don't support mixed flow on that stretch. It just doesn't mean we are explicitly defining it in this agreement. This is an approach recommended by Metro because they would then be able to approve it because there's nothing that's in the agreement that's contrary to their board direction. What that would essentially mean is that the city and Metro can approve the agreement and resume coordination and collaboration on the final design of the project, while allowing the city to work with Metro to resolve this inconsistency. And how that looks could be at various levels. It could be continuing to work at the staff level. It could be engaging at a more elected official level. There's different ways we could do that while still proceeding on the design, which quite frankly, most of the design does not rely on this answer really yet because it's actually physically fairly minor. It's striping, so the other design elements can proceed. And we're somewhat comfortable with this approach because as part of the cooperative agreement, Metro has acknowledged that they are subject to our permitting requirements before they can begin construction as part of this agreement. And so at the end of the day, if we're still at a disagreement, we still would have the option of not issuing a permit for construction to prevent, to allow Metro to move forward. So we have that kind of catch-all kind of red line exception where we could withhold a permit. That is not explicitly stated if we don't approve a co-op, whereas Metro, by approving the cooperative agreement, has acknowledged that in the contract. Thank you. And then finally, as you know, one of our big issues with the final environmental impact report that Metro prepared and in our comments from 2022 is that the project does not connect to the Metrolink station at the Olive Bridge. There's a station about 1/3 of a mile to the west at Lake Street, which is not a great connection to Metrolink. And the city feels that this is imperative that these projects connect directly so that we can realize the regional connectivity between the BRT and the Metrolink service. But to be clear, this is not part of the project. Metro does not intend to do anything with Olive Bridge. In lieu of making a change to Olive Bridge with Metro, contingent on approving this agreement, which would likely not occur, Metro couldn't agree to that, staff recommends to start at least some work at the local level to figure out what we need to do to address this connection. We are recommending that you add the Olive Avenue Bridge as part of the city's capital improvement program in this upcoming budget cycle, and to assign a little bit of money to that CIP so that we can begin some conceptual design to figure out what we need to do to make this connection better. And then allow the city to begin this high-level planning effort and eventually, and also explore outside funding to make that happen. Because obviously we're not going to be able to fund this ourselves. We probably shouldn't fund this ourselves. We should, really the region should be contributing to this. And so we think we at least need a plan with a little bit more detail before we start making our pitch for why this is so important. And so that's our staff recommendation on how to deal with the issue with Olive Bridge. So finally, just to recap our staff recommendation, there's 2 items. First, we recommend that you approve the cooperative agreement with Metro for the design and construction of the NoHo Pasadena Corridor BRT project, subject to the 3 changes that I discussed. And then we recommend that you direct us on whether to include the project description, the detailed project description, as part of the co-op, or to be silent and proceed without this description, but to continue to make our policy choice known as part of the design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kriske. You can take a seat. We'll get to questions in a bit. I just want to acknowledge that representatives from Metro are here in the room. Colleagues, they are not presenting, so I'm not going to give them the chance to speak now, but I wanted to make sure that should you have questions, that they're here to answer it, and they've indicated a willingness to answer as well. Before we get to public comment, just a quick programming note. So for those of you who picked up the pink or the green cards, they were pre-numbered. I am missing 3, and that's perfectly fine. I just want to make sure it's not sitting in someone's pocket and you think you turned it in. For the pink cards, which are 1 minute, I am missing cards 4 and 14. So if you have it and you're wanting to speak, just be sure to turn that in. For the green cards, which are 3 minutes, I'm missing card number 17. So be sure to turn that in. And lastly, folks, if we can keep the great use of the jazz hands, we have about 90 minutes, I'm estimating, of public comment to get through. So this will make it go a little faster. With that, everyone, thank you for your patience. Feel free to use the bathroom as needed. First up, for the 1 minute cards, I have Kevin James, followed by Emily Payne, and then Bart Reed. Is Kevin James here? Show of hands. Kevin James, going once, going twice. I'm going to set that one to the side. That will move Emily Payne up to first in the queue, followed by Bart Reed, and then Steve Wisner or Weissner.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Thank you for listening to the many voices of Burbank. I am here to ask you for your support of the designated bus, bicycle, and emergency vehicle lane. I am a 30-plus year resident of Burbank. I spend more time walking, biking, and riding public transportation to get around our community than I do driving my car. The designated lane offers greater equitable access to transit for all Burbankians. It also will make response times for emergency vehicles along Olive Avenue faster. Lives will be saved. It will make bike rides along Olive Avenue safer. I am tired of the cars that drive within inches of me along this corridor. It will put into motion plans for a new Olive Avenue bridge. Let's rebuild a bridge that is currently seismically unsafe.
That's time. Thank you. I know it goes quick. Before we go on, Mr. Reed, the Vice Mayor reminds me, I believe you spoke to the BRT in your last public comment period.
Talked about safety in the train station and the elevator.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, I'm going to construe that. I'll allow you to speak to it, sir, if my colleagues agree, but just be very narrow that we're talking about a cooperative agreement tonight. So we really want to be focused on the cooperative agreement, your position on the council's action. That make sense?
You guys rule, I'm ready.
Okay, come on up. 1 minute on the cooperative agreement.
I did try to bifurcate my comments, but I definitely support option 2 on the Rio BRT. It could designate a side-running bus lanes on Olive. Olive is a really narrow street. You can't walk on it. It's really dangerous. It's like 1950s here in the 1920s. And we need to have a BRT station at that point to connect to the Metrolink. It's just a matter of connectivity between the community. You can get to Burbank by train, but what happens if you need to get to Providence St. Joseph Hospital, or you need to get to somewhere in North Glen Oaks or somewhere like that? It's the last mile. It's the connectivity, and fixing the bridge and putting the train station in means that you can get into Burbank, you can get to jobs, you can spend money. That's really important to be able to access the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Wisner, followed by Joshua Erickson, and then Desiree Lamp.
Good evening. My name is Steve Wisner. I just want to say that we are against the change on Olive Avenue. My wife and I own a home on North Griffith Park Drive. We've heard from local business owners tonight. This will greatly impact their business. We've heard from Philly's Best, who said his business will probably end up closing because of the traffic nightmare that will exist on Olive Avenue. We're still getting over the Raising Cane's issue. I live right across the street from the Jocelyn Center. The Jocelyn Center parking lot is full. Seniors drive up every morning. They can't park in the Jocelyn Center. They have to park on North Griffith Park Drive. They can't park there anymore because people are overflowed from Olive. So they have to go all the way up North Griffith Park Drive to Clark and then walk down the street. Now it's going to be worse. Where are they going to go? Park on Beechwood? I saw an old lady on Monday morning, which we have that no Monday parking. She had to walk all the way down.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. All right, Joshua Erickson, followed by Desiree Lamp, and then Joshua Christensen.
Hello, my name is Joshua Erickson, and I'm a City and Regional Planning student at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. In high school, I decided for environmental reasons that I would not drive. I utilized walking, biking, and public transportation to get around, and I've been excited about this project since 2019 when it was proposed. Before Cal Poly, I attended Los Angeles Pierce College in Woodland Hills and rode the bus from the Burbank Hillside area to Pierce every morning. Of all the bus routes I tried, my favorite was riding the 94 to North Hollywood and then getting on the Orange Line BRT there at North Hollywood. All the other local routes, like the 164 on Victory, made too frequent stops to pick up riders, which slowed down my very lengthy journey. The Orange Line operates a reliable and comfortable service that allows me to sit back and read on my commute. I want more people in Burbank to be able to experience that joy and to provide more people with easy access to our beautiful city. So I support dedicated bus lanes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Desiree Lamp, followed by Josh Christensen, and then Crispin Carrasco.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Desiree Lamp, and I am a representative with the Western States Carpenters Union. And so as my role, I work with the Career Connections Department, where I work with school districts that have a CTE pathway for construction. And so I'm here to let the community know of Burbank that John Burroughs is one of our schools that has that Career Connections program in place. And so opportunities like this will allow for those students to have a pathway after completing high school to join an apprenticeship that will allow them to make meaningful wages, have benefits as well as a pension. But more importantly, they'll be able to work in their communities and be able to afford to stay in their communities. So again, I just want you guys to keep in mind that allowing these projects like this will allow for those students to have that zero debt pathway through apprenticeship opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Josh Christensen, followed by Crispin Carrasco and Joe Fuchs.
Good morning, City Council members, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Appreciate you guys' time. Josh Christensen with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, representing over 90,000 men and women in the carpenter scope of trades. We're excited to work on this project when it does get passed. We have members that live here in Burbank that are sick and tired of driving down the freeways for a good job. This will create a great job for them to be able to stay home, close to home, be able to coach a team, be able to be with their families and raise their families, and I think this would be awesome. Again, we support this 100% and asking for your votes as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Crispin Carrasco, followed by Joe Fuchs, and then Aaron Rain.
Good afternoon, good evening, board members. My name is Crispin Carrasco. We're here to fully support this program. And the reason why I say that because we have so many carpenters that live around this area. But we also encourage you guys to find a way to have the responsible contractors who hire local carpenters and who also has enlist with a state apprenticeship programs. That's very important, and that is why we all come together we have a new generation of carpenters and people who know how to do and deliver their project with the responsibilities and be a professional on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Fuchs, followed by Aaron Ryan, and then Tyler Samples.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and esteemed colleagues. My name is Joe Fuchs. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm a member of the Carpenters Union for 37 years now, and I've seen the growth in Burbank. It's benefited its constituents and the people that work around here. I would hope that you guys would pass this. The pathway from North Hollywood to Pasadena is a crucial route that people would use on a daily basis, and the work that it would provide for the people that would build this would be substantial, including the rebuild of the Olive Street Bridge and the new station that would be over here off of Olive. So I request that you guys approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Aaron Rain, followed by Tyler Samples, and then Tino D'Imperio.
Hello, thanks for letting us be here tonight. I'm a homeowner in Burbank. I'm sure my quality of life will be enhanced by improving transit with a dedicated bus lane on Olive. I live right there. I'm also very annoyed by the Raising Cane's situation, but I don't think that's comparable. I drive here in Burbank and from Burbank all over the county, but I also bike and walk. And if there's accessible and convenient transit, I would take it. If I felt safer riding my bike because of new dedicated bike lanes, I would visit the businesses in Burbank more often. If there is accessible and convenient transit near me, I would also use it to interact with Burbank businesses more. Just to allay some fears I've heard, this type of measure doesn't force anyone to take the bus if you don't want to, but it does reduce the number of cars on the road without reducing and likely increasing the number of people engaging with the community and the small businesses in Burbank, which I prefer both as a driver, a cyclist, a walker, and hopefully a future bus rider. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tyler Samples, followed by Tino D'Imperio, and then Tiffany Liu.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I own a home in Burbank, 2 blocks from Olive and Verdugo. I vote and I want to ride the bus. I support the BRT project and choosing option 2 for the cooperative agreement. Redesign Olive to enable reliable, efficient transit in and through our community. Redesign Olive to enable people in my neighborhood to bike into downtown Burbank safely, which is currently not possible. Redesign Olive to increase walkability and safety down the entire stretch in order to benefit both residents and businesses. Please support sustainable use of our streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tino D'Imperio, Tiffany Liu, and then Shay Ramsey.
Hi. I've lived in Burbank my whole life, and I currently live near Raising Cane's, and I drive up Olive almost every single day. And I would love to ride the bus on the BRT with a dedicated bus lane. And I know that there are many like me, which equates to less cars in Burbank, which means less traffic and better parking overall. So I just wanted to voice my support for the BRT with a dedicated bus lane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tiffany Liu, followed by Shay Ramsey, and then the last card I have is Herbert Handy.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Liu, and I'm a Burbank resident for over 3 years. And I wanted to come and voice my support for option 2 of the bus rapid transit line. I think it would really benefit the community to have side-running dedicated bus lanes, and I feel like it'd be a lot safer for everyone and help improve the general traffic flow. I also encourage council members to support the additional condition to establish the Olive Avenue Bridge Program as an official project pursued by Metrolink and work with the city to define the project scope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. And yes, my bad. Last two cards for the 1 minute period. I have Shay Ramsey and then Herbert Handy. All right, Shay, come on down. So I don't have any prizes for you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But hello, I'm Shay Ramsey, and I'm a Burbank community lover. I'm a community lover, but I'm also a community member living right down the street. I love this city, and to me, part of loving something means fighting to make it better. I'm voicing my support for the rapid transit line as well as Condition 2. The separate lane would provide more accessible and reliable public transport in a county that is far too reliant on cars. With rent here perpetually rising and entertainment jobs becoming more scarce than ever, owning and maintaining a car, a depreciating asset, is becoming more and more of a financial burden for many of the members of this community. Furthermore, each of us is one accident away from being disabled. Each of us, I hope, is going to grow old. I'm lucky to still have living grandparents. They grew up right here in Burbank and unfortunately can no longer drive. They feel extremely isolated, and it's been heartbreaking to witness. Residents like them deserve to experience this wonderful city.
That's time. Thank you very much. Herbert Handy, and that's my last card.
Hi, my name is Herbert Hardy, and I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm here to speak in support of the agreement for the BRT. This project is going to bring opportunities for veterans like myself. It provides opportunities to transition from veteran to civilian life, and in addition to my colleagues behind me, it's going to provide opportunities for high school graduates, people looking for a second chance opportunity to take part in a state accredited apprenticeship program, which allowed them to a pathway through the middle class and allow them a meaningful employment to a career opportunity that they'll be able to provide for their family, have meaningful benefits, and be able to retire with dignity. So we're in full support, and we hope you guys pass that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Sorry for the mispronunciation there. Final call for Kevin James. Kevin James, going once, going twice. Okay, that completes the 1 minute comment period, seventh inning stretch, everybody. We're almost there. Betty, you're right. This would be the time for like a food cart out front. That's my next career. Okay, so we have 20, well, minus card 17. We have 25 cards, so same thing. And again, everyone, you're doing so great, you almost don't even need me. Karen Ross, followed by Ron Nelson, and then Jason Lewis. 3 minutes each when you start speaking.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, council, and city staff. My name is Karen Ross. I've seen you a few times in the past few years. Now, we've been in business 65 years. I never made myself known here at city council till 2 years ago when Raising Cane's came in next door to us. But I'm here tonight to speak with you about the BRT Metro. This is a matter that's really close to my heart as our family business is at stake once again. I knew nothing about BRT until a few months ago. I was shocked by what I heard. I thought there was a lot of lack of transparency within the city. I've reached out to so many businesses along Olive Avenue, St. Finbar Church. None of them had heard of BRT. We've been on Olive Avenue for 65 years this year. My parents opened the restaurant. We've grown throughout the years. We think we've been a really good neighbor to those around us in the community of Burbank. We bring a lot of tax revenue to the city of Burbank in the form of sales tax. Since I've became, just aware of this, I've just taken my phone outside and videotaped Olive Avenue at various times of the day, most of which there's a major backup on Olive Avenue. You bring in Raising Cane's that equation. A lot of you have been part of the conversation. It is horrendous in the afternoon after school. It's even worse during the football season when countless kids run across the street at all hours. David and I have talked many times. If you come anytime on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday night between 9 and 10, it's a nightmare on Olive Avenue. There's a huge safety concern in that respect. We're blessed to have an older clientele that is loyal to Talleyrand. And during the last couple of months, I've spoken to a lot of them, and they've expressed concern about the difficulty in getting to Talleyrand should these lanes be removed. We're very concerned about this. We managed our way through the pandemic, the supply chain issues, the opening of Raising Cane's, studio strikes, and minimum wage increases, and here we are today, working our hardest to maintain the footprint of our family business. please do the right thing and vote for mixed flow on Olive Avenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Oh, I almost left. I thought you guys didn't need me. All right. Almost there, everyone. Come on. Ron Nelson, followed by Jason Lewis, and then Cheryl Weaver.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. You've already heard a lot of things. I'm not going to repeat them. I'm going to talk about something different with regards to BRT. I looked just briefly at the executive summary tonight, and section 11 talks about ridership. And as I read that, they're saying that they expect 34,950 passengers in the year 2042. Dividing that by 365, I get 96 people a day. The cost of the project could be as high as $386 million. If you divide that by the 34,950 passengers per year over a 20-year period, I got $552 per passenger. So I just don't think it's a cost-effective project. The money could be spent on other projects that do more good for transportation or the city or the schools, some other better use of these funds. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. That was better, everyone. All right. Jason Lewis, followed by Cheryl Weaver, and then Mary O'Hare.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and council members. My name is Jason Lewis. I am chair of the Transportation Commission of Burbank, but I'm here tonight as a private citizen and as a resident of nearly 17 years who supports option 2, dedicated side running lanes for bus rapid transit and adding Olive Bridge to the scope. Growth in our great city has coincided with transformational leaps in transportation. The late 1800s brought railroads, followed soon by Burbank Airport. Our city was incorporated in 1911, and that same year, our own citizens raised and paid the equivalent of $1.5 million to get the red car system extended from Glendale to McCambridge Park. Starting in the 1950s, our city sacrificed huge swaths of land to the freeways. Homes, businesses, and streets that were a part of our city now belong to the entire state of California. We are now living through another transition. People under 30 have the lowest rates of car ownership. We're going to need to meet our younger workers and families where they are, working from home, living near the office, and as a consequence, we see commercial buildings becoming condos and townhouses. As those people can be like me, walking with my kids and dogs to Philly's Best like I did last weekend. The BRT gives citizens more chances to get out and engage with the community without cars. Even when they drive for work, folks are more likely to go out if they know that they can get around for lunch or coffee without losing their parking spot. Speaking of commuting to work, we need them to want to bring their kids on that commute to go to our schools in our district. Our schools are losing students due to changing demographics, and we need to give people more options in their cars to get their kids to school. I live near Olive, and I'm happy to walk my kids to school every day across it. And in a city without school buses, the BRT can open up that option to other parents. Numerous economic studies conducted in the U.S. and Europe show what great benefits dedicated lanes bring to a city. One example, the Stillman Bike Lane in Queens saw businesses sales jump by 12%, while collisions and injuries dropped by over a third. Simple math will tell you that just adding more buses to the same traffic will not help. Metro has seen bus speed slow by 12.5% since 1994. As many people like to point out, there might be an initial increase in travel times on Olive, but we were talking about only a couple minutes for cars. Meanwhile, parking is untouched, and we will be investing in better connections to our neighbors. I know I would have used the BRT when I worked in Pasadena 5 years ago. As an engineer, I'll point out that the streets were actually originally designed for horses and foot travel. Cars came later. But what we gain with a dedicated lane for buses is increased response time for our fire, police, and ambulance, a safer path for bicycles, and a true rapid bus transit. Burbankers and the rest of LA County overwhelmingly voted for Measure M, 71%, which is what funds the BRT, for the future of transportation. Burbank is a destination in that future. So if you need to speed through, feel free to jump on the 5 or the 134. If you're on Olive, you've arrived, and you can relax and enjoy our beautiful downtown. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Cheryl Weaver, followed by Mary O'Hare, and then Paul Herman.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council Members Mullins, Anthony, and Takahashi. And I also want to say hi to Tito and Scott. Been seeing you guys a lot. When this project started and I was aware of it back in 2017. I got very active. At that time, I lived in the neighborhood of Eagle Rock. I got to know the way Metro works and how they manipulate things, how they manipulate the conversation, how they manipulate what they want in the end. I'm here to highly advocate for option 1. What I do know is that if you don't have it in writing, if you don't have it clearly spelled out with Metro, it's not going to go the way you want it to go. Let's start with the name of this, Bus Rapid Transit. That kind of implies that this is going to be fast, right? We're all excited it's going to be a fast bus. Yet when you look at travel times, anywhere along this route, it's going to take 3 times longer on the BRT to get where you're going than it would be a car. In fact, if you look at ride times, going from the North Hollywood station, taking the red line to Union Station downtown, then taking the gold line, and I know they all have a different name now, but we all know them by the colors. It will be faster to get to Pasadena on the red line and orange line than it will be to take this BRT line. Okay, so it's not rapid. Has the council also considered all the ramifications with the visual blight that will happen at each station? I don't know if you read these details, but at each station there will be an LED sign telling them when the next bus will be coming. On those LED signs, they will also be selling advertisement. There will be advertisement on the road. Talk about a safety hazard for drivers going along the route on Olive, being distracted by LED lights that are advertising something that we may or may not want to buy. This is an experiment. This is not the orange line. This is not like any other line that's BRT in LA. As an experiment, we should know what we're getting into. We should define the experiment before it happens. I've heard many people on the Transportation Commission and on the council talk about one of the things they're excited about is the BRT lane being used as a bike lane. There is nothing I have seen in any document that declares that this BRT lane can also be used as a bike lane. This is something you need to define.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mary O'Hare. I feel like one half of the room is really with the program. All right, everyone. Just trying to get us through it. I appreciate y'all. Mary O'Hare, followed by Paul Herman, and then Anna Carrion.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all of you up here. And thank you to all the people who are here. I live in Burbank, Toluca Lake. We are primarily apartments, single-family homes, and many ADUs. We are in the southwest corner, as far away as you can get from City Hall. My first point is I believe that mixed use should be for the entire BRT, and this is why. Number one, we agree, and my neighborhood agrees, that Olive really is our lifeline to this city. This is the way we get here. And I was recently on Olive, and I watched emergency vehicles go by. Yes, I assume, and David Kriske can tell you, that emergency vehicles, Burbank buses, and also, well, we'll see, do Disney vehicles get to go there if they are doing certain things, their trams, and also cars that are turning right lanes. And I mention this because I want to talk about another Olive, and that's the Olive in the Media District. And the reason why I gave you that map is if you look at almost every city staff report, the Media District is not talked about. And as a matter of fact, I talked to two people who are very knowledgeable about the city, and the first thing they said to me was, no, the BRT doesn't go through that area. And so I want you to pay attention. And this is important. I think Councilmember Perez might be in our area now, near Toluca Lake. But she is the first in almost 30 years to even know really the heart of our neighborhood. So guess what? I walk in the media district. I don't use a car in the media district, but there are so many other people who must use a car and absolutely have to use a car. They are part of the entertainment industry, and guess what? I once worked right in Burbank. Oh my God, it's only 8 seconds. Anyway, I want you to know that it is very important also to look at the liability issue with respect
Thank you for your
to this
comment.
agreement.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Paul Herman, followed by Anna Carrion and David Donahue. And I saw that jazz hand in the back. Good job.
Guys finally got to me. Thank you. You know, first thing is, I think it's imperative that you guys consider opening up like a pop-up Starbucks on nights like this, because I think we could all use the caffeine.
All right, you can applaud for that one if you want.
Anyways, good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and fellow council members. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of our chamber members as well, I'd like to reiterate the Chamber's position in favor of mixed-flow travel of the proposed bus rapid transit corridor and against dedicated bus lanes along Olive Avenue from Buena Vista to Lake Street. While the Chamber is not opposed to the BRT project in its entirety or to the city entering into a cooperative agreement with Metro, we encourage this council to continue to steadfastly oppose dedicated bus lanes in Burbank, as has previously been the case. I understand that tonight's hearing regarding the BRT is to consider moving forward with a cooperative agreement between the City of Burbank and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, which is not necessarily specific to the minutia of the BRT plan itself, such as dedicated bus lanes. Nevertheless, this contentious issue of dedicated bus lanes has never been resolved. That's because Metro's Board of Directors approved the BRT project in April of 2022 with the inclusion of dedicated bus lanes, despite the Burbank City Council's unanimous opposition opposing them. Now the city staff in tonight's report are asking for this council to definitively direct them with respect to the project description and project alignment as it pertains to this agreement. You have a clear choice before you. Do you want to represent the interest of the residents and business owners in Burbank? Or do you want to submit to the power brokers and special interests representing the Metropolitan Transportation Authority? I have taken the time to canvass Olive Avenue and speak with business owners about this project, and I have yet to meet one business owner or tenant in favor of dedicated bus lanes. I've also taken the time to walk the residential neighborhoods adjacent to Olive Avenue, and I have yet to meet one resident excited about increased congestion on Olive Avenue, leading to more traffic in their quiet neighborhoods. And while the proponents of dedicated bus lanes will tell you in agonizing detail what the experts think of BRT, I think it's pretty clear where people with common sense in Burbank stand on this issue. People who intuitively know that removing traffic lanes will lead to more congestion on Olive Avenue, more tailpipe emissions choking our city, and more rush hour traffic in our residential neighborhoods. Please do the right thing and use some common sense. Listen to the people you represent and not the moneyed interest of Metro. Please move forward on option one.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to be here as late as y'all want. All right, Anna Carrion, David Donahue, Joe Pimienta. And I know you know, as a reminder, anything we talked about in general public comment, don't repeat it. I know you're not going to do that. Do you want a translation?
I believe, yeah, she's going to speak in Spanish. I'm
Okay.
not sure if
All right.
we have somebody or.
Do we have anyone, or are we going to ask the vice mayor to bat double duty? Either let's tee it up for 6 minutes. That's fair. Oh, okay, Betty, if you don't mind coming on up, that'd be great.
Thank you.
It's okay. No, you should listen to the comment.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to grant an extra moment or two of time? It's usually.
I think it should be doubled. Council, what do you think? But I really don't want to cut her short. It should be 6.
Okay.
3 minutes for her, 3 minutes for translation.
Oh, sí. Okay.
Thank you, Betty.
Yo apoyo al proyecto BRT. Mi nombre es Ana Carrión y yo estoy también en Highland Park trabajando ciertas áreas.
Should we stop then? ¿Le puedo traducir entonces? She approves, está de acuerdo con el proyecto, ¿no? She approves it. Oh.
Can we pause your time?
She
Ms. Librado, could
approves-
we get a handheld mic? That might help. So pausing time.
Que pongan los autobuses, ¿no?
So Betty, if she wants to use that microphone on there, you can use the handheld mic.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this.
Empieza de nuevo entonces.
Oh, okay, try again. My name is Ana Carrión y yo tengo trabajos en Highland Park.
She works in Highland Park.
Creo que este proyecto es importante para la comunidad de Burbank.
She thinks this project is important for the community of Burbank.
¿Por qué? Porque hace conexión con los trabajadores de la clase media.
Because it connects the workers from the middle class.
Creo que la gente no se ha puesto a pensar que hay gente que viene a trabajar a Burbank
I guess people are not thinking that there's people coming to work in Burbank
y necesita el transporte rápido.
and they need rapid transport.
Aparte de que este transporte son carros eléctricos, son bases eléctricos.
Besides the fact that they're going to be electric buses, cars.
El tiempo de descarbonización en la era está ya aquí.
She's concerned about the environment and it's time for change.
En Burbank tenemos muchos carros que emiten gases.
Too many cars emitting gases in Burbank.
Las emisiones de gases están perjudicando a los estudiantes de Burbank.
And these emissions are hurting the students of Burbank.
Y la gente tiene que darse cuenta que hay el incremento de niños, estudiantes con asmas y enfermedades crónicas.
And there's an increase in children with chronic breathing issues.
Por eso es importante que hagamos el cambio. Espero que ustedes, el concejal, presidente, las señoritas, el mayor, que nos apoyen este proyecto porque es importante para la comunidad.
So she's hoping that you guys will support what she's claiming because it's important for the community.
Uno de los puntos de las 5 bases que yo apoyo es la plataforma de los bases, en lo que es la plataforma donde van a ser los bus stops, las paradas.
She's talking about the platforms, alignment with the buses, right?
Va a tener acceso para las personas
So
discapacitadas,
they can have handicap access to the buses.
cosa que los bases normales sí lo tienen la rampa, pero a veces lo ponen y a veces no lo ponen.
Because the regular buses, sometimes they don't put the ramp out. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't for the handicap wheelchairs.
Eso me pasa a mí,
That happens to me
porque yo soy una persona discapacitada.
because I'm an incapacitated person.
A mí me pueden ver normal,
I look normal,
pero no estoy normal.
but I'm not normal.
Y a veces no me ponen la rampa.
And sometimes the ramp is not there.
I have dialysis.
Tengo
peritoneal,
diálisis
y necesito la rampa.
and she needs a ramp.
Y a veces los bases no los ponen. Y si usamos este bus va a estar flat, va a estar alineado
And she thinks it's using
a la
this-
entrada de nosotros las personas
So
discapacitadas.
she's thinking that these new buses will have a straight connection to the landing, so they don't have to be, so that people that are incapacitated doesn't have to worry about being able to get in the bus.
Creo que debemos de tomar estos puntos que son importantes y la pregunta para el personal de Metro,
She thinks these points should be taken into consideration.
si ellos están tomando en cuenta a la comunidad de Burbank, la clase trabajadora,
She wants to know if Metro is taking into consideration the working classes that are in Burbank,
para que abran la ventana
so they can open a window
para los electricistas,
for the electricians,
los drivers, los manejadores,
the ones that are driving the
la
cars,
tecnología,
the technology people,
para los estudiantes y los jóvenes milenios.
for the students and the youth the Millennium Youth.
Yo creo que por ese aspecto vamos a tener un cambio gradual positivo para la comunidad de Burbank.
So she thinks this will be a gradual and positive change for the community of Burbank.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you do want to give a round of applause for Betty, thank
Translation is not easy to do on the fly, so good job for
might
pitching in.
have a new budget request, but we'll save that.
Muchas gracias por su comentario.
Gracias. David Donahue, followed by Joe Pimienta, and then I have Hunter Gibson.
Ms. Labrado, would you please play the video?
If mixed flow is what the council wants to communicate, that we very strongly communicate that that's kind of our condition for the project, and put it out there so they understand what our position is, and then we'll see what they say, with the understanding that they need our permits from us to build the project.
I'm going to support option one because if we can get it, we can get it. We are doing what we were elected to do, and that is to fight for the best interest of our community. Now, I agree with Ms. Takahashi, who called about the importance of data-driven policies, but this is Metro's project, and the onus is on them as the project proponent to provide that data, and we have an obligation to point out where we see deficiencies. I am in favor of option one. In the first and bleeding onto the second page of the comment letter, I thought an excellent point was, whereas Metro in the final EIR talks about the traffic impacts, you correctly noted that the analysis and the assumptions weren't documented. That's a key point. That is something that Metro needs to address. And we're not just talking about the traffic impacts on the running streets, but the intersections as well. And, the thing I want to say to those who are watching is that this matters to us, and the reason why we're standing so strongly on this issue is because this project does present conflicts with other elements of our general plan, and it's our obligation to advocate for the very best deal that Burbank can get. And I agree with the Vice Mayor, by the way, that it's important in any context to set realistic expectations, but in this case, we do have a bit of leverage, and I suggest we use it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve a comment letter regarding Metro's final EIR for the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project, and direct staff to submit it to Metro prior to their Board of Directors Planning and Programming Committee meeting on April 20th. I further move that we select option one as the City Council's preferred project configuration as it relates to the project's final design, and communicate that preferred configuration to Metro as part of the comment letter.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Labrado. I appreciate that. Also, I'd like to present to Council 642 signatures that we gathered within the community of Burbank. Thank you very much to Talleyrand, their staff, for the tremendous support they provided in helping us gather those, as well as the other businesses that did. I would also like to present to the City Council an online petition that garnered 1,140 signatures. I mentioned a moment ago when I first spoke about public engagement. This is an example of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Hunter Gibson, and then Nathan Adair.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, everyone else here in the chamber. Gosh, I don't even know where to begin just to share how excited I am for the BRT project. It just sounds so cool, and it's just something that we've been needing for a while. And I say that both as someone who walks everywhere, rides their bike everywhere, and also happens to live in a one-car household, so sometimes I do have to drive places. But this project is fantastic because it provides something that we've been needing in Burbank for a while, and that is more options for transportation. Now, I say this as someone who moves around from Burbank over to North Hollywood through the Chandler Bike Path, which has been a great addition for transportational options. So you can imagine that what is being proposed here to do at Olive, it just sounds great to be adding more bike lanes, so that way there's a better access to go from the west, from one of the end west sides of Burbank all the way to all the way to Buena Vista.
I'm so sorry. Can we pause? I'm just having a hard time hearing with the side conversation. I'm
That's
very
cool.
sorry. Do you need to reset your time?
No,
or-
we're good. I'm just gonna keep saying how awesome the BRT is. You can keep the timer going. What?
Go for it.
We're good. Yeah. So, anyways, but I also just want to point out something very specific as into why it's important to go with the option of having designated bus lanes. As someone who has been riding the buses for quite some time, I do have to say that sometimes riding the bus in the greater Los Angeles area, sometimes the buses are not reliable. Sometimes they're delayed. And you know why that is? Because they're stuck in traffic. So if we do not have a designated bus lane, the BRT is going to pretty much fall us into like the rest of the bus lanes in the rest of the Los Angeles area, which is delayed, showing up later. But if we do have a designated bus lane, that will be less likely to happen, meaning there is more specific and more incentive to be riding the bus because, well, if it's determined that these buses are going to be showing up every 5 to 10 minutes, then you pretty much know that you're relying on something that is consistent. And that is something that for anyone who moves from point A to point B is constantly counting on, reliability and consistency. So yeah, that is one of the other reasons. The other thing that I do want to say is that, yeah, I mean, other than the addition that the BRT can be like a next step into continuing developing the Olive Bridge, I think that that's also just frankly going to make us, make the city of Burbank better, because that is also going to incentivize people to be either walk or go by bike from the west side to the east side of Burbank, because right now most people do not do that because the ways to get from the east to the west side over the 5 freeway is flat out dangerous. But with a better sense of transportation and with the BRT line, that provides a next step. And someone else said it here earlier, where it's saying, if we do not take a designated bus lane, you are selling the future short. And I think that that was an excellent way of putting it. So with the last 20 seconds, I just want to say thank you for your time, thank you for what you're doing, and yeah, like I'll just use the last 10 seconds to just tell you know how much I love riding a bike. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I do wanted to point out. For those of you who say that the people, that the Verdugo bike lanes do not get used enough, I don't know when you checked your windows, but a lot of us use that bike lane all the time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Hunter Gibson, followed by Nathan Adair, and then Matt Fabius.
Hey, I'm Hunter. I live on the border of Burbank's west boundaries, and I work in southern Burbank. You may already have reports on all the data and benefits, so I'm going to focus my comments on personal experience and maybe add another face to the kind of bus rider profile you have in your mind, since I keep hearing that no one rides the bus in Burbank. I'm speaking today in support of the NoHo to Pasadena Transit Corridor, especially the BRT features that it would provide to enhance Olive Avenue. Please go with option 2 on this item, or introduce an option 3 and change Burbank's stance to support dedicated bus lanes. I bike to work most days, and when it rains or when I don't feel like contending for road space with cars, I take the bus. I love taking buses around LA. I take the bus to get my groceries, to drop off dry cleaning, to make connections with Metro's B and G lines, or Metrolinx trains at one of our multiple Burbank stations. We're really lucky to have 3. I took the 94 bus to get here tonight. Not having to worry about aggressive drivers or looking for parking is an amazing feeling, and I wish it were easier to take transit everywhere in LA. Currently, my commute is about 4 miles by bike. It usually takes me anywhere from 17 to 25 minutes, depending on how many green lights I hit. By bus, my commute is usually 50 minutes. And that's if I can make my second bus connection on time. That's 50 minutes for a 4-mile trip. For me, the BRT would improve my commute by upgrading it to a 1-seat ride. That means I could shave off 20 minutes of waiting, additional walking, and the ride time of my second bus connection. This is huge since it would essentially cut my commute in half, and since part of that commute would be on Olive Avenue, I would be in full support of dedicated bus lanes on this route. I know I'm not alone in this, as I am never alone on the bus routes I usually take through this region. If buses were more efficient and convenient, more people would take them. This project is going to benefit so many people, including those that may not have the ability to attend in person tonight. And to the Olive Bridge discussion, I would be in full support of studies to better connect the BRT to the Metrolink station, as well as how to improve the pedestrian experience on this bridge in general. It's terrifying walking along that bridge. I don't know if anyone's tried it, especially after you leave the train station, trying to get to downtown Burbank. So please consider enhancements to protect pedestrians from the car traffic along this corridor. I hope you consider supporting the optimal street configuration and all other BRT features like traffic signal priority on Olive for this project. Introducing bus lanes will be a change, but that's the only constant in life. It's important that Burbank remains able to evolve, and I hope we can evolve for the better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Nathan Adair, followed by Matt Fabius, and then Andre Dionysian.
Hi. Let me start by evening the playing field. I would like to compliment everyone's neckwear except Councilman Constantine's. All right? You guys all look great. Look, when you build BRT, you build it for two reasons. You want frequency and reliability. So I want to tell you a personal story about how bad LA Metro buses are when it comes to frequency and reliability. Recently, my wife had an ultrasound appointment, and I wanted to be there for obvious reasons. But I didn't want to drive, because one of my pet peeves is when we both get in two separate cars and we drive down the freeway to the same destination. Essentially, we just create more traffic. So I decided to take the bus, researched which options were available, and the best option got me there 45 minutes early. So you can see how bad the frequency is. The bus schedule does not match up with the human schedule. But I decided to do it. So I went down to the station and I waited and waited and waited. The bus ultimately arrived 30 minutes late because it was stuck in traffic. When I got on the bus, it continued to be stuck in traffic. I arrived 45 minutes late. I was literally running through the door while the nurse squirted jelly on my wife's belly. So that's what mixed flow traffic solutions do. They make it so that we almost miss some of the most important moments in our life. A dedicated lane creates reliability and frequency. That frequency and reliability allows the bus to fit into people's daily lives, and then ridership goes up as a result. And then I have a much shorter second story. I took the bus here tonight. Picked me up 4 minutes late, dropped me off 6 minutes late. Our system doesn't work. So please ask for dedicated lanes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And love the shirt, Crater Lake. Great place to vacation. Highly recommended. And no, Mr. Spencer, I'm not paid to say that. That's from personal experience. All right, Mr. Fabius, followed by Andre Dionysian, and then Eddie Poland.
Hi, my name is Matt Fabius. I'm a resident of Burbank, and I bus, bike, and walk everywhere I need to go in and out of the city. I'm asking you to please support option number 2 for true bus rapid transit and to expedite the planning of a new Olive Bridge. Last month, I made public comment about the overwhelming evidence that good public transit infrastructure is necessary to reduce traffic and to avoid the worst effects of climate change. Today, I want to talk about my personal experience with transit. A few weeks ago, I was down by Victory and Maple looking to take the 164 to downtown Burbank. The bus was delayed over 30 minutes. Where was it? Stuck in car traffic. I had to get an Uber. That's a car trip that didn't need to happen and money I shouldn't have had to spend, all because we insist on giving priority to cars over everything else at all costs. Last week, I was trying to get from downtown Burbank to Coffee Commissary. The 155 wasn't scheduled to come for 50 minutes. It was faster to walk, and that's not an uncommon experience for me. I often find myself deciding to walk across the city rather than wait for a bus that I don't know if it's going to come because it's stuck in car traffic. I can say that most of the stops on this BRT line would be useful to me in my everyday life. I need a bus that can get me down Olive faster, more reliably, and with more frequency. I often go to Toluca Lake, North Hollywood, Glendale, Pasadena, and even Eagle Rock now and then, all of which would be much faster on this BRT line. The trip to Pasadena for me right now from downtown Burbank is an hour and a half. The car trip is 20 to 30 minutes. That's unacceptable. The opposition complains that too few people ride the bus, and though people do ride the bus, this is why more people don't. The solution is not to continue to starve public transit while dumping endless money into car infrastructure that makes traffic worse, tears communities apart, and feeds the cost of living crisis. BRT is exactly the kind of investment we need to make if we want transit to be better and more people to ride it. It's that simple. We can imagine better spaces for our community in Burbank. Our policies made Olive Ave into an unsafe, car-dependent nightmares. Our policies have made Olive Ave a road designed to get you through Burbank as quickly as possible, rather than a destination that brings the community together and brings in business. Bus rapid transit is a major first step in reversing that trend. If we make Olive safer, easier to access, and a more pleasant place to be, that's a real vision for Burbank. Please support option number 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Andre Dionysian, followed by Eddie Poland, and then I have Max Dager.
For the record, there are 2 council members with no neckwear. So, you know what? We need to be conscious of adequately representing. So I've got several points that I will try to make somewhat cohesively. But for the public, my name is Andre Dionysian. I am a member of the Burbank Transportation Commission. I grew up in Burbank. I am a resident of Burbank. And this BRT system will benefit me personally, will benefit my family, will benefit my friends, will benefit my community. Now, obviously I'm supporting option 2. I believe, Ms. Weaver made an excellent point, which is that don't believe anything that's not in writing. And I believe we should be empowering our council and our staff to go to the negotiating table with Metro and to get these commitments in writing to make sure that they're willing to work with us and that we get it in writing that they're going to work with us on the bridge project. Now, we have thousands of units of housing coming online, and a lot of them will not have adequate parking. We have a responsibility to those new neighbors to make sure they are able to adequately get around, shop, work, play, without adding to congestion, without putting an undue burden on them or parking in the area. Secondly, I'm just so disappointed to see where the Chamber of Commerce came down on this issue. I have great respect for the Chamber and its work promoting small businesses, and as an economics student, it is simply baffling to me that we are not celebrating the economic driving opportunity that this is. And I'm going to give you one specific example. You've heard a lot of big numbers from vague studies. I'll give you one specific example that everyone can Google. Eugene to Springfield, Oregon, something called the Emerald X or Emerald Express. This is a bus rapid transit system between 2 cities of comparable size between the city of Burbank and the city of Glendale, about those sizes, as they were back in 2007 when this was launched. Within 3 years from launch, for every $1 of public money that was put into that BRT system, $4 was matched by private development along that corridor. Now, I can go into depth about what it does for increasing the labor pool, making labor more accessible to employment centers. I can go at length about how it brings consumers in from high-income areas, such as North Hollywood. But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves if the city of Burbank is ready to start planning for our future. Well, I guess that's my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eddie Poland, followed by Max Degger, and then George Gable.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Eddie Poland. I'm a member of the Burbank Transportation Commission. And I wanted to start by saying that our commission had 2 separate meetings on the BRT. We heard extensive public comment. We met with David Kriske, as always, with our staff and really went through the plan. And what I'm proud about is that we ended up, after those 2 sessions, issuing a resolution to council, voting almost unanimously, 6 yes votes and 1 abstention, to support the BRT with dedicated lanes. So this is our community's commission appointed by council asked to look at this, and we did, and we came together to support it. So I want to ask you today to follow that recommendation and to support option number 2 on the plan, which is dedicated side running lanes down Olive Avenue. Now, what's also important is I think that the council, I'm glad we have our friends from Metro here, because Metro has to step up as well. For this to work for our city, it has to be a win-win. It can't be a pass-through location. We can't just be couple stops, 6 stops, quick stops in our city. It needs to be something that helps build our city. So what we need the council to do is we need to push Metro to step up. And there's several ways that Metro can step up. Now, number 1 is that we need to have data. We need to be tracking not just ridership data, but economic and traffic data on a yearly basis so that after 3 years we can look at this and say, is this working or is it not? Now, that my prediction and hope is that even after 1 year we're going to say, wow, this is working. But if it's a disaster, if the other side, if our well-funded opponents who are anti-BRT, if they're correct with their fear-mongering that there's a problem, guess what? It's just paint. And this council can come back and overnight take those lanes away. So the reality is we have some flexibility, but we need the data, and then we need Metro to step up and help us get that data. We also need to push them to step up to be partners with us to rebuild the Olive Avenue Bridge. Putting a station on the Olive Avenue Bridge will open up a new transit hub that will attract funding not just from Metro, but from the county, from the state, and from the federal government to create a new gateway situation here in Burbank. Because you look at Burbank, we don't really have a welcome to Burbank. There's a little thing in the airport, but most people coming to our city don't even realize they're entering. I'm imagining a new Burbank bridge that has adequate pedestrian access, adequate bicycle access, and a high-quality connection to the Metrolink. We need an escalator going down there. And with all due respect, I love that David Krisky says that our staff is pushing to start exploring this, but we need to think big. We can't just build a crappy bridge. We've had that experience. The Burbank Bridge was dumped on us, and it's terrible. We need a piece of art. Why can't we step up as Burbank? We don't want something fair here. We want something great. And I believe our partners at Metro, because it's going to help you guys. You guys need leadership. You need ridership. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Max Digger. Max here. He might have called in. I think he did. I'm going to set that one to the side. We have George Gable, followed by Harry Tamurian and Brittany Curran.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is George Gable, and I'm here to support option number 2. A lot of people have talked about the benefits of BRT, and they are very apparent. There's a lot of studies around the world to suggest that it is very pro-business and pro-people. So I want to talk about the alternative, which is just cars as a whole. So first off, the cost of cars has always been increasing and will always continue to, and along with that is insurance costs. So as far as people being able to get around, that means that they have to have a depreciating asset to functionally operate in the society, which I think is a travesty as far as being an American is concerned. As well, about 78% of microplastics come from tires, so the more car usage, even with EVs, means that more microplastics will enter our ecosystems and therefore enter our health. I'm also from Houston, Texas. If you're not familiar with the Katy Freeway, it's a 26-lane freeway, and it has not solved traffic at all in Houston, so I think it's funny to see people beat around the bush when it comes to the problem being the BRT, when the problem is the car. The increased land acquisition costs, or the land acquisition costs are always going to increase, so the sooner that we do this, the cheaper that it will be. If we keep pushing it down the bend, we will run into a problem with that. We have the opportunity to bring increased populations to Burbank from Glendale, Pasadena, and NoHo as far as a business opportunity, so we can have a lot more consumers in this region. It just seems like some businesses are afraid of that competition, but that's neither here nor there. As well, having one lanes, if you look at Philadelphia, a lot of their cities, or a lot of the parts of their town only has one lane, meaning that cars travel slower, which means it's safer for both pedestrians and cyclists. It was interesting to see a gentleman, or hear a gentleman talk about being a cyclist here in Burbank, and he was struck by a vehicle, but that vehicle wasn't a bus, it was a car, so it seems as though it was kind of silly for him to assert that that would be a problem in the future. And I just want to close with a statement that a lot of the car drivers have made tonight, which is that they don't want to be stuck in traffic anymore, and I think that's a silly assertion. You're not stuck in traffic, you are the traffic. But thank you so much, and I can see my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Harry Tamurian, followed by Brittany Curran, and then Judy Kim.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Harry Tamurian, and I represent the Burbank Association of Realtors. Obviously, former Mayor Brick completely forgot the hierarchy of things. I don't know why he's sucking up to you. Mr. Mayor, great tie. Thank you, sir. I'm here representing the Burbank Association of Realtors and 900 of its members, 75 to 80% of which live and work in Burbank. As representatives of the real estate community in Burbank, we are deeply troubled by the potential negative impacts this BRT plan could have on our city. Olive Avenue serves as a crucial and highly traveled corridor for residents, businesses, and visitors in Burbank. Removing lanes of traffic to prioritize buses would likely result in increased traffic congestion, longer commute times, and heightened frustration for commuters. Furthermore, and I think this is most problematic, this will lead to cars cutting and speeding through our neighborhoods in search of alternate routes, disrupting the peace and, more importantly, the safety of our residents and our residential areas. In addition to the traffic and congestion concerns, we're also worried about the environmental impact of this proposal. With more cars idling in traffic due to reduced lane capacity, there would inevitably be an increase in air pollution and emissions, which could have detrimental effects on public health and the environment. As stakeholders in the Burbank community, we believe it is essential to prioritize solutions that balance the need of public transportation with the overall well-being of our city. While we recognize the importance of improving public transit options, we urge the City Council to follow the direction given to staff of mixed flow and not compromise the accessibility, safety, and livability of our neighborhoods. As has been apparent, majority of the businesses and community members are unaware of all of this. And we just learned that the Transportation Committee has only had 2 meetings about this. We recommend a robust outreach program and community forums with the citizens of Burbank, if not for anything to counteract misinformation, such as the fact that the understanding was the Olive Street Bridge was going to be rebuilt and be paid for by Metro, which today we learned that's not the fact at all. So thank you for your consideration as perspective on this important matter. We definitely look forward to collaborating with you to find a solution and best serves the interest of our city and its citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. You don't have a tie, but good lapel pin. Sharp. All right, Brittany Curran, Judy Kim, Kevin McCarney. I just say that so y'all know I'm paying attention. I do look.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Brittany Curran, and I'm a 23-year resident, homeowner, and small business owner in Burbank. And I bought my house about 5 years ago, actually in that neighborhood right between Mariposa and, or sorry, that's the other street, Magnolia and Olive. So I'm kind of right in that area near the Disney school. I am in full favor of option 2. Real BRT with designated lanes on Olive Ave. And as a quick aside, I just wanted to address a comment from much earlier about the Metro ridership being down. That is incorrect. In 2022, there was a 12% increase of ridership. In 2023, there was a 11% increase in ridership. And I just had to mention that back to my original speech. So the BRT is equitable. It is a measurably safer and faster transit option for seniors, students, people with myriad disabilities, working parents, and anyone else who cares to use it. As an example, a 2017 University of Washington study shows that the implementation of BRT shows a 35% increase compared to traditional bus ridership.
Designated lanes also equal faster, more effective emergency response times. And this is not me adding my emotions in here. This is not based on emotion. This is all based on real studies. Data from Move Culver City, a bus and bicycle lane project from 2016 to 2022, measurably exhibited real revenue growth for businesses accessible by this transit. Sales tax receipts were plus 17% in the study area versus plus 12% downtown, plus 4% on Main Street, and 0% increase citywide. I understand that change is scary. I empathize with change is scary. Like me, as an individual, I am terrified of many things in my personal life and probably make a lot of ill-advised choices in my own personal life, and that's okay. What's not okay is allowing one's own individual fears, emotions, and unfounded assertions affect the lives of others, and affect the lives of a whole community and societally on a wider scale. And that's what the opposition is doing. And I strongly believe that it's actually unethical and it's socially irresponsible to use these hand-picked anecdotal evidence and emotionally driven guesswork in place of actual statistical studies. We have those studies. I just cited 2 of them. There's so many more. But feelings simply don't negate facts. If you don't want to take the bus, walk, or bike, just don't. No one is stopping you from driving. To the people, not you guys, you are the ones stopping other people from having safe, fast, accessible transit of their choice. And what really gets me is that all the people that only want to drive cars and are complaining about long car rides, do they not realize that less cars on the road equals less cars on the road? Like every time I ride my bike to Coffee Commissary or one of my other favorite places, that's another spot, and I'm only one person, and thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Judy Kim, Kevin McCarney, and then Scott Howard.
Hi, my name is Judy. I live and work in Burbank. I'm in full support of option 2, real BRT with designated lanes on Olive Avenue, and I'm not paid to be here. So in theory, Burbank is fairly well connected, and I really appreciate that. But the buses are not reliable enough. I have many bus stories, but a quick one is I used to take the 94 after work, and I often ended up waiting for an extremely delayed, unpredictable bus in the dark during winter alone at an unsheltered bus stop for over an hour because the bus came right at 6 when I walked out the door from work and I cannot teleport to the bus stop, so I would have to wait for the 6:31. But that one would vary up to 40 minutes, like give or take when it came, so it was pretty often that I would end up waiting an hour, and sometimes after waiting an hour, I would just give up and walk home, which takes 40 minutes. But if the bus came on time, that trip would have taken 7 minutes, including walking from the bus stop. So that is really frustrating. And I think if we invest a little more to make the existing system do what it's actually supposed to do, then it will benefit so many people immensely. Many people don't have much choice in whether they take the bus, but everyone can take the bus. The people who rely on the bus deserve a reasonably reliable system to support their everyday life. I mean, really, they deserve a clean, safe, comfortable transportation system, but at the very minimum, they need something that's usable. The people who are trying to use the bus more, like as a choice, deserve a better system because they're investing in something that is equitable, benefits our environment, which in turn benefits everyone, reduces the number of cars driving in streets and parked in parking lots, and just makes sense. Buses aren't appealing to some people right now because they find it disgusting or think it's for poorer people who they don't want in their city. I feel that some people don't think buses help people that are relevant to them or worth seriously considering. Buses aren't going to get better if we don't improve bus usability. Please don't resist bus improvements that will immensely improve people's lives just because it will inconvenience you and your current lifestyle. You can ride the bus, you're choosing not to. I can drive, I choose not to. I think it would be a really extreme take to say get rid of all public transportation in Burbank, period. But since the current bus system isn't really working, we need to improve it. Just leaving it the way that it is isn't really benefiting anyone, and the people who use buses are saying yes to BRT. Sometimes it almost feels like the opposition to BRT don't want public transportation to exist at all, which would be quite a selfish perspective. And I'm just not sure what the end goal they have in mind is, because I feel like the people against buses also hate cars and car traffic. Please try to understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Kevin McCarney, followed by Scott Howard, and then Denny Zane. 7 more folks, people. We're entering the bottom of the 9th. Hang in there.
All right, can we pass these up to the council members? What I'm handing you is,
That's fine.
I think so. Here, just in case. What I'm handing you is a list of all the businesses that are along Olive right now, that stretch between Buena Vista and Victory, I think, or Lake. But I just wanted you to have that in front of you, so when you take a look, when we're talking about small business, and I am talking about small business tonight, it's not us versus them. It's not transportation versus no transportation, public transportation. It's simply a matter of how do we get this where we can make it work here. Olive Avenue is the main street of Burbank. It's the main street. It's not just that little side street that people are doing to them. It's the main street. There's over 100 small businesses in that stretch. And we're talking about the BRT will save 10 minutes in its travel time to have that dedicated lane. But I just want you to think about small business for a minute. When a small business person opens a business, whether it's a hair salon, a dance studio, or the barber shop, the coffee house, the comic book store, they put up everything. They throw all their money, all their time, all their energy into opening that store. Nobody did it for them. Nobody gave them any money. They did it. They built that store. These are all businesses that were built by somebody who took a risk, somebody who gave up a job, who gave up a paycheck to create paychecks. Somebody who gave up the safety and security of a job just so they could follow their dream. Somebody who gave up a pension to follow their passion. And I know that hasn't been discussed tonight because everybody's talking about how fast we're going to go somewhere. But really, it comes down to do not throw these small businesses under the bus. Do not throw these small businesses under the bus. These are real people with real businesses that anybody here who hasn't walked down Olive before they spoke tonight, I think is not fully informed. Walk down Olive, look at these businesses, talk to them, and say, hey, how can we work this out? I think one of the simplest answers is technology. You've got technology. You could create an app that could show people how fast the bus is running, so they know how soon they have to get to their initial stop. So they can oh, it's going to take me an hour to get to Pasadena tonight. Great. Guess what? Saturday morning it's going to take you 20 minutes. When I go to LAX on Friday afternoon, because somebody told me that's where I have to pick them up, it takes me an hour and a half, 2 hours. On Saturday morning, it takes me 35 minutes. Traffic flows like that. The thing is that you can use technology to solve this part of the problem now while we figure this out. But to really not understand what this is going to do to those small businesses on Olive, to not care about it. That's the thing that I really feel so sad about. Nobody cares about the small businesses. They only care about moving forward and leave everybody else behind. So please don't those small businesses under
Thank
the
you
bus.
for your comment. Next, we have Scott Howard, followed by Denny Zane, and then Cray Hempel.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Scott Howard, longtime Burbank resident, also working in Burbank as well. And by chance, my family will work in property management. So a lot of our business is working to help the small guy, help the little guy get started and be able to have their place to run their business. We have a lot of these properties along Olive Avenue. And in looking at this BRT project, honestly, I would say if it has to go through, go with mixed flow, because I see just too many issues with taking away parking, not having the accessibility of parking along Olive Avenue to allow customers the opportunity to stop by the small business and help the business owners out by being their customers. I also, being a function of working in property management, I'm not one of those people that has the luxury of taking the bus everywhere I need to go because I get spread in so many different directions. I have to carry tools with me. I have to carry things with me that oftentimes are more than I can just throw in a backpack and get on a bus with or get on a bicycle with. It's just, it's a bit of a burden, but you know, sometimes I can't use the bus, so I'd have to use my own vehicle. I understand that other people's arguments have been, well, if I'm just a vehicle on the road, I'm part of the traffic problem. But if I can't use the bus because the bus doesn't go where I need it to go, my only other alternative is using a vehicle if I need to get there quickly. Getting outside of that, I feel that with this BRT project, right now we're in a stage where it is like a science experiment, and every science experiment needs a hypothesis. A hypothesis needs to be well defined in order to give the parameters of which to run the science experiment. Therefore, the way I see it, I'm pushing for option one and defining mixed flow into the BRT system, because if you leave it as no description, you're leaving it up to Metro to manipulate the decision if they don't agree with what the Burbank City Council has to say on their collaboration with mixed flow versus dedicated lane. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Denny Zane, followed by Cray Hempel, and then Rob Davis.
Mr. Mayor, council members, pleasure to be here. My name is Denny Zane. I'm founder of and policy director now at Move LA. Move LA began about 2006 when we convened a coalition to urge Metro to go to the voters and pass what became Measure R. And that passed successfully. And we stayed together longer to urge Metro to go to the ballot again and pass Measure M. And those resources, in each case, were passed by more than 2/3 of the voters in this county. I believe in your community as well. And voters then, in both those occasions, had really primarily one thing in mind: traffic congestion. Everybody was tired of traffic congestion. And no wonder. It's a real pain. The paradox of this discussion tonight is that Metro, just as it believes when it proposes a subway system or a light rail system, this BRT system is proposed to reduce traffic. That's the paradox. That's its purpose. That is the only reason why they would want to spend the public's dollars to build such a system here and elsewhere. Same as light rail, same as subway. So there's a disconnect, I think, in this discussion, because that fact is not being fully appreciated, nor is it being fully appreciated the degree to which it can succeed. You know, these regional systems are addressing regional problems, but they invariably must pass through individual communities. And individual communities, I think, have to appreciate that there's a regional challenge that they are facing, that they are part of, and they have to cooperate to solve. It may require some adjustments locally, but there's no question that the solution taken as a whole, taken regionally, will be successful if that cooperation occurs. So I think what's before you tonight is not simply the issue of mixed flow versus dedicated lane. It is really, the issue is what will work. And you need to make a decision not just about what people might falsely, either side, believe will work, but you must be convinced yourselves about what will work. Metro's proposed BRT system here is not a Burbank system. It's a North Hollywood system, a Burbank system, a Glendale system,
an Eagle Rock system, a Pasadena system, ultimately connecting to the whole of a larger system. It's not just Olive Avenue at stake. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have up Cray Hampel, Rob Davis, and then Liz Bax.
Thank you, council members. I'm happy to be here tonight. I live a block and a half from Olive Street. I drive, I bike, and I use transit. And just the other day, I went to Santa Monica on the Metrolink trains, and it was just fantastic not to get on the 405. I support the BRT project, and I support the dedicated lanes. And I also am very concerned about first and last mile design. I lived in Portland, Oregon for 13 years. They had a great transit system. They had great bicycling. They made a lot of dedicated moves. And I would just like to say that all cities that have exceptional transit systems have gone through this process, and there's been a lot of opposition to it. It's not just us that's feeling this. And I want to appreciate everyone that's here tonight, all the comments that are made. I also am very excited about the conversation around the Olive Bridge and replacing that. Our bridges are one of the biggest barriers to local transit by bicycle and pedestrian. They're frightening. And I'm sorry that the Burbank Bridge, with all the efforts that went into it, is just a nightmare for bicyclists. I like to say that Burbank is actually a huge hub for the region. We have an airport. We have future possibilities of the high-speed rail. Our rail station could be an enormous boost to this entire region, not just Burbank, but everyone. So I am also kind of baffled by the last century thinking of car dependency. We have 8 billion people on this planet, nearly 1.5 billion vehicles, and we just can't, drive our way out of this. We need to make some sacrifice, and we need to make some bold changes. So I really like the choices that we have tonight. I want to thank you all for considering this, and see if there's anything else. I'll finish with this one story. A woman who during COVID bought a bicycle to commute with her kids in town, and she loves this bicycle, and she said, I would get rid of a car if I could just get across the bridges in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Cray. And that Max Light Rail sure is something. All right, last three, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, bases loaded. Here we go, everyone. Rob Davis, Liz Bax, and last but not least, Betty Porto.
Thank you, Council, for letting me come up and speak. I want to let you know, though, I got a bunch of alphabet soup on my way in, and I picked the wrong card, but I'll go ahead and speak, and I'll try and keep it tied to the topic at hand. I do want to let you know I've lived in Burbank for over 30 years. I do live up Olive. I'm going to tie that into the rest of Olive, is driving down that. For my first time in 30 years, I ran a stop sign because of the way it's laid out right now. Every time I come down that street, I don't drive often, I work from home now. Every time I drive down that street right now, I'm constantly having to stop or swerve from people opening their doors. There's just no room to drive. We're going to extend that through the heart of the city here, and and let's not screw up bad planning. We already did bad planning with what happened here with the train station. There should have been walkways. There should have been other bridges, not an elevator going up to the top of Olive. Let's please not make another mistake like that where 30 years going up and down Olive. I've never once almost hit somebody on a bike. I've passed buses, so buses are frequently driving up down the street. The mixed route is the way to go. Trying to do what you've done up here through all of Burbank is not effective. It's highly unsafe, and the only way you're going to be able to make it safe is to kill off all the parking that is along Olive now. And like most Burbankians, I like to spend my money in Burbank. And I do that when I'm driving down Olive. I pull over, I see something I need. I pull over right there, run in, get it, jump in my car, and carry on. That is what helps sustain the small businesses here in Burbank. We're going to allow 1%
of the people who ride bikes to impose their will upon 99% of the population. 2% of the population ride buses. They're going to impose their will on 98% of the population. You have a lot of studio workers who live here in Burbank. They work at multiple locations. Those locations, their job sites are always shifting. This bus plan is not going to serve those people in any way, shape, or form. 42. The other thing I wanted to say was, I had more to say. But I have lived here. I have biked all over for many years. I used to ride my bike to Disney when I worked there. Never had any problems getting there. I don't see what's so unsafe about riding in Burbank. I used to ride all over Burbank. I don't as much anymore. Again, I work at home. But I think we really need to think of another route. We're already tied in down here to this system. There's a river back there that we could run a train across that can get to Glendale, Eagle Rock, North Hollywood, and Pasadena. So we should probably really think a little better and harder about where we're going to put this system. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you for your comment, and we'll make sure that your feedback about the restriping project, we'll incorporate that for that agenda item as well. Thank you. Liz Bax and Betty Porto.
Hi, I'm Liz Bax. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and especially at the end of this, listening to me. So we're talking about choices, which someone just mentioned, and one of the things is I won't have a choice if the traffic, because if this is not mixed flow, because most of this traffic, a lot of the traffic will be going down my street. So it will change my lifestyle and in my home environment and my neighborhood, which is already impacted during the times of heavy traffic with the schools coming and to and from, starting and ending. All the people talking to you tonight don't realize the city council may say they want mixed flow, yet you could still, you guys could all still approve this cooperative agreement, which is what this item is really about tonight. It's about approving this cooperative agreement. Also, even if it is mixed flow, realize that these bus drivers will have the ability to change traffic lights. I think it's called signal priority. They will push a button and have a green light when they need to get through. How is that going to affect our traffic? Let alone the fact that anyone smart enough will eventually figure out how to clone that system and do it themselves. If you can even read through all the documents regarding this, I read in one of them that Burbank will be reimbursing the LA Metro for some of what they are going to do. Why are we paying for this? I thought LA Metro had the money from Measure M. So now I'm paying for a project to destroy my neighborhood? Do not approve this current cooperative agreement with LA Metro. I don't totally, they don't, I'm worried about my time. Explain how this agreement does not explain how this is all going to happen. From what I'm trying to quickly comprehend, the LA Metro has not agreed to mixed flow on all of it, and mixed flow is not confirmed in this agreement. Therefore, they should not approve this agreement as it reads now, and not even with the red line staff put in the agreement. Honestly, there's not much redlining, which is concerning. If this had happened, it needs to be mixed flow. They need to confirm it in writing, not redline what's going to be in the agreement. This agreement is like a contract, I think. Once we enter into that contract, what's not to stop Metro from pushing through with a dedicated bus lane? You need to find a better way to educate the public that this is happening, because everything that's going on tonight sounds like they haven't been educated. Burbank residents, especially the residents of Providencia area and the media area, need a current survey study on how this will impact this area, a current study. But even that study will not be about the real problem. The problem will happen when all those aggravated drivers on Olive with one lane now are in my neighborhood on my street. All the traffic will make this thoroughfare just busy. Speed bumps are not the solution. Is the BRT for Burbank? I will not use this bus. I can't get to anywhere. It's 67 pages. Has anybody been able to get through these 67 pages? Do not approve this agreement.
Thank you for your comment. Our last speaker is Betty Porto.
By bringing me goodies.
Did you bring enough for the rest of us? It's okay. We're going to make this food truck thing happen.
She told me if you come, I'll bring you goodies.
Three of us are going to talk, okay? All
I
right.
know, Betty, I was looking for some portos tonight.
Oh, okay. On to
That
the
could be
agenda
bribing.
item.
That
I can
could
make
be
the jokes.
bribing.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
So thank you so much for listening to all of us, Mr. Mayor, council members. I mean, I don't want to be in your place. You see how divided your community is? And you can see there's a big age difference. I'm not really prepared. I'm not an expert on the things that you're talking about. Just being here and listening to this, you could see one is concerned about the future. We all are. The ones that are older are concerned more about their livelihood and taking things a little bit slower. Again, like every time I've been here 2 or 3 times, I can't enforce enough the education of the public. People are saying different stories. Who do you believe? So we need to really, put a hold on this and just get to the bottom of it. You guys have to be more informed about what's coming and whether it's worth it or not. I mean, with mixed, use, at least, you heard from all your business people and homeowners, they believe that would be the best choice for them. And, of course, I'm a business owner, so I'm always thinking about small businesses and the sacrifices that we all have to make every day. I mean, all we do is go to work and wait for government agencies to throw things our way, and then we have to dodge a bullet and come up with a new solution for whatever problem is being thrown at us. So just slow down, educate the public, let the people, it should be the people's choice. Whoever the majority is should be the one that's going to be the winning side. I mean, I was riding the bus when I came from Cuba, of course. And back in the days when I was growing up, having a car was a sign of independence. You wanted to go places, You didn't want to take the bus because even back then, there was the same issues. They were slow, they were late, we were late to class. I mean, this is nothing new. It's always been like that, and that's the reputation that they have, and they have to work on that, so people really believe in them so they can then be on board for what you're proposing. Again, the future is the youth, but you also have to listen to, the people that are going to work every day, and, they want answers. And obviously, we don't have the answers tonight, and we should really concentrate on getting those answers so we can all make a very informative decision, and you guys could rest in peace and say, we're gonna approve this. How is it hurting our business community? You need to make sure that you're 100% sure that it's not gonna have more people closing down their doors after the pandemic. So please, hold your horses, relax, look at the facts. They're coming from all over directions, and I don't think you guys can make a decision tonight about everything because it's too much.
Thank you for your comment,
Thank
Betty.
you.
All right. Well, that completes public comment. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. First of all, let me just say, and colleagues, I hope you'll join me in this. On behalf of the council, want you all to join us in a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you for making it go so smoothly. David, you can clap too. It's all right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. Get up, use the bathroom, do what you need to do. We're going to come back. We're going to start with staff response to any public comment, and we'll go into questioning. So we're in recess for 5 minutes. Colleagues, remember not to discuss the matter amongst yourselves. All right, welcome back, everybody. And I'll give you all a second to take your seats. Shh. Thank you, everyone. We have a quorum in the room as Councilmember Anthony expeditiously makes his way to the dais. So let's begin. I believe, Councilmember Takahashi, did you have a motion? Was I mistaken? Oh, Vice Mayor, sorry.
I move to extend the meeting past 11 p.m.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll
Thank
second.
you. That is some proactive thinking here in the city of Burbank. Anyway, any other discussion? No discussion. Go to. We're just going to do vote by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. I hear.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any nays? No. Record will reflect 5-0 vote to extend the meeting as necessary past 11 p.m. So first, Mr. Kriske, you've heard ample public comment. Does staff have any brief response to public comment?
Mr. Mayor, yes. No direct response to a lot of the comments. We're really just talking about the options that are before us tonight in terms of how we can proceed and also some options about how the project may be implemented. I will just point out that a lot of the public commenters that appear to express support for dedicated lanes, we're talking about supporting option 2. They were, I believe, referring to the option 2 from 2022, where we were proposing to the council whether to do mixed flow and then evaluate, or to do bus lanes and then evaluate. And I think that's what those comments were reflecting. Versus tonight, we have 2 recommendations, which is option 1 to approve the agreement, and then recommendation 2 is input on how we want to approach the project description. So I just wanted to clarify that so that we're not confused. There's lots of options in A's and B's and 1s and 2s. The only other minor thing, there was a commenter raised a question about ridership and talking about 34,000 rides. He had mentioned that being yearly ridership. That's daily ridership. So just wanted to clarify, Metro's expecting in the out years of this project to be 34 to 40,000 rides a year, depending upon the out year.
Per day.
Per day.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Kriske. Okay. We're going to go to questions and comments first from the council. Thank you all so much for waiting. We have patiently and attentively listened to all of you, so now we're going to go through our process. So who would like to start us off? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start because I've been working on this for 7 years. There was a comment made that from one of our transportation commissioners that they had 2 meetings on the BRT. I would like to correct that that transportation commissioner had 2 meetings while he was on Transportation Commission. I guarantee you there have been many, many meetings at the Transportation Commission and at the Burbank City Council about the BRT. There has not only been 2 meetings, there have been many. I would like to say almost a dozen combined between transportation and the City Council. So there has been a lot of discussion, and this project has changed quite a bit. So my question to Mr. Kriske, am I correct in that evaluation? I know you have been the liaison for the Transportation Commission for many years. It's not just 2 meetings.
Good evening, Mr. Councilmember Anthony. So the 2 meetings that were referenced by the one commissioner referenced the 2 immediate meetings we discussed about the current status of the project. We had 2 meetings, one in December and one in January or February to discuss. It started as an update on the BRT project and a discussion about how we'll be moving to the next phases with Metro and what that meant. And the commission took the opportunity after receiving that update to discuss their position on the project. They had taken a position prior in 2020 or 2020 would have been as part of the Metro environmental process. The commission also weighed in and heard reports about the project, discussed the options and the various configurations, and did take a position which they actually affirmed in January. So they, back when we were discussing option 1 and 2 with the final environmental impact report, the commission took the position to actually implement dedicated bus lanes as part of the project as opposed to mixed flow. And they kind of reaffirmed that in the most recent 2 meetings that they had at the end of last year and the first part of this year.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question to you is, yes, there's been a lot of discussion about option 1 and option 2. I want to point out slide number 10 on your presentation. It says option 1, include explicit project description with mixed flow. I don't know if we can pull that up, just so people at home can see it. We saw it earlier during the description, or during the staff presentation.
While staff's doing that, I just want to clarify, as usual, let's just go through questions first, give everyone a chance to ask their questions, and then we'll go into discussion and deliberation.
I guess I don't need the slide. I can read you what's on. So option, there you go. Okay. So, yeah, slide 10. So slide 10 has option 1, include explicit project description with mixed flow. And then option 2, the next slide 11, if you want to click to the next slide. Option 2 is remove the project description completely from our redlined version of what we want the agreement to be. So, and I know a number of folks came up and who were supportive of a dedicated lane asking for option 2, but in reality, I think you mentioned it during the presentation, if we, as the council, wanted to support a dedicated lane, that would be a third option that's not listed here. We would have to create that option.
It would, or I believe option 2 would allow that as well. Metro's contention is option 2 doesn't put the specifics of the configuration of the project in the agreement. It just talks about the project generally and how we will relate and interact to develop the project.
Mm-hmm.
Not including the project description means that we're not stuck to a specific description about the project description and continue to work on details about the project into the final design process.
But option 2 also holds firm the letter from 2 years ago where we as a council voted to support mixed flow. So option 2 basically gives us the most wiggle room for any of the possibilities coming from Metro.
Yes, option 2 as presented here is still staying with your current position of mixed flow, but being silent on explicitly putting it in the agreement. What you're talking about, if you wanted to change a position, it would be like option 2, but instead you're removing the project description for the purposes of changing your policy and then directing us to work with Metro on that new policy.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then the rest of my questions are for Metro staff. Should you go around and...
Is there a representative or representatives from Metro staff who'd be willing to field questions from the council? If so, please come up and introduce yourself.
Yes, hi. Tito Corona, Metro Community Relations Manager for the project. I've been on this project since 2018. We have staff also available here with planning and program management or project delivery that can answer questions regarding what was discussed during the environmental phase, or also what's been discussed with David Kriske in the cooperative agreement and as we continue to work collectively. So we're here to address your questions.
Thank you for being here. What I'll ask of each of you is if anyone other than yourself, sir, comes up to answer a question, just introduce yourself, name and position with Metro would be helpful. Go ahead, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So you started in 2018. So I've been on this project longer than you have. This project was originally proposed to the city of Burbank as running curbside along Olive. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was the original option on Olive.
What was the change? Was it our advocacy? Because I remember having a robust discussion with a lot of our residents saying, no, don't get rid of the parking. And so our option to come to you was the lane of traffic. Was that integral in that change, or was that separate? Do you know how the specifics of that?
Yes, that was the reason, and I'll call Scott Hartwell, the project manager in planning, to provide more details as to how the project has come to be and how our communication with the city and coordination has shaped the direction of the project, because there were also some additional discussions that took place that shaped where we are now.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us here. My name is Scott Hartwell. I work in countywide planning. Our group oversaw the completion of the planning and environmental study for the BRT. So just to provide just a brief history on the lane configuration on Olive, it is true that, yes, we did originally propose curb running BRT along the stretch of Olive between Buena Vista and Lake. That was presented in the draft EIR, but based on comments we received both from the city and from the public, we took another look at that. There was a lot of concern, particularly about the loss of parking, which that option at that time would have entailed. So we took another look and introduced a second option, and that was a side-running BRT in this stretch that would repurpose the outside travel lane in each direction into a dedicated bus lane and would preserve all the parking between Buena Vista and Lake. We then embarked on a community outreach effort. We did a lot of door-to-door walking, talking to businesses, and then held a community meeting where we presented both options as well as a lot of the data related to potential traffic effects and the other pros and cons associated with each option. And based on the feedback we received, we updated the plan to incorporate the side-running bus lanes into the final EIR, which is what the board ultimately adopted.
Yeah, I remember those meetings. I think one was at the library. Signal prioritization. One of the last speakers who came up mentioned that. The original proposal on this BRT was to have a bunch of signal prioritization along the entire route. What is the status of that? Are we getting that in Burbank? Is any of the other cities getting this? What's going on with signal prioritization?
Yeah, so signal priority is a crucial component of BRT. The basic concept is where the buses, as they approach the intersection, there's a signal that, or a wireless feed that basically changes the phase of the signal in the sense that it allows buses to catch longer green lights if they're approaching, or it reduces the red lights if they're waiting for a light to turn. And yes, that is a component we intend to have along the entire stretch of the corridor in each of the jurisdictions. We've held multiple meetings with technical staff of those jurisdictions to start advancing that component of the project. And we are working on that component currently while we're advancing design of the rest of the BRT.
But we don't have that fully in the project currently. In the design, it's still being worked on.
It's being worked on as a component of the BRT.
Okay. And one of the original concepts on this was to have a stop, not on Lake, but actually on the Olive Street Bridge. That was a very early design concept. What happened there? Why are we not getting that? What's going on with that situation? Because we've had multiple conversations. So where is Metro on the Olive Street Bridge?
Sure. So again, in the draft EIR, we did originally propose a station at the top of the bridge. The feedback we got from the city at that time was that in order to incorporate the required infrastructure necessary to make that a station at the top of the bridge, there was a number of modifications that would be required in order to have a station at the top of the bridge. The main one being a signalized crosswalk to get pedestrians across from the westbound or the eastbound stop to the north where the elevator is. That the city informed us that given the age and the design of the bridge, that there was some serious questions as to whether that would be feasible to implement. And so along with some of the other concerns that they had related to a stop at the top of the bridge, we made the decision to shift it just west off the bridge at Lake.
Is there any discussion happening at Metro to help fund the changes necessary, the issues that we've presented? So the city has talked to you about why we can't do this and why we need an elevator on both sides and all that. Is there any discussion happening with funding?
There is some discussion happening. I think there's some different options that we're going to be looking at collaboratively with the city. One of them would be working with the city to potentially identify funding, grant opportunities to eventually fund potentially a bridge replacement. That's one option potentially, if the funding obstacles can be addressed. Another option as we progress through design, is to have some engineers take a closer look at the design of the bridge itself and figure out if there is a solution to retrofit the existing bridge to enable a stop at the top of the station. So those are conversations we intend to have going forward over the next several months.
I also wanted to add that as part of the environmental certification, when the Metro Board adopted this April 2022, they gave specific instruction and direction to continue to coordinate with our city partners throughout the whole alignment of the project. And that includes working with staff to identify any means and helping with securing any potential funds for the bridge. We stated earlier, I think it was stated at the bridge rebuild or any of that is not part of this project budget. We have a very specific and finite budget, but Metro works with all our city partners to help identify funds. We have a great team that is dedicated to working and looking at funding opportunities and help our partners throughout the LA County. So this is something definitely that we are available to help with. So that's definitely something that we are looking forward to working with together as partners. Sorry, it's.
That's okay. Last question. Well, last two questions. Combo question. Any of these changes, any of these proposals, any of these issues that I brought up, if Metro staff and our city staff were to agree on any of these proposals, you would still need a vote of support on any of these changes by Metro Board. Is that correct? Also to fund them as well.
Well, the project has already been certified.
I'm saying that the changes in the agreement.
Oh, and the cooperative agreement you're talking about?
And any final decisions on what the final project.
I'll defer to Anthony, who's been working cooperatively with, I'm going to use the word cooperative agreement frequently, this is what we're talking about, but he's been working with David in essentially outlining this cooperative agreement and as we've been progressing forward to finalizing this. So Anthony, you want to provide the information?
Sure. Anthony DeFrenz, I'm a director in Metro's program management group, so I'll be the project manager for the BRT project as it goes through its final design and construction ultimately. I'm pleased to be here and appreciate all the comments from the city. It was interesting to hear. As David mentioned, right, the cooperative agreement really represents the framework by which we'll coordinate with the city to work through final design and then ultimately get the necessary permits to build. To the extent that any of the final design development goes outside the FEI approved and the Metro Board approved project.
The current version.
Yep. That would require an amendment to the EIR, which would likely require board action, depending on its magnitude. But to the extent that the final design refinements are still within the general project description as approved by the board, then no board action would be required. It would be handled at the kind of staff permit level.
In your opinion, as a staff member, the stuff I was talking about here, signal prioritization, changing whether it's which lane is used or dedicated, funding for the bridge changes, that would be outside the current scope of the agreement.
With the exception of transit signal priority, because that is incorporated into the general project description.
Okay, and then the second part to that last question, are there any current elected or appointed Metro Board members here in this room tonight? Okay, I'll get to that later. All right, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Mullins? I'm asking. I'm not. It's not a volunteer.
You're not
Just
putting
asking.
me on the spot, are you? No. That's fine. I do have some questions of staff and then also from Metro. So we've heard lots of comments tonight and on both sides, and there's some, I think, misinformation, and I think it's our job to clarify and ask these questions to be 100% clear. I want to make sure that everyone hears, because we've seen it in emails, we've heard it tonight, that go ahead and have a dedicated lane for council to decide to do that so we can build a bridge, so we can have the Olive Bridge to be paid for by Metro. And I just heard from you saying we'll help you to perhaps secure some funds, but helping us is not the same as, yes, we will provide funding for that bridge. I want to put this to rest because I saw so many emails, read them, responded, and tonight I heard it again. They're two separate projects. The bridge has nothing to do with the BRT dedicated lane. Can someone confirm that for me, please?
Hi, Councilmember Tito Corona again. Yes, that is correct. These are two separate options or items. The bridge is independent of the project. Again, I stated earlier, the project has a finite budget that has identified basically to build the project as it is. The bridge is a separate item, but again, we are open to working with the city on identifying funding opportunities to help find anything that could provide that type of resource to seek what the city is looking for to rebuild the Olive Avenue Bridge.
Mr. Mayor,
please.
If I could provide a little bit more clarity.
Please.
There is a BRT project for which maps have been shown to the public with different segments that have different flow aspects to them. There is currently no project to replace or expand the bridge as a project is known in CEQA and construction terms. It is a concept, but neither the city nor Metro have a project currently articulated to replace or expand the bridge. I think that's correct.
And if I can further clarify, it sounds like we have indication from staff that from our staff that it's something we're willing to look at. We're getting indication from Metro that there may or may not be a willingness to partner on that, but as it sits here right now, there's nothing set in stone. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Back to you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I do want to have one more question, if possible. I don't know if staff can answer it, or perhaps you can shed some lights on it for us. We also heard and read some emails in regards to Pasadena not approving or having a mixed flow lanes that dedicated lanes. They only have mixed flow lanes. And the city of Pasadena, according to some of the emails I read, protected the residents from having dedicated lane, and we should do the same thing for our residents. I am curious, and I know Eagle Rock, I know they've been going through some meetings and issues. This goes back to 2022 as well, in refusing to have a dedicated lane. I also want to set the records clear to understand from you, how did Pasadena manage to do that when Metro proposed to have a dedicated lane in Eagle Rock and Pasadena and Glendale as well? So how did that happen? If you have that history and information, I would really appreciate hearing it.
I'll defer to Scott on that, as it was, this was part of the development or planning process as to how the alignment came to be from North Hollywood to Pasadena.
Thank you.
So in Pasadena, very early in the project planning process, as we were just getting ready to initiate the environmental, the city came out strongly opposing dedicated bus lanes for the last or the furthest east section of the project, basically from where the L line, the Gold Line, light rail, Metro line stops in Old Pasadena, and then our project at that time had proposed, and ultimately will, go down Colorado Boulevard and terminate at PCC. And the city did speak with some of our board members, and the decision was made at the time that we would not pursue dedicated bus lanes on that furthest eastern section. Now, the Measure M language was such that if you look at the original description or the title of the project, it's the BRT connector to the red to gold line. And so this one section we're talking about is east of the Gold Line. So it was considered sort of like, I don't want to say like a bonus section of the project, but I mean, it's a very important section that connects to PCC. But because it was outside the literal project title as defined by Measure M, Metro was in agreement that we would forego looking at dedicated bus lanes for that portion of the project.
Thank you. And what is, if you can shed some light also on Eagle Rock to see where they're at right now in the decision?
Yeah, so the Eagle Rock Council District 14, Kevin De Leon did come out. He did come to our board meeting when our project was, or when our EIR was certified in April 2022, and he did speak in support of the project and dedicated bus lanes along all of it. He had a number of concerns he still wanted us to work with his constituents on to address the remaining issues for that section of the project, but he did ultimately come out and support the bus lanes.
Okay, thank you. So you didn't mention the EIR that was conducted in 2022. And I was wondering, I know we've heard from some speakers today, along with some emails we received in regards to the housing issues, that all the new laws that have taken place in regards to the requirement of transit next to housing, and these, I think, have been passed after your original EIR that was conducted in 2022. And I'm wondering if Metro have thought about or looked at a supplemental EIR report to see now the impact with the new housing requirement that have been passed by the state. How is that going to affect our neighborhoods? Because we have, all the SBs, I can go ahead and mention all of them to you, but basically if you're close to transit, you're not required to have parking. And so I wonder if you have thought about conducting a supplemental EIR to see the impact.
Please, Mr. Mayor. If I could, I'd like to ask Mr. Kriske, because staff has already done analysis of AB 2097 and 2011, and we looked at our high-quality transit stops. And so I'd prefer that Mr. Kriske answer the question whether the BRT changes basically the half-mile radii, which we use to measure whether properties are affected by those legislative bills. Whether this project has any effect on our own analysis of that.
So AB 2097 is a law that requires us to relax our parking standards around transit, and transit's defined in various ways. Bus rapid transit is one of the transit lines that is subject to the relaxed standards. And so BRT would add or have areas in it and around it where AB 2097 could be available for people to relax their parking standards. The interesting thing about AB 2097 is it's not only projects that are in place, but it's projects that are pending that are in the regional transportation plan. And so the BRT, we're actually required to consider relaxing those standards if someone asks, because those standards are around a high-quality transit line that's in the regional transportation plan. So it's not built yet, but it's in the regional transportation plan, and it's been in this project has been in the regional transportation plan for many years. And so the BRT being built being approved didn't change that situation because it's in the regional transportation plan already. Also, parking is not an impact under CEQA. So even if we were to think that there's more impacts because of this relaxed parking standard, just like we can't measure congestion anymore, we can't measure parking as an impact.
Thank you. If I may continue.
Please.
I also heard that the delays for the bus, on both sides, I heard somewhere from 10 minutes delay, 90 seconds, 6 minutes, 8 minutes. and I would like if you can clarify for us, if we go with the mixed flow, what kind of delay are we looking at versus the dedicated lane? Delay meaning in the running the bus from one point to another, and specifically on Olive.
So I'll try to answer that based on information we got as part of the EIR process, and then certainly if Metro wants to add to that, or if I'm speaking out of turn, they can certainly add to that. But one element, this did come up with our council and also at the community meetings, kind of between the draft and final EIR. Metro did do some analysis of that running time, of what that would mean on Olive Avenue to have a dedicated bus lane versus mixed flow. They didn't look specifically at mixed flow BRT, but they did give some information about, because local buses can use the bus lane, they did give some information about what would the bus lane versus mixed flow do to local buses. So we can kind of infer a little bit about the travel time savings. And again, I say that because if Metro has some specific information, we should hear from them. But it was about a minute in the PM peak hour savings on that stretch for buses in the new dedicated lane if we were to build it versus in mixed flow. I believe in the AM it was maybe a half a minute. So there was a savings, and then I have heard the 90 seconds as well. So for local buses in that lane, that was the kind of the travel time advantage on that small stretch. There could be a little bit more savings because BRT is stopping less and is faster anyways, and so there could be a little bit more savings. But that was the information they had Metro provided as part of the community meetings to address Burbank concerns that we had between the draft and the final EIR.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add a little bit of that, so a little bit to that. So there's several elements to BRT. Of course, dedicated bus lanes is one of the big ones, probably the biggest one we're talking about here tonight. There's also transit signal priority. There's limited stops. There's all-door boarding, so passengers can board either the front or the back door of the bus. When you add all these elements together, you get a more significant travel time savings that just for a small stretch of Olive might be 2 to 3 minutes. But if you're asking about reliability, like on-time performance of the bus, we don't necessarily have exact metrics of how the dedicated bus lanes would help that compared to local service. However, the dedicated bus lanes and maybe their single greatest benefit is the reliability. And that's what our riders tell us is the most important thing, is knowing that when the bus shows up or when it's supposed to show up, it will. And the dedicated bus lanes have the advantage of separating traffic out from the lanes so that they're no longer subject to the swings and delay that you get depending on the level of traffic congestion, not only that day, but then over time as traffic progressively gets worse with growth and so on, those lanes still maintain their performance and their reliability because they're separated from the cars.
So the follow-up question to that, can we have, or with Metro, can still have the queue jumps, and I'm assuming this is where people just go, you said from both sides in the front and back and go in and out, or does that mean something else?
Are you referring to all-door boarding?
I'm referring to slide number 4, where it talks about what is a BRT. So a BRT is street improvement to increase speed, dedicated lanes, queue jumps, signal priority, and we'll use electric vehicles. So to expedite the time that you had just mentioned right now, can we still have signal priority and queue jumps with assuming it's going to be in the agreement? Can we include that with a mixed flow, or does it have to be a dedicated lane along with everything else?
So the queue jumps is a little bit more nuanced. Those are going to be pretty limited locations where we could have queue jumps. The transit signal priority.
There may be a question as to what a queue jump is.
Yeah, so
because there's a movie like Loopers or something where they're jumping like parallel universe.
Well, I didn't see that coming. Okay.
People may be confused. I think it has to do with buses bypassing traffic. But there may be a question about whether it's boarding, so let's hear it from Metro.
You mean queue as in a line, Q-U-E-U-E.
Yeah. Right, so you see them at an intersection. It's something that you modify a traffic signal to allow, and it basically allows a bus to jump ahead of traffic when the light turns green. Now, again, if it has its own dedicated bus lane and it's the same configuration through the intersection, a queue jump isn't really necessary. But there could be an instance where the bus lane configuration changes and maybe it's necessary to get ahead of traffic through that intersection. So that's a queue jump. Transit signal priority, which I discussed a little bit already, that allows for buses to more efficiently move through the intersections. Yes, that's an element that could and has been implemented across parts of the metro system before, independent of the bus lanes.
Okay, so that would still allow to shorten the time, not to expand time because they're having to wait in traffic with the mixed flow.
There would be a benefit there, yes, in and of itself. However, when all the BRT elements are combined together is when you get the most benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Before you go on, Councilmember, Metro staff, it sounds like we have quite a few questions for you. If you'd like, there's a pair of seats with some microphones right there in front of you. Rather than having to stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down, you're welcome to sit there, and there you go. All right, go on, Councilmember.
Thank you. One of the speakers talked about bike lane. Can they use, or maybe this is for staff, if there is no bus on that dedicated lane, can the bikers actually use that lane?
Yes, it is my understanding, whether it's state law or whether it's signed, we have the ability to offer bikes to use the bus lane with and amongst the buses, yes.
And can they use it if it's either mixed flow or dedicated lane? Well, if it's mixed flow, it's going with the traffic, so they can use it, obviously. Okay, thank you. And the advertisements, somebody also has talked about the, I guess it's, I don't know what kind of advertisements. Is it going to be billboards or something really big? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I believe the comment was referring to one element of our stations. Is this not on? Press the button. Push. There you go. All right. There we go. So I believe the component of the project that the speaker was referring to was the next bus displays that we intend to have at our stations. It's a real-time display that basically tells passengers when the next bus is going to arrive. So that is an element we intend to have at the station. Now, what that looks like exactly is still to be determined. We're still too early to know exactly what the dimensions would be, how it would be placed on the stations, and whether or not it would incorporate advertising. That is a discussion that we have had internally. That's going to be a little bit complicated and could depend jurisdiction by jurisdiction for a number of different reasons. Yeah, we do intend to do a next bus type display.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to supplement that by letting Metro know that in this jurisdiction, we have a prohibition on off-site advertising, which means that even if you could advertise in a digital display, and we have limitations on that, it would have to be for the business on site, which basically, in my current interpretation, doesn't allow advertisements on lighted boards. But like with gas stations that have a requirement to post prices available to the public, we allowed those to become digital. Certainly a bus arrival time display would be helpful to the public, but our concerns are safety concerns, distracting traffic, light and glare to neighborhoods, residentially adjacent, et cetera. So that's something we would have to work with them on.
You're on your A game tonight.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure, and then back to Councilmember Mullins.
Yeah. If there was a display for the next bus, would it be best displayed towards the street where the cars are or towards the sidewalk where the people are?
Yeah, I mean, it would intended to be most visible for the passengers waiting for the bus at the station.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, you're done. Good for now? Okay. Vice Mayor, did you indicate you had some questions?
Yeah, I had a couple of follow-ups to some of what Councilman Mullins said. You had a couple of my questions, so thank you. But really quick, while we're on the subject, for the bus stops, and we talked about the LED lights. I have heard of other systems and other projects, maybe, forgive me, I don't know within LA County, but when there are these LED displays, some of them can be monitored by the time of day as to not create a burden to residential areas, et cetera. So is that a possibility that you're looking at, changing the brightness depending on the time of day, et cetera?
Yeah, it's not exactly my area of expertise. I don't know if our friends at Program Management have anything they want to add. Okay.
As Scott mentioned, obviously, we're still only at about the 25% design level, so a lot of these decisions are yet to come. But using existing next bus arrival displays as an example or as a guide, they're much smaller. They're not the large kind of advertising screen sizes, and we've also discussed having next bus arrival information on kind of e-paper or like effectively Kindle type displays that are, you know, obviously commercially rated and good for outdoors. So the bus stations themselves will have LED lighting for passenger safety and comfort, but the large digital displays that I think we're kind of discussing are likely not a required component of the stations.
Thank you. Let's see. To follow up on a question about the queue jumps, and talking about the queue jumps this time, I heard you mention when you were talking your explanation that you weren't looking at putting them everywhere. In a scenario where we had mixed flow, would you change your position there? Would you look at the queue jumps to be in places? What does it look like in Pasadena? Do they have that?
Sure. So Anthony DeFrenza, again, I'm a director in program management. The queue jumps are really applicable at intersections where the bus needs to go from a right-hand lane into a left turn lane, or where it needs to get ahead of traffic to get out of a dedicated lane into a mixed flow lane. So they're devices used at very specific intersection conditions to allow the bus to make a quick transition. So there is one contemplated in Burbank where it exits by the first station, Riverside and
Hollywood Way.
Yeah, Riverside, Olive, and Hollywood Way, that kind of triangle right there. There's a discussion where the bus needs to basically turn left in front of traffic, so that would be a queue jump scenario, but all of that would be coordinated in great detail with city staff to make sure it complied with city requirements and traffic codes and laws.
Okay, great. Thank you. One other thing that's been sitting on my mind, and we alluded to this a little earlier. Pasadena has a certain chunk that is mixed flow. What is the percentage, if you know, for the other cities on this project? What is their percentage of mixed flow versus dedicated bus lane within their jurisdictions?
So I don't have a breakdown by jurisdiction, but I can tell you that overall among the street running portions of the BRT, because we do have a couple of sections that run along the freeway, nearly 80% of the street running sections are dedicated bus lanes.
Great, thank you. And then I know Mr. Krisky shared a little bit about the commute times. I'm also very interested in that because we heard a lot of different numbers here. I mean, I took some notes. We heard some folks said it would take 3 times longer. Some folks said it would save 10 minutes, and somebody said it would cut their commute in half. What are we really looking at it? And I have to be frank, it makes me uncomfortable that the answer is we're not sure. Do we have any other examples anywhere else where we have seen a BRT and what that actually does to the commute times for folks?
So there are some before and after studies out there. I do not have any of that data available. I can just tell you what we project with the BRT as far as an overall percentage travel time savings compared to taking existing bus service. And generally speaking, along the corridor, we're expecting a roughly 30 to 40% travel time savings compared to existing buses, local buses.
Great, thank you. And then My last question, I'm saving this for the end because it's a little bit of a long-winded answer, so apologies. A lot of our residents came up and expressed, what about alternative routes? What about other places? What about elsewhere? Can you just give a brief summary of what that process looked like and why we settled on Olive, just for the folks who have been following this for less time than some of the rest of us in the room?
Sure. So, yeah, we did an initial technical study that predated the planning and environmental study. That looked at several different options throughout Burbank. It looked at freeway routes, it looked at several arterials, and we started with that and then took that to the community in 2018 as part of our alternatives analysis. We had routes like Chandler, Magnolia, Alameda, just to name the big ones. And so we did community meetings, we presented all of those, we got feedback, we met with the city council, and ultimately settled on Olive and Glen Oaks, primarily because of the major connections that route would make. Also because the city was very upfront with us about a couple of the options that they preferred we stay away from, namely Chandler and Magnolia.
I think Chandler almost caused a riot when it was brought up.
And Chandler is your right of way, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. It's a very nice bikeway.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, Metro also has certain areas that are right of ways in the city of Burbank, along with other areas along the county. Let's see. My last question, I think this is more for staff. A couple folks brought up the question of what about our emergency service response. Can we talk a little bit to this? And I know even one person had clearly been following the issue for the last few meetings and mentioned, I know that emergency services can go in the bus lane, but what happens when they need to go back in the traffic? I'm sure we've taken a look at this. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yes, as part of the EIR comment period, our public service comments were actually more centered around the police side and the law enforcement and the ability to enforce on the bus lanes. As far as fire access and fire emergency, we didn't have any specific comments, if I recall, because the fact that the roadway isn't necessarily narrowing. It's just that the reallocation is different. And so, yes, as was pointed out, fire can use they're going to go where they're going to need to go. They can use the bus lane. They can use the center turn lane. People can move to the side. It's not physically blocked. A lot of times with fire, it's really if there's physical impediments that restrict the right-of-way, that's when they're nervous. In this case, all the options are striping, and so you still have that access to get where you need to go because there's no physical impediments.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate it because I know folks maybe are picturing something a little different, so it's important to know that there are none of those physical impediments. Those are all my questions.
We have the chief.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Chief Alvarez. Come on up. Give us your thoughts.
A lot of you thought he left. He's been here the whole time.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council. Danny Alvarez, Fire Chief. With regards to your question to emergency response, I know there were some comments about this reducing emergency response times. That's a really, really hard question to answer because there's so many variables. My understanding is that, for example, these bus lanes that would be on the right-hand side as opposed to the center. So we actually, even though we're allowed to travel when we're driving Code 3 through those bus lanes, we wouldn't use those because we don't travel in the right-hand lane. So so to say that it would increase or decrease, it's really difficult because it depends on whether they're center lanes, whether they're on the right lanes. Naturally, if we were driving down Olive, that is a pathway that we use quite often for emergency response. If you were putting more vehicles into one lane, that would be more vehicles that would have to merge, but we would be taking the center lane. So there's just so many variables that it's really kind of hard to say specifically what the impact would be. Is that?
Thanks.
Sorry, it's not a definitive answer probably that you were looking for, but there's just too many variables to really say definitively.
I appreciate it. And Mr. Kursky, correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned like cars would be able to go into that right lane either way when there's a fire truck coming down, when there's a police, okay.
Yes, and the other thing they can do too, which people don't realize, is are able to use the bus lane to turn right onto a street. If you're a car, if you're going into a driveway, you can use that. So any right turning movements you're able to go in the bus lane. What you can't do is then just use that to just keep going. That's what you would get a citation for. But turning and moving to the side for emergency responses, to my understanding, is possible. Definitely the turning is allowed.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, why not?
So is there special lane striping configurations for that, like when you merge past a shared bike lane or something like that? Do we know?
I believe similarly, there's a conflict marking or a skip stripe where the bus lane kind of is kind of it's a solid and then it'll go kind of dashed, and that indicates that you can merge.
Does Metro know? Like, is that in our lane striping manual?
Sure. We still haven't worked through all of the details with the 4 municipalities, and a lot of this is new, but we are absolutely taking lessons learned from San Francisco and other places that have implemented this. Essentially, it's a solid white line with bus-only text at specific areas where you would be kind of inclined to enter it, and then in high conflict zones, there will be red striping, kind of a solid red treatment to emphasize the bus only, and then where you can enter and it's solid red, the red would be dashed. So that's the typical treatment, but obviously to be coordinated with Mr. Kriske and his staff and the rest of the cities.
I'm glad I let you ask that. That was a pretty good question. A+ tonight. Councilmember
If I
Mullins.
may jump in while you're up there, you just said something that really made me scratch my head, and I literally just did this. If you're not 100% sure, and I'm not really trying to put you on the spot, but this is a decision that we're sitting up here, we have to make a decision, a policy decision. If you don't have that information, how am I supposed to, as a council member, convince the individuals that came tonight, our residents, our business community, that a dedicated lane is really good for the city of Burbank? I'm not really sure how do I convince them, because Metro does not have the answers for us. And I am also picturing driving on Olive by Raising Cane, and an ambulance or a fire truck is coming right at me, and there's already a line going into Raising Cane, and there's no place for me to pull on the side to allow for the fire to go through. I'm sitting here as you're talking, trying to picture that as well. So there's some information that is obviously missing from us, for me personally. I'm not speaking on anybody else's behalf, but for me personally, to have these answers in order for me to make really a wise decision for our residents. And I heard tonight a lot of different, numbers from individuals. Oh, it's going to be 10 minutes. It's going to be 20 minutes. It's going to cut down my time in half, like you said, Vice Mayor. These are all assumptions, but the more assumptions are being set and repeated, the more actually people are believing in it. They're believing it's going to cut down their time in half. They're believing it's going to delay 10 minutes if we don't have a dedicated lane. So you can understand and hopefully appreciate the position. I'm sitting here and going, well, I don't have that information. How am I supposed to make that wise decision on behalf of our residents? And I'm going to leave it with
Yeah,
that.
no, it's a fantastic question, and I didn't mean to imply that we don't have an approach. We presented 25% striping plans that show, assuming we move forward with dedicated lanes, what we think that would look like, again, at the 25% design level, recognizing that every city has unique striping standards and the materials cities use for striping is a bit different. My comment about taking lessons learned is a lot of different municipalities have tried different things to improve the kind of enforceability and the ability of the public to recognize when lanes are dedicated for buses. Full red carpet treatment, just striping, dashed light lines, double white lines. So there's a lot of options out there to achieve the goal of dedicated lanes. and we'll work collaboratively with the 4 municipalities to make sure we pick the right solution to design those dedicated lanes.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
can I supplement that?
Please.
For staff, for the city of Burbank, what that reconciliation process would involve is Mr. Kriske, your Public Works Director, Ken Berkman, your Public Safety, Chief Alvarez, Chief Albanese, getting together and making sure that at those critical locations, including this intersection just above there at Olive Sparks Verdugo, making sure that we're anticipating what the conflicting traffic demands, and we'll all work together to make sure the value of the cooperative agreement, the value to us of the cooperative agreement is getting reimbursement and having that cooperative agreement with Metro, that they'll help implement the solution that our different professionals agree with Metro is the proper implementation.
Hi, please introduce yourself.
Mark Van Gessel, Executive Officer at Metro under Program Management. And I think one of the key things we heard today, which was specifically what David was talking about, is the 2 different options. And because the project isn't finally designed yet, one of the key things he mentioned is the ability to not make a decision on going on making it final in this agreement, causing Metro to have a problem being able to sign the agreement and work cooperatively together. By not putting that in there, it allows us to execute this and come up with the final design, and allows Metro and the city to work through all the details to see how we can make the best thing work for this project. Just wanted to.
Yeah. Would you all mind if I jump in? I know I normally wait to the end, but I have one question. Could we pull up slide number 6? And I suppose, sir, this will be a question to you. I'm just going to wait till it's on screen so everyone can see it. The slide that will be appearing is the current project status and anticipated timeline of the project. And I guess my question while they're teeing it up, there it is, sir, is that I know we've had a long discussion, and we're going to continue to have a long discussion about dedicated bus lane versus mixed flow. The way I read this timeline is that no matter what happens, it's going to take until about mid-2025 until the final design of the project is complete. These are active conversations that are taking place right now along every segment of the line about what it's going to look like in each community with specific detail.
Correct. Right now, Metro is in the process of advertising and awarding several different, as it says here, services, a design service company, a program management company, and a construction company. We are going to go with a process called CMGC, where our contractor is brought on board earlier during the design phase to help advise on making it as efficient as possible to build. With that said, we're going to go through a process with the city where we submit different levels of design. So we've already submitted the 15% design, got feedback. We're going to go to a 30% design, a 65% design, or something like an 80% design, and then a 100% design and a design approved for construction. So that process would take about a year and a half.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Mullins, I think you had the floor last, if I'm not mistaken.
CMGC stands for, CMGC is the process where we hire a contractor, and he provides general services at the beginning and advice to our designer to help make sure, because a lot of times, and people has always seen this, I always use the example of when a designer designs a house and then you go to build it and the contractor's like, oh, you should have moved this over here and moved that over there. So that's why we bring the contractor on earlier to help us on that advice side.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, I want to respond and with a comment to something that you just said, which is looking at the options, if we include the language in the agreement for mixed flow, that makes it more difficult for you to move forward with the design. Did I hear you correct, or you said something different?
It moves difficult for us to be able to sign the agreement itself, because that would be in direct conflict with what the Board of Metro approved.
So the way I'm looking at it, it would make it difficult for the board to sign the agreement, but it's also tying our hands in a way that we don't want to put it in there, so we're not tying your hands so you can move forward with the design, but in the same times, we still have a lot of unanswered questions that we don't have answers for because you're still early design. So, it's really difficult to sit here for me and tell you, yes, I agree, let's go ahead and remove that from the agreement because I want to give you that opportunity. I hope everyone that spoke tonight about that people didn't want the bus. I do want the bus to come to Burbank. I absolutely want it to be coming here. So I'm not an anti-transportation person. I welcome it, but I also have responsibilities to the businesses, to the neighborhoods, that I need to make sure that I get those answers for all the questions that we heard tonight, all the emails that we received, that we're answering these questions through this process to have the public have full understanding to what's going on. So I'm sensing that the agreement is not going to be, you cannot sign it because we'll have some strict language in there about mixed flow versus, well, as we're working through it, yeah, mixed flow is in, but we're still going to explore options with design to see if we can make it work.
Well, I would comment that as we go through our design process, we are going to involve not only the city staff, we are going to involve the public throughout that whole design process and even during the construction process. So that ability to allow the flexibility gives us the opportunity to go to the public, help analyze the different concerns that are there, help provide feedback during our design phase. Please realize that I think it's been mentioned several times, and the key component is that the final design would either be striped with bus only or not bus only. Our goal is to design it so that that lane could be striped either way. So that would allow, again, the ability for the design to move forward with the ability to implement it when we decide and help explain the positive benefits of a bus-only lane. Or if we can't get there, work with Metro Board and the Burbank and then go a different route.
So, colleagues, I want to pass the basketball, so to speak. Councilmember Takahashi, do you have any questions? Oh, man. What did I do?
I've been patient. But some of them were already asked, so thank you very much. Following up with the question we were just talking about. So I think there's a bit that Councilmember Mullins was getting to about what happens if we were to keep the language that was proposed in the red line in this contract and bring it back to Metro, and Metro Board said, nope, that's not going to work for us. Then where do we stand? Is the project still going to move forward and then just kind of without our agreement, or is it that the project will be completely stalled, or what would happen for our
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So as Mark mentioned, we're advancing with the procurement of our final designer. And once they get on board, we're going to very aggressively push them to advance the design of the entire corridor, including the Burbank section. Whether or not the City Council tonight adopts the cooperative agreement. And we will continue, as we have been, coordinating with city staff by presenting designs as they're developed and asking questions and meeting about TSP and the like. The real benefit, as we see it, of getting the cooperative agreement approved is it lays out the framework by which we have that coordination. It defines timeframes that both the city and Metro agree to. It defines this escalation ladder, so if there is an issue like dedicated lanes or not, we have an opportunity to discuss those. Mm-hmm. And then I assume, importantly for the city, it provides the arrangement by which city staff can get the cost of their time reimbursed by the project.
Right.
And so with that cooperative agreement in place, all of the time that the city has or will spend in the future reviewing design plans and discussing the project with us can be billed to the project.
Great, thank you. And to that point, Mr. Kriske, this cooperative agreement has a lot of elements in it besides the specific issue of the red line. There are several other elements that we are, as a city, putting into the agreement that helps the city through the process, in addition to what was just said, but other issues as well. Can you speak to that, about how there's other elements that are important that we have in it so that we can move forward in a way that's collaborative and not lose this these bits?
Mr. Mayor, just point of clarification, you're referring to the 67-page attachment agreement that's in the...
Every single word.
Okay.
No, there were, if you look at the staff report, there's actually 4 main points. And one of the 4 is the not yet agreed upon situation of that stretch of Olive, but the other 3 are also important too. So can you just remind us the importance of those?
Yes, so in addition to the benefits of having a co-op to define how we interrelate and getting the reimbursement, we are getting commitment about the maintenance, which is important. We are hoping through your direction to us that the service life issue will be not included. We are ensuring that the utilities are relocated, that will be at their cost and will be through a process that we're comfortable with. We are getting them to acknowledge, Metro to acknowledge that they're subject to our permits. So when we finally do get down to the end of the road and we're ready to decide to permit them to construct in our streets, they've agreed to abide by that. So there's indemnity since they're taking over aspects of design related to, say, ADA and other things. They agree that if they make a design decision and it causes us to be liable for something, that they'll take that liability or share it. So there's indemnity that we thought was important. So yes, there are other beneficial things that protect the city as we work to develop the project, in addition to the reimbursement and setting the framework for how we communicate and collaborate.
Okay, great, thank you. To those points, I actually have a couple questions related to those parts. So in the first section where we talk, in the staff report, where we talk about the credit to Metro for costs of replacing city infrastructure for expired service life, I missed that part of your presentation when I went to the restroom. Did you provide an example or two of what that would look like so the community can understand what that means?
Yes, so it's our understanding that there will be certain instances where the project will need to modify, relocate, rebuild, replace certain city infrastructure that we have out there that, if not for the project, would continue to operate and we would continue to use, but may happen to be old and not have a lot of life left. The element that we're concerned about is that Metro has in the contract the situation where if we encounter that situation, we may need to discuss giving them a credit back for the fact that we're kind of getting a newer item or getting an expanded service life, and that has a value. Mm-hmm. And so we would be giving them a credit, paying them for some of that value. We don't think that is appropriate in this situation. We think that with the project coming, just because our infrastructure may be old or have less life, this project is coming through and needs to replace it. That's on the project. There are other situations which would be covered in this agreement where we don't disagree with Metro, where the project may need to relocate or move something, and we want to upsize it for some reason because we want to expand a pipe from 12 inches to 24 inches for more capacity. And they're going to relocate it, so we want to kind of beef it up. That is called a betterment. That is also still dealt with, and there's a process in here that we agree with where we would discuss, well, maybe we pay the difference because we're going to get the upsized element, and then it's cheaper for us because they're kind of providing some of it. So that's still in there, but we think the service life concept is not something that should be considered with this project. They have pushback. They feel that in other instances they've been kind of rolled under the coals in that sort of situation where cities have come and tried to add stuff to things when they should just be a simple relocation or replacement. Mm-hmm. So I understand that. I think a lot of that is a betterment discussion, quite frankly, and the service life thing we just think shouldn't be part of the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. So
Really
this being
quickly, Councilmember Takahashi,
Yeah.
for folks following along at home, that is the 9th slide of the presentation that discusses that. And on our staff report, it's page 3 and 4.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. So this is an element as an example of how important it is to have this already established so that throughout the project there isn't a constant negotiation of who's going to pay for what. That this helps us understand, at least with these elements, right away, and this is already in the contract in writing of who's responsible for what as part of this contract, right? Just need a confirmation for that.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. And then, let's see. Sorry, I have a lot of notes from when you all were talking, so I'm trying to keep them all straight. Yes, so for the elements in this contract that we're looking at, especially the elements with cost and who's responsible for the maintenance and the operations, what have the other cities in this project, have they had a similar kind of negotiation in their contracts as well? Is this reflective of what the other cities are doing?
I can speak to that briefly. So City of LA, because of the large number of metro projects, has a master cooperative agreement rather than a project-specific cooperative agreement that was recently negotiated and approved by both the City Council and Metro Board. In this case, we had distributed almost a year ago a draft cooperative agreement language that was identical to Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena. Over the course of the last 10 to 12 months, we've worked quite closely with all cities and have been very transparent in our receipt of their comments and our responses to their comments. And so I think what you're looking at is the city's red line of version 3. And other than those red lines, that same version 3 was distributed to the other 3 cities. So we're at this stage with Glendale and Pasadena as well, very close to hopefully finalizing the agreement, but we don't have it signed yet.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a couple questions on the actual design on the map and what it means. So I'm looking at, well, I'm not sure which slide it was on the presentation, but it's the section that's down in the media district. It's page attachment 2-1 on the in the materials. So the section down the media district where there are a number of dedicated lanes on curbside. So just to clarify, curbside means taking away the parking along all those. Okay, so there still would be the 2 multi-use travel lanes, but then the bus would be dedicated lane instead of parking. Is that correct? During that part, okay. So some of my questions are, have those businesses or that area, have they had the same or in a similar kind of thought process or response to the concerns that the Olive businesses have had of losing? So Olive, one of the concerns with Olive is losing parking, right? So did the media district folks also share that same concern? And if not, why not? Or can you speak to that sentiment there?
Yes, I will say, starting with the area by the hospital, that has been, folks have expressed concerns about losing parking around the hospital complex, the curb parking, because you'll see on attachment 2-1, and FYI, this is city-produced maps interpreting Metro, because one of the Transportation Commission comments was the maps needed to be detailed when talking about kind of going from mixed flow to bus lane and back, because there is a nuance, especially in the media district. You'll see it kind of goes back and forth, so we tried to make it a little more detailed. So this is our work product, so if there's a mistake, we'll own it. But so you'll see around the hospital, it's mostly mixed flow, but there are portions like southbound approaching on Buena Vista, approaching Alameda, where there'll be a small lane leading into potentially a station or to a right turn where that parking will be removed. And so folks have picked up on that and are concerned about that. There's a lot of parking congestion around there.
Okay.
And in fact, I believe there may have been more bus lane in this area originally proposed, and it's kind of shifted. So that has been, we've heard that. The media district, not as much lately. You'll see that there, for the most part, it's mixed flow getting off the freeway. But you'll see on Riverside approaching Hollywood Way, on the south side only, not the north side, you'll have 2 blocks of small bus lane approaching Hollywood Way, between Kenwood and Hollywood Way. Between Screenland and Hollywood Way, I want to say there's either no street parking there now or maybe like 1 space. It's red curb. There was an old bus stop there, so
Okay.
not much there. There is a block of street parking on the south side between Kenwood and Screenland that's proposed to become a bus lane. And those businesses have not been directly contacted, to my knowledge, about that specific element.
Okay.
I would say generally, the media district was not vocal as part of this because, quite frankly, it isn't as disruptive. And I know there's been comments that no, there are some issues about conflicts, and we think we need to look at that, and I appreciate that. But it's not the lightning rod kind of focus that the Olive stretch has had, because it was a very dramatic change. The media district routing is kind of very much nibbling around the edges to thread through mostly mixed flow with a little bus lane, with really not impacting too much in terms of parking, and like you said, no travel lane.
Okay. And then, so speaking to what you said earlier about how it kind of goes back and forth between dedicated lane and mixed flow, is there any thought, or have there been any discussion about how going the back and forth might affect traffic? So one of the challenges of buses in, when just a regular bus, when you're riding, you got to pull out to pick up the passengers and then pull into traffic again, back and forth. And so part of a BRT is to avoid that in and out, in and out, in and out. So I'm just wondering, like during this stretch here, has there been any discussion about the effect of that going in and out with, having a dedicated lane for a bit and then back in mixed flow and then back in dedicated lane? And can you speak to that?
I mean, I think, as Metro said too, we're at 15% concept. And so
Yeah.
a lot of how that will be worked out needs to be, and I know the public is saying, you guys need to figure this out. It seems like very amorphous and up in the air. Well, it is to some degree, but that's how the design works. We start at the high level and the policy and what do we want to accomplish, and then we
Right.
drill down into the details about, 100 feet of bus lane, or plus or minus, or what's the travel lane width? Can it fit? Like that all kind of
Okay.
starts building as we get further along, which again is why the co-op is important, because we have a more direct seat at the table about nibbling away, and maybe that block on Kenwood, maybe there's just a critical thing there and we gotta adjust a little bit. Or maybe the way the bus is turning, leading into a station or out again, the traffic engineer will say, hey, how is it gonna make that left turn in that short stretch? And so we need to adjust it. So there's part of it needs to be through the design, because you can't just figure it all out at the level we're at. We've got to really dive in and start really engineering it.
Okay. So to that point, just kind of going on that same line of logic, is having a specific position on any particular stretch in this contract limiting us, because then we don't have that flexibility to be able to make those little adjustments and to figure out as we go the better way. I mean, are the other cities in their proposals also looking at possibly having hard-coded sections, or are they leaving it? I mean, I don't know what stage you're at with the negotiations, but I want to avoid running into the blocker of like having something hard-coded in a contract that we can't switch. So I'm just curious what the other. Yeah.
Neither Glendale or Pasadena have requested we add more specificity to the project description.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
I sort of heard Metro say that our seat at the table is smaller if we're not in a cooperation agreement
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too.
versus,
That's funny. That's what I heard too.
That's what I heard too. Yeah. Thank you. Just a few more questions. One of the public speakers or somebody said there's been many studies on BRTs. They found up to 30 major studies with property values and business improvements and job creation. As part of this process, were any of those studies or any of that information referred to or considered as like kind of just general patterns of what to expect when you add a BRT to a community? In the materials that we've received through this whole process, would you say?
Yeah, so I mean, it's, without knowing a specific study to comment on this, it's a little challenging, but certainly in looking at what other cities have done with their BRT, certainly Metro's experience with a variety of different projects, BRT and otherwise, yeah, I mean, we certainly do have some of that experience that we applied to this project and articulated to the public related to some of those issues that you talked about.
Okay. Just a quick comment is that, one of the things that's so difficult to do when we're making a big change is you can't predict every detail of the future, right? You have to try to somehow make assumptions or somehow figure out patterns that you might see based on other patterns you've seen in other spaces. So that's why I was wondering if there was any other cities that, or other studies that show patterns of what BRT impacts are for the community. I would be interested in that. Let's see. I did have a follow-up question for the emergency fire truck access. So it was mentioned that again, not being sure exactly how it's going to be till it's in there. But I'm just curious, like right now, there are some commenters who mention that there are times when Olive is backed up, both lanes, or that there's quite a bit of congestion. And during those times when there's too much congestion for cars to move, how does emergency response work, and does it significantly delay your response when that happens?
Well, we usually try and take the center lane when we're driving, so that traffic going either way merges to the right. And I think that's where I was kind of talking about. There's so many variables, like in this design concept. The actual bus lane is in the right, so we wouldn't utilize that lane because we never passed on the right. Okay. The impact, without knowing all the details, would be that now we have more passenger cars driving in the left lane that we would need to have merge over into what is now the bus lane, and any confusion that might happen as to whether they could or couldn't. But primarily, one of the reasons we use those primary arteries like Olive and some of the larger streets is because we have that center median, and that's what we use during traffic times.
Okay, so let's assume for the sake of argument that the times of day that we see a lot of congestion on Olive and you have an emergency response, and that congestion was just more often, let's say, more significant, would it have, just assuming that, when there's congestion, does that significantly impact your response time versus when there's not congestion on Olive?
Yeah, the more congestion, the more cars, the more chances that it's going to take them longer to merge to the right or get out of the way. So it'll impact response times to a certain degree based on just more cars on the streets, more congestion. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't see like a really vast difference between the response times when it's congested and when it's not. I mean, you still maintain a very high quality response time even when it's congested, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's an impact, but because we have that center lane, we can usually make it through and be okay.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. That helps, for me, it helps visualize what could potentially happen if we can see what we have now and then just make it more. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see. That was good, that was good. Thank you for your patience, council.
Of course, take your time.
Just to confirm, on the Olive stretch, there are some folks who mentioned concern about removing parking along Olive between Buena Vista and Victory, just making sure that that's not happening, that the BRT is not removing the parking along there, right? Correct?
Yes, that is true. Metro changed that between the draft and the final EIR.
So I just want to reassure the community, whatever happens, that parking does not change. Let's see. All right, so whatever we decide to do tonight, there's several options before us, but regardless of what we do tonight, between now and when the project is implemented and starting to be built out, there will be public outreach and communication with the public and educating the public. Who is responsible for that, and how is that going to roll out? How do we ensure that when and if it does get installed, whatever way it's going to be done, that the public is well aware and well informed and they're not caught off guard?
Yes, that's our group with community relations, and as we move forward into construction and design and construction, there will be a robust outreach and engagement as well. And there'll be a team dedicated to this project, specifically on these efforts. When we go into construction, it requires a lot more, because construction is so fluid and a lot more dedication with the community. We will have those opportunities. We will have offices along the alignment where people can go and get information. We'll also be active with the local stakeholders, working with City Council, providing updates as well to Council when there are major milestones along the construction alignment. So as the project goes into construction, that's going to be the next phase of the robust outreach. We had great participation in the environmental impact report, to the point where we extended our comment period for scoping when we were first initiating the environmental impact report to accommodate all the comments. We received well over 2,000 comments during the scoping period of the environmental impact report, and it's been well engaged and well received as far as comments. So we have a robust campaign of constituents that we work with and community members, but we are always asking, this is the one thing we always say with our partners, that we can always improve and we can always work with people to help build on that, to encourage folks to participate better. So you'll see us more as we get closer to this next milestone. Right now, there's been more of the talks between program management and city staff as to try to develop how we're going to move forward in the cooperative agreement. So, and in that phase, and again, we're at 15%. So once we start, we complete that portion, we'll be back to start providing more information and more updates. But right now, it's been pretty quiet. So you'll start seeing us more as we start gaining more momentum.
Great. I'm glad to hear that, because to your point, it has been pretty quiet. And I've also been involved with this project since day one. And I remember in the beginning, there were a lot of community meetings and there was a lot of education, and then there's been somewhat of a gap. So I just want to make sure whatever we decide, it's an interest to me that we continue we go back to that kind of phase where we were very engaged, and to make sure that as many people as possible are part of the process. So thank you. Let's see, I'm almost done. Just a couple more.
Councilmember Takahashi, while you look, if I can just add to that, I know, again, we're at the beginning stages. I too really want to see that community engagement, and I know you all can do it because I've seen it with the Northridge bus line. I remember that. I remember the amount of community members going to those meetings was out the door. And my ask would be that you all ensure that every single business along the route knows what's coming.
Mm-hmm. Including the media district area and downtown up on Glen Oaks too. Yeah. Okay, just a few more.
And I'm going to jump in if it's okay to add
please.
to both of you. That is extremely important, because I heard tonight that from everyone who spoke that the media district were not contacted. They didn't know about the removal of the parking spaces there.
All right, my next question is about the stations, specifically, well, I guess all the stations, but so when part of the project is building out the stations, right? So each of the stations along the route. So on the areas that the stations has mixed flow, and areas where the stations are curbside, am I right to assume that those stations will be on the sidewalk as is without any change in the sidewalk construction, that the buses will pull in, pick up their passengers and pull out? Or will there be what I understand is that when there's a dedicated lane, because especially if it's with like the olive with the placement of one lane for buses, that the stations bulb out so that they don't have to go in and out, right? So my question is, like, with the mixed flow, would that then mean that they have to go in and out of traffic, or would there also still be a bulb out for them in a mixed flow?
It's situation by situation, obviously. Okay. We have advanced a kind of preliminary concept for each station location. And in most cases, the sidewalk existing curb is extended out to meet the bus. Okay. There are a few instances where the right-of-way is so constrained that curb extension is limited to inches rather than feet, like would normally be expected. But generally, we are trying to make the station meet the bus rather than the bus have to pull in to meet the station.
Okay, so it just for the sake of argument, through all the areas that have some kind of dedicated lane, the concept is that the bus just stays in that same trajectory and never has to go in and out of traffic. It just stays straight through the whole thing.
That's the objective, absolutely.
Great, thank you. I'm almost done. Okay, my last question. My last question is about the Lake Street, proposed Lake Street station. Okay, it was discussed already that having a station at the top of Olive Bridge is a challenging situation. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that we did end up with the Lake Street stations. I have a major concern with the transfer from Lake Street, mostly the eastbound, but also westbound too, from that station to our MetroLink. And part of it's safety underneath the bridge. Part of it is simply just having a safe, like a physically safe place to walk or be in a wheelchair. And also, and underneath, especially if you're going eastbound and you get dropped off at Lake Street to go to the MetroLink, you have to, most people will cross across the street. So my question is Metro willing to, or is this part of this contract, or somehow we can ensure that Metro is dedicated to making that connection an actual viable connection and not leaving it to the city to have to figure out how to make that connection? So can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I can speak to that a bit, because this is something that we brought up to the city in the past when we first proposed the station at Lake. We are committed to making an enhanced connection. We could do so with what we refer to as first last mile type improvements, where we have nice wayfinding signage. We could do crosswalk upgrades in those areas that you're talking about, perhaps some enhanced lighting, even some landscaping. Those are the types of things that we could do at that location.
Okay. For now, that is all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your patience in my questions.
Thank you, Council Member. I know you're all dying to know my questions, but first, 2 questions from Council Member Mullins.
I promise there are only 2.
We're going to hold you to that.
Well, it's a question with a comment, because we were talking about parking earlier and removing some spots on Alameda, some in the Media District. I want to bring parking also once you go over the Olive Bridge, starting from First on to Glen Oaks. I believe Metro is also planning to remove parking spaces. So that impacts from First to Glen Oaks, the parking spaces will be taking in front of the businesses and part of it around City Hall area. So have we done outreach to the businesses there? Have we looked at the impact? Is this a done deal? Does it have to be? Do we have to take parking spaces from there? Because that is a concern. I mean, we're eliminating parking spaces from that area. Anybody can answer. I don't know.
So, yes, this is probably another lower area of focus through downtown. I think definitely outreach needs to be improved in that area. There is some parking that will be lost, as you mentioned, in front of City Hall. I will also say, though, that Olive through downtown is a lot of red curb already. It's a lot of bus stops. So if you actually count it, it's not so much. And also, we're surrounded by 6,000 off-street parking spaces in downtown. So honestly, from the staff standpoint, we were less focused on downtown, and we thought it as a way where we can get a corridor, a bus lane through through downtown with less impact than in other neighborhoods, such as along Olive, where it's a little under the old plan was going to be problematic. But yes, there's going to be parking lots in front of City Hall, a little bit in front of the 250 Olive office building, and in the court, and then the small businesses up towards Glen Oaks. So that will be lost under this plan. We'll have to look at how we leverage our off-street parking as part of our parking management plan. We are looking at how to manage our off-street lots and on-street lots, and a lot of that can be directing people into the nearby lots and structures as a means to offset that.
Mr. McDougall, you still with us?
Are we going to forfeit the mayor's tree lighting?
Oh, we couldn't possibly have that.
Not going to be able to close Olive for the tree lighting?
Well, this project is dealing with the Rose Parade, so I think they can also deal with the tree lighting.
Well, we could have we could use it as an opportunity to have a more inclusive holiday celebration, but I'm getting into a whole nother agenda item there.
I think the mayor will declare that day close Olive for the tree lighting. But that's an excellent question because it does impact some of our activities. And doing an outreach with our businesses, it's crucial because all of a sudden they're going to wake up one day and, the parking spaces might not be available.
Yeah, and we, to be honest, the city kind of falls down a little bit, even with the events in downtown. And we're almost BRT in terms of level of bus traffic on Olive already, and we are striving to make a better effort to have really good outreach with our downtown events and tree lighting, because the cars and the parking go away, but also the buses divert, and sometimes we get complaints because people are caught off guard. And so, yeah, we need to commit to getting that awareness, and we're going to now be doubly, because there's going to be a real high quality corridor going through there that will be detoured occasionally.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to add that our engagement process will include notification and coordination with the businesses along the alignment as we move forward into design and construction too. So there will be an additional engagement.
And I'm going to hold you to that to make sure you do. My second question, I think it's for staff or the city attorney. If we move forward with the project, whether it's dedicated lane, mixed flow, is the city giving up the rights to the street, to Metro? Are we still, I want to say, the owners of the street, meaning we can make changes in the future? Council may decide, Metro, we don't want you anymore. We want to have our streets back.
So we haven't come to that decision yet. So we'll have to see if council elects to leave flexibility in the project description. Then we won't have begged that question yet. So we'll have to see what council decides to do as a project. So the way Metro will get permitted, in the way the city views the process, is they'll bring the designs in, and with that will be encroachment permits for their stations. They already operate on the streets, but when they have to take out parts of our right-of-way, those would be pursuant to encroachment agreements. So once they have an encroachment agreement, we've modified the right and how we use that street. But we don't yet know what their final designs are, so we don't know where those places are.
But with this something that council can perhaps direct staff to make sure that we still have the rights over our OIC. Sorry.
Yes, please, Lisa.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. Lisa Kurihara for the City Attorney's Office. I just want to make one point regarding the right-of-way. This is something that we have been in negotiations with Metro over. One of the benefits of this cooperative agreement is that they have explicitly agreed to follow our local permitting processes as to the use of the right-of-way. And there can be different interpretations over their legal authority to do it with or without permits, but the benefit of the cooperative agreement is that they have agreed to follow our local process. So that is one way that we've been trying to negotiate protections over the city's control of the right-of-way. But as our city attorney pointed out, depending on what council's direction is tonight, it could affect how we move forward in regulating and enforcing local laws over our right-of-way.
Can you be more specific to depends how council moves tonight? Let's set aside mixed flow or dedicated lane. Does that make any difference in having our right-of-way over
I'm
our
going to
streets?
answer this.
Okay.
Because she's not paid enough to answer this question. She could, but that's not her job.
But at least we got her up tonight.
You did. I appreciate her staying too. She's put a lot of work into this. If council said mixed flow and nothing but, and we didn't have a cooperative agreement, then we could end up having a showdown with Metro. Because I have direction from my client to protect the right-of-way for mixed flow only. So if council gives that direction, no dedicated lanes, then we'll have to see how it unfolds. If council decides that we want to define a few general principles, we want to see what tools Metro has available to protect the neighborhoods and provide good access to our pedestrians and reach a balance, then we can work with them until we have a conflict. If council wants to provide some regular oversight for that process, that would be helpful. If we have a conflict, we can bring it back to you. But if we're in agreement on the alignment, then we would be issuing encroachment permits. They'd be following our process. We'd agree on the striping, we'd agree on the stations, and everything that they built in the right-of-way would be papered with encroachment agreements, and we wouldn't have any conflict. So it really depends upon what council does this evening. That will determine the course of whether we have conflicts or not. So I think if council were to prohibit something in particular, that would probably set us on the course for some kind of conflict. But I can't tell you what that would be yet.
And you're referring to the options presented to us, option 1 and 2 in the current staff report.
So we're hoping council approves the red lines and the main body of the document. We think those are fair. We've been negotiating them, but Metro still needs to consider the impact of some of the front red line agreements in attachment 1. Exhibit 1 to attachment 1, that is the project description, they prefer that we not limit them to mixed flow. If we do, we probably won't have agreement on mixed flow, and we may not have reimbursement, and our cooperation may be somewhat hampered. But we don't have a conflict yet because they're still designing. But it's more likely we'll have a conflict if council adopts a more restrictive definition. And that's really the question. That's David Kriski's option 2 for tonight, is to remove our red line in Exhibit 1 to let us see how the design develops.
Councilmember Anthony.
Just a quick clarification. The original draft EIR that had the curb running design, that was approved and voted on by Metro Board, the draft EIR, when it was done.
Yeah, we did take, our board did take action on that document.
And then later...
They approved a final EIR.
Well, later when they approved the final, that was the second vote. The final EIR was the second vote.
That was a certification.
Right, so Metro took a vote on the draft EIR, and then later on the final EIR, with the side running version, they took a vote on that as well.
Yeah, they approved the project as defined in the final EIR and certified it in the
All
same
right, so
meeting.
both times it had to go to the board for approval, and in between those two, there was a change done through what you originally described as outreach here, your staff, our staff, cooperatively, collaboratively. This was not a discussion that was had at Metro Board internally on their board members. They didn't deliberate on curb versus, this was done here as a collaborative, sort of cooperative issue.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? No? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the next day of council. No, I can officially say now, I've listened to 6 hours of comment and deliberation from my colleagues. I've talked about this 4 years. I've met with Mr. Donahue. I've met with the chamber. I've met with Metro. I only have one question. I guess it's dedicated to staff, but I mean, open to anyone in the room. Has anyone here actually ridden a BRT by a show of hands? I have. Okay, a couple people. Great. Have you actually ridden, and more to Metro staff, have you guys actually gone up to see the EMX in Eugene and Springfield in Oregon? One person has, looks like. Maybe one. I highly recommend it. I was there when it opened in 2007. I rode it regularly. That's a really well-designed project, and you should absolutely spring for the trip to go see it, because the way they have executed that, it is the gold standard for bus rapid transit. That's all my questions. I'm ready for discussion. Anybody want to start? Oh, all right. No questions. Kitchen's closed. All right, fine. Go.
Thank you. My very last question is, and I'll get to why later. Has any member, because of course myself and my two colleagues are new on this council to this issue, to getting our hands and feet in the issue. Has anybody from this council, since there have been discussions, has any representative from this body met with a representative from the Metro Board?
A representative from the Metro Board?
Somebody who sits on the Metro Board. Have we
You
had
mean
that
an
discussion?
elected or an appointed
elected to
member?
an appointed member.
I've actually met with Councilmember Aaron Najarian. I met with Supervisor Catherine Barger. I met also with Assemblymember Laura Friedman. Me and a group of community members, we met with different times with all three of them. Along with the Metro Board, I met with all of you when I first got elected.
Okay. So we've had these conversations. Has that happened since we've had this new, since we sent our comments, since we sent that letter? Have we had a discussion as two boards? Have we had that discussion?
I'm happy to answer that. The short answer is no. Not to suggest that Metro staff hasn't been in communication with Burbank City staff, but my assessment of the situation, having met with nearly all the parties, is that this is a conversation that needs to be had at the policymaker level. All due respect to Metro staff, thank you for being here. Thank you to Burbank City staff. It's often said we need to fight for Burbank. I totally agree, and I stand by the words I said in 2022. You don't fight for Burbank by digging your head in the sand. You go talk to Catherine Barger. You go talk to Aaron Najarian, and you go talk to the rest of the board members of Metro. That has not happened, because that is not direction previously given by the council. We could change that tonight.
That was my question. Thank you.
Would anyone like to begin? Councilman, I could, but this is no fun. Councilmember Anthony, go for it.
Yeah, I would like to start off the discussion. Mostly because I've spent many hours on this project. Many hours on this particular project. The first thing I would like to say is that we had, I don't know how many, 50, 60 commenters come down today?
Oh, easy.
Did we clear 100? No.
Approximately 85 or 90.
85 or 90.
Best guess. Sound right, Ms. Clark?
The vast majority were commenting on less than a third of the entire trip the BRT takes through Burbank. Less than a third. The distance between Buena Vista and Lake Street is less than a third of the entire trip. Only one commenter mentioned signal prioritization, and only two commenters mentioned the Olive Street Bridge. And one concern for the media district as well, the way it zigzags through and all of that. We have a cooperative agreement in front of us that is, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, very long, 67 pages, a lot of issues to bring up, including funding, collaboration, permitting, right-of-way, maintenance, timeline. This is a huge, huge project. And again, almost 80 people came down and talked about just this one little section of this major project, of which there are also a lot of other issues that we have concerns about. Concerns that stem back 7 years. I am not in any desire to go back 2 years ago and rehash all the reasons why we went through and wrote that letter and put that forth. But we are not the sole arbiters of this project. We're not going to go out to bid for it. We're not going to do the final design. We have input, but it's not a Burbank project. It's a Metro project. And honestly, the staff at Metro has done a phenomenal job over the years, not just with this project, but a number of other projects, working with our city, talking to us. And the reason I went through my line of questioning at the beginning, talking about the original curb running, is because that's what they came to us with. That draft EIR, which was approved by the Metro Board, said curb running. And in staff's discussion with our community members and the advocacy from the city council, we got that change. We got that change because we worked with the staff at Metro. They know how to do these projects. They're not running for office. They don't have political machinations. They're just looking for a good project that works with the community. The last thing I want to do is start to butt heads with other elected members who have their own desires and will to get involved in this project, to sort of start to play around with what we in the city want. It's one of the main reasons why I, at the beginning of this month, was running for an appointment to that board, because I find it to be very problematic and bureaucratic once you get up to the higher levels. I have talked to many people who have worked for Metro, worked with Metro, who are very disappointed with what happens at the board level, because there are good people, good transit people, trying to help the neighborhoods like Burbank, like Glendale, like Pasadena, like Eagle Rock and North Hollywood, and they get stuck. They get stuck on funding, and they get stuck on political will, and they get stuck with elected and appointed members who are not looking out for that best practices for their community. So, for me, looking at all the other things that we need, all the stuff on the bridge, not having it the ride stop at the station stop at Lake, fighting for more of the signal prioritization, working with Metro staff on what the design of those LED lights would look like, the funding, the reimbursement, the collaboration, the cooperation. I am not in favor of a third option to say we want dedicated lanes, but I'm also not in favor of the first option saying we are going with mixed flow or not. The smart play here is option 2, that gives us the space to negotiate, to continue to negotiate, so that we can look out for the best that Burbank needs. That is the reality here. This is not playing into anybody's wants or desires or feelings about the project. It is just a calculated move on what this body can get and what this body can do. Tying our hands today is going to limit our capabilities down the road. This is still a long way off. We still have a lot of room to negotiate. That has worked for us. It's worked in the past. Like I said, curb running is no longer on the table because we were able to collaborate with staff and work with the folks you see here today, not advocating with our elected representatives, which we've done. And I'll tell you, didn't really go nowhere. Didn't really go nowhere. Because I've done it, and there's nothing. And so we are up here looking for the best option forward, and that's what I see with option 2. So I could go on and on, but you know, the smart move is in front of us. Mr. Mayor, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I heard option 2. Who'd like to go next? Respond, disagree, agree? Councilmember Mullins.
I will do both. Respond, agree, and disagree.
Okay. I'm waiting with bated breath.
Thank you for saying all this, Councilmember Anthony, and doing what's best for Burbank is absolutely what, for me, is mostly important. That we listen to our business owners, that we listen to our residents, and that we take what they say serious and balance things that we do what's the best for the entire city of Burbank. I know whatever decision is made today, some are going to be happy, some are not going to be happy. But I think it's really important that we all look at our options and what is it that we're trying to accomplish. I didn't hear anyone tonight that said we don't want the bus to come to Burbank. I think everyone welcomes the bus. Everybody wants to have that alternative transportation because it is beneficial for the city of Burbank. And I think those that ride the bus and those that want to drive a car, there's options. But I do want to make sure that we're doing what's best for us. We wrote the letter, the council, previous council, staff wrote the letter in 2022 with specific requirement to reach a certain 17,500 riders. And I think that was clear enough for Metro to go back to the table and start looking at how can we make this work. But today I still didn't get a lot of answers. I still don't have, I sat there in 2022 as the clerk and listened to all this discussion that we've had tonight and maybe more, and the same questions are being asked tonight, same questions with no answers. And I think in support of Council Member Anthony's suggestion that what we're trying to do is to get answers to all these questions, to see if we can find a solution, to see what we can do for our residents. And I am definitely also in support of not tying Metro's hands or staff's hands in putting in a red line of the agreement. I'm in support of allowing that communications to go on with the hoping that Metro's going to reconsider council's position. I don't know what everybody's position is tonight, but based on what it was in 2022, based on what I'm about to say and what Council Member Anthony said, I think I want to leave that room for discussion, for opportunities to come back and to do what's best for our residents and do what's best for our businesses. Let's give it a try. And I think one of the callers earlier, and I wrote it down, try it before you buy it. I think that kind of like said, okay, we always talked about, let's see if it's going to work. Let's see if we can come up to an agreement. Let's see if actually we're going to get the 17,500 riders that we're hoping to get. And if it does work, and we do have the ridership, then okay, we'll come back again to the table and take a look at, do we want to turn it into dedicated lane? But I think at this moment with staff's recommendation, I know option 1 has some specific language for the agreement that we do need to have implemented in there. And this is something I wanted to mention, Councilmember Anthony. It's not just about the dedicated lane or mixed flow. There is also discussion that needs to take place around who's paying for the changes. Are we going to be able to, have some rights over the agreement? And we can read it, and at the end, I think it's written in option number 1. We can go over it. So it's a combination of option 1 plus option 2, which is the mixed flow, is to continue allow the staff in Metro to have that ongoing dialogue and discussion. Now, I know that some of the speakers tonight are concerned and worried about if we go with this option, what does that mean? Are they going to go ahead, is Metro going to go ahead and change their mind and say, no, we're not going to give you mixed flow, we're going to go with dedicated lane, and staff will cave in and say, okay, because council didn't put it in the agreement? And if, Mr. Krisky, you can help me maybe elaborate on that option 2, and what does it mean to us? I want the public to feel comfortable that the decision we're making is actually solid and that we are holding them to it.
Yes, so the option 2, the second recommendation as we have written it, is that you are silent on the specific language of the project, but that you are still directing staff to advocate and push for a solution that includes mixed flow on Olive. So you're not falling back from your previous position, but you're not putting it into the agreement explicitly to the point where Metro can't meet us to get an agreement in place. That's how the recommendation is written in the staff report.
Okay, so option 2 still holds the city and staff to the negotiation for mixed flow.
If that's what the council tells us to do, then that's what we will do. So we'll need that from you as part of option 2.
And Mr. Krisky, just to clarify, during the discussion at the very beginning, we still hold all the rights to the permits. So at the end of the day, regardless of what the negotiation is, they still have to come to us to approve the permits to build.
They have agreed through the co-op to be subject to our permits, and so we think that that's an important part of the positive of the cooperative agreement.
Okay, thank you. So this is where I stand tonight. I am in support of definitely incorporating option 1 with the recommendation that staff put down in our staff report, plus option 2 as the continuation of the mixed flow as it was approved in 2022. This is where
Councilmember-
my personal...
No, I just want to clarify, make sure I'm understanding correctly. For tonight's presentation, option 1 and 2, as I understand it, are mutually exclusive. Are you saying you like option 2, which would take out the red line language for the reasons you've stated on the record?
Yes, so
okay.
Within option 1, there's also specific requirements that we need to meet in our negotiations with Metro in regards to the reimbursements and, you see what I'm saying?
I follow you now.
I think it's a little bit ambiguous, and maybe Mr. Krisky, you can explain it to
If I could clear when I was speaking earlier, I would be in favor of option 2, where we didn't put any of our red line language on attachment page 132 and 133, but I am in favor of the red line language included on page 114 and 116.
Okay, so what I would like to do is refer you to the first page of the staff report. So there's recommendation 1 addresses the front end red lines. Recommendation 2 has 2 options.
And what I'm hearing from these 2 colleagues of mine is that they're both in agreement on recommendation number 1, and they're in agreement on recommendation 2, option 2.
That's
Did I
which
misstate
is mixed flow.
It does not change the city's position. It just doesn't include the project description language in
In the
attachment one.
agreement, which ties Metro's hands and staff's hands to cooperate and communicate with each other. But the mixed flow does not change the council's, well, not this council, the previous council's position. And listening to my colleagues, I guess we arrived to a conclusion to which each person wants to go move forward with. But I definitely want to continue the mixed flow in the agreement, not to be put in the agreement as a red line, but as it was outlined in 2022, but also put up number one as a recommendation for all the language that you need to have in the agreement.
So if I could say it succinctly, it's yes on recommendation number one to accept the red lines in attachment one, but no on recommendation two, not to incorporate specifics on mixed flow in exhibit one, but to stick to the city's policy position in its letter of still asserting mixed flow on Olive, but not incorporate the language.
So, sorry, just to clarify, would we include any of the language on attachment 132 and 133?
Not under recommendation 2, option 2.
Okay, so just the original, sorry, just the red line portions on attachment 114 and 116.
So are you referring to attachment 1, page 32?
Yeah, 32 and 33. We would not put anything from 32 and 33 in. We would only do pages 14 and 16.
Yeah. Removing that would be option 2, and if it's all right, colleagues, I'd like to weigh in. I want to give all my comments, but very briefly. I've heard a lot of comments over the last 4 years about doing what's best for Burbank, fighting for Burbank. I'm not going to go into all my comments, but I want to say this is a very fair and a good offer for Burbank. Metro doesn't have to agree to this. They still might not. The board could not. But there is some in my view, legal ambiguity as to what would happen if permits were denied. Metro is potentially saying in the form of this agreement that they are essentially waiving that argument and agreeing that our permitting process triumphs, so that even if we go through design and we still have disagreement, we ultimately hold the cards to say yes or no. That's an enormous concession, and in my mind, a good show of faith. The first positive progress I've seen in 2 years. To me, eliminating the red line from attachment 1 is an equal show of good faith to say that I don't know where the conversation is going to go, but we're absolutely willing to have the conversation. And so much of it tonight has been devoted to dedicated lane and mixed flow. And a lot of folks love to remind me of the letter that we wrote, which I actually have read several times and probably know better than about anybody. There was a lot more in that letter than just the lane configuration. We talked about neighborhood protection plan money. We talked about the data study. We talked about the bridge project. All of that needs to be discussed. And I am seeing a willingness and a show of good faith tonight from Metro to have the conversation. Now, I'm in favor of option sort of 2B, which is sort of my own iteration. I think it's great that our staffs are working together, but this is a policy-making level, and we need to do exactly what we did with the I-5 project. Many described it as a debacle. This is something where we do need leadership from the council. We need 2 council members to go out there and meet with Metro and Caltrans and our elected Metro board members, because when we walk in the door, people take that meeting, and we can talk about these solutions, of course, with input and guidance and direction from both of our staff. So in addition to what you've both described, I would be in favor of appointing a council subcommittee to lead that point, and I'm happy to volunteer and lead the effort. Let's see what we can solve together in the next couple months.
Mr. Mayor, you actually jumped ahead of me. You must have been reading my mind, but I was waiting for everyone to kind of weigh in. During the I-5 project, I know we had 2 council members. It was Mr. Talamantes and Ms. Sharon Springer were on the committee, which really helped expedite a lot of things dealing with elected officials. So that was going to be my recommendations, and I was too volunteering to do it based on the long history of knowing what's going on, then meeting with Mr. Najarian, Supervisor Barger, and actually working with them in the past on this issue.
The other thing I'll just say, and then I'm going to cede my time and I'll go back to the bottom of the queue, is yes, we've all had separate individual conversations with some board members. That's very distinct than the council empowering, authorizing two members to go out there and to have conversations and report back to the council. We've all been sort of meeting on our own without any guidance or authorization. This is a big step forward. Look, I appreciate the concession from Metro, and I will gladly explain to any resident of Burbank that this is a good outcome for Burbank. To anyone who says, I hope you're fighting for Burbank, well, if it's adopted by the Metro Board, that's a good show of good faith. But what I would say, though, is that we need to be at the table. My granddad had I think Karen's probably going to remember this from a few days ago when we were talking about it. My granddad had a saying, because I remember when I was a kid, I asked him, why'd you get into union work? He was a union organizer, and then he was an auditor. He was a machinist. And I think he tried to describe it the best way that he could to a kid. And he was like, well, when it comes to dinner time, you're either at the table or on the menu. I think Burbank needs to be at the table on this. I think we need to be leading the charge and having the conversation, and digging our head in the sand and pretending the world's not changing around us does not do Burbank any good. All right, I'm good for now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I guess great minds all think alike, because that is exactly why I asked my question earlier. Because to my knowledge, we have not designated two members of council to go speak with members of the Metro Board. And that's a huge problem for many reasons. I do think we are asking our staff, the same way the board is asking Metro, which is essentially their staff, to work out something where two elected bodies have not come to an agreement. And quite frankly, at this point where it stands, it's because those two bodies have not come to the table together. And I'm looking forward to those conversations. I think a lot can be done there. I also remember the I-5 project, and I think a lot can be done in this. I actually disagree with you on that one. But to our community members, this is a difficult topic, I know. I sat here and I was counting meticulously where everybody was at in your agreement and your disagreement. And as I sat and tallied the support and opposition, I can safely say that our community is extremely mixed on this. There are assumptions that maybe young people and folks who rent want the BRT. I was proven wrong. We had homeowners come up say they wanted it, and vice versa. There are young people who are worried, who are business owners who don't want this. It is a very, very mixed issue. And I understand why our community is mixed on this. It's because we don't have the answers yet. We don't have all of the answers. And I will say, to the folks that are against having the bus lane, I do think of how many students came up to talk to us, and I put myself in their shoes because I was once that student wishing there was a bus lane to UCLA, which I did not have. So it took me 4 hours to get there in the morning. So please think of those folks because they also live here. To the folks who are completely in favor, please understand that we also have a conversation to continue having with Metro. And I can safely say, as I'm sure everybody on council with our questions, we are not fully there yet. So we need to keep having those conversations. And to the folks who are like, what is going on? Please have our commitment. I think I speak for all of us because we've all said this at some point, that we want Metro to be here, speaking to you, sharing their presentations, and being very, very involved in their community, in the community as it moves forward. And finally, I will say that all that's to say that we need to be good regional partners. It behooves us to do that for the well-being of Burbank and for the well-being of the region. There was a commenter who said, and I agree with you, we're not here to solve all the regional problems and solve all the bus systems, but we are not here to impede that as well. We are here to be a partner. And in that role, our job is to be both good stewards and good partners with the region and represent the interests of Burbank. And I do not think those are mutually exclusive. That can happen at the same time. So what I'm looking forward to, and I will also volunteer myself, Councilmember Mullins, because I have itching to get into the conversation. I want to sit in the room and have conversations with our Metro representatives. And I will just end with one thing. I think I want to keep on everybody's mind. Burbank has not had a representative on that Metro board, I think, in forever. We have never had somebody. So when you're thinking about being regional partners, to your point, Mr. Mayor, we have been on the menu. We are not at the table. Let's get to the table.
So we're all going out to eat after this, right? Council member.
Well, first, thank you to all who are still here at 12:30. So thank you for your patience. So I'm really glad that everyone's pretty much in agreement of having some kind of representation at the table with Metro to be a committee or some sort of coalition. As you're all speaking on this, and I'm glad everyone's interested in being on this committee, I think one thing that is so important to have at the table are people who ride the bus. I ride the bus. I rode the bus here tonight. I took the 94, which is usually my bus that I use to get here. I ride the bus a little bit under 50% of the time to come to council. I take the 222 to get up to the Marriott when we have conferences there. I take the, forget which one it is, to the Metro station now, I can't remember which one it is, also the Pink Line, to take the Metro station downtown. I take the 155, but really only if I have to, because it only runs once an hour, and it's a pain in the ass if you miss it. I'm sorry, curse. If you miss it, then you're stuck for an hour. You have to decide whether to call an Uber or not, or walk. And I think that up until today, we have had so few people in this conversation who use the bus. So I'm not saying that folks who are on the Olive stretch are irrelevant. I'm not saying that at all. It's absolutely essential that folks who live off Olive and the businesses there have a voice. But it's also essential that the folks who ride the bus have a voice. And not just the residents who ride the bus, but the people who work in Burbank who ride the bus, who depend on the bus. People who would rather not drive to get to their job here in Burbank. It's so important to me that those voices are heard. And I have to say that based on some of the comments I heard is that it's really hard to know what it's like to be a bus rider unless you're a bus rider. And knowing what it's like to have no choice but to figure out how to get around without a car is a different mindset than this, well, I feel like maybe I'll take the bus if I feel like it. It's a different mindset. So I think it's really important to have at least somebody at the table who understands that experience. Of course, I'm advocating for myself to be there, but whether it's me or somebody else, I think it's so important. I also come to this particular topic with the mindset of a long-term view. And yes, right now it's kind of controversial, but I can almost guarantee you in 27, 28, 29, it'll be less controversial. Because as these folks who are in high school now, millennials, as they get older, they're going to be more and more involved in that. This is the group that's using it a lot. I was taking notes of who was speaking and getting kind of just a general demographic of who's speaking. And the folks who are in favor of the BRT and different elements of it is a very wide range of folks of ages and demographics and just all kinds of backgrounds. And I think that it shows that there is a growing, inclusive, broad support for more and more public transit for us in the future so that our kids and everybody in the future can use this public transit and will not be strapped with the cost of a car if they can't afford it. And we don't know what the future is going to bring with the cost of living, the cost of owning a car, insurance, all that. But as we're seeing it now, it's just going up. So for me, I'm preparing for the future and I'm thinking in that perspective. And I think it's so important that we look at it at a larger perspective that way. And then I also want to say that as we're having this conversation, a lot of our conversations in Burbank on issues is like we got to make sure that the people we listen to are the people who live here. This is one of those projects where everybody who's in the region matters, because people will use the BRT potentially to come here to shop, to work, to bolster our economy. And there are folks who will never be able to afford to live in Burbank, who work here or who want to visit here. And so this is really us being responsible participants in the San Fernando Valley, responsible participants in a regional system, to look at this in a way that's really holistic. So again, I don't want to minimize the local interest and the local concerns, but there has to be balance with also being a participant on a regional level. From my personal perspective, I've been involved with this project since day one. When I first was involved with it way back, what was it,
2017.
Yeah. My initial response was also mixed flow. I don't like the idea. But after really getting more into it and doing my research and then looking at other BRTs, I became much more and more favor of as many dedicated lanes as possible. And the reason why is because cities who adopt these fully featured BRTs, they blossom and they do really well. And it's not just the bus riders who do well, which they do, but it's the local economy. The BRT routes tend to be much more fiscally, there's more sales receipts and it's a higher earning area. The houses around the areas have higher property values. This is just a trend. Now, Burbank might be the exception. We may not have that experience if we do the BRT fully featured. But based on the research I've done, that's what we can expect. And so in my mind, I'm looking at Olive, right? I've been here for 26 years and Olive has pretty much been static. And I'm looking at that stretch and all the businesses there, and I'm just imagining them being full of customers and full of business and having a stretch that's just like blossoming business community. So I know some folks are maybe may hear that I have support for dedicated lane. I'm thinking, oh, she doesn't care about business. That's why I actually support it, is because for me, I believe, and I may be wrong, but I believe that it's good for our business community. Will it be a change? Will it be difficult? Yes, there will be moments where it will be hard, but I think in the long run it will be better. But that said, I am also listening to everybody's concerns, and all those concerns matter to me. All right, lastly, Mr. Mayor, before I wrap this up, not only do I agree with the concept of having a BRT committee, I also think, to some of the people's points, that this is a bigger issue than just this BRT line. This is, when you look at the Metrolink station and the Lake Street connection, this is an integral integration of a large transit route into what can potentially be, in our community, a transportation hub that connects everything together there. And that is bigger than just Metro in the city. I think that whole area is, where's my notes, sorry. There it is. That could be a whole Downtown Burbank Transit Hub Committee task force with Metro, Metrolink, the county, LOSUN, Amtrak, Surfliner, SCAG, San Fernando Valley COG, all coming together to really figure out how we can fix this bridge, get folks over from east to west, get the BRT and the Metrolink station hooked, get people being able to walk or bike to the Metrolink or BRT, all that together. So this is, to me, a step towards that as well. So I'm looking at big picture. I am personally in favor of dropping the mixed flow hard line position for the council. It looks like I'm probably not in the majority here, but I just want to put my voice out there that I'm not in favor of having that as our position. If that's what we end up voting on, of course, I'll support it as a member of this council, but that's not my position. I prefer to drop it, but otherwise I agree with what you have proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Spoken like a true bus rider. I just want to say something, Councilmember Takahashi, that I do appreciate you saying. We have to think about folks who are riding the bus. And I appreciate very deeply the first part of your statement as somebody who rode the bus as a child and as a student here in our city. So I just wanted to say that. I'm very grateful to you for that. And I think that perspective is really needed at the table. I think not just in this project, Metro, but all over the place, that perspective is really needed as folks who experience the bus all over LA County.
If I may add to that, remember the RTD comments earlier? That was many, many moons ago. So I believe like your statement is very accurate in the sense of you had to try it to understand how it feels to ride a bus. And as a matter of fact, if I have an opportunity and I could ride a bus, whenever I'm out of California in general, you would never find me in a car. I'm always either the tube, the bus, the train, anything that would get me to my destination. That's what I prefer. But there is reliability and safety concerns, and those are things that I heard tonight as well. And I hope Metro seriously take a look at the reliability factor, because everyone talked about lack of reliability, including you, in mentioning the delays. And I don't know if BRT is going to solve everybody's problems and the delays, but it's something that needs to be worked on.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I'm happy to walk council through a couple of motions that would get you a series of decisions before you have to decide who actually sits on a committee.
Sure. I mean, that takes all the fun out of it, but yeah. Well, yeah. Let's go for
Well,
it.
so,
Actually,
but you could make several decisions before you have to pick names.
Well,
and those would be kind of quick.
I'm going to go to you in a second. I'm just going to finish my comment. Unless, did you have anything else? Okay. I have a thought forward about how we move forward with our committee, but let me just say out the gate, I appreciate everybody who came down tonight, who are still here into the late hours, everyone who was at the rally out front in favor of the BRT, everyone who was at the protest against the BRT. I've heard all of you, I've heard your comments, and so here is what I think that we should do. I think that the cooperation agreement, which it is in the name, it's simply an agreement to cooperate, includes adequate protections and concessions that are in the best interest of the Burbank community. And I think that in exchange, we need to demonstrate a willingness to at least talk about all of the issues that are outlined in the letter. The letter, of course, being the 2022 letter from council. And I will say to Mr. Herman, who's no longer with us, I agree. The issue of dedicated bus lanes versus mixed flow has not been resolved 2 years later. And so I think now it's time to change strategy. We need to be at the table. I won't repeat myself, but that's why I think now's the time. I also appreciated the video, Mr. Donahue, although, boy, you credited me with a lot. I don't know if I really steered the conversation that much, but my ego appreciated it. Although, last name, S-C-H-U-L-T, anyway, it happens. Press did the same thing when I met the First Lady, S-H-U-L-T-Z. But I brought that up, Mr. Donahue, because the letter that you referenced, I completely stand by every word of what we said in it. And I just wanted to read one little segment for the community and then I'm done. This was on the bottom of page 4, going on to page 5. I'm just going to omit one sentence for the sake of time. The city of Burbank remains committed to the NoHo for North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT project and believes it will be an important way for the city and Metro to improve regional transit, provide competitive regional options, improve air quality, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I agree with all of that. The city believes that the project's success hinges on its ability to provide an important travel alternative while protecting Burbank neighborhoods from impacts and connecting directly to the Metrolink system. I agree with that too. I'm omitting the statement where we thank Metro, by the way, for making some adjustments between the draft and the final EIR, but thank you all again. And the last sentence right here, addressing the remaining concerns and changes expressed in this letter will ensure that this project will be a successful enhancement to the regional transit network and will be compatible with the Burbank neighborhoods that it will travel through. I think that's a great mission statement for a subcommittee to work on. Lots of great ground to have a conversation with. I fully stand by that letter, and I think that we're building on it. So I think that we should probably, unless Mr. McDougall has a different thought, I think there are 2 actions we need to take. We can approve recommendations 1 and recommendations 2, option 2. It seems that's where a council majority's at. And then separately, I suppose a motion to constitute a subcommittee would be in order. I'm happy to do it, but I also think that there's
there's great potential in having 2 members of council that will be here on the council in mid-June or July of 2025. And so I would have absolutely no problem supporting 2 other members of council to lead that charge, knowing full well that it's going to come back to the entire council for approval. So hopefully that makes the solution a little bit easier. So, Mr. McDougall, back to you. What are our motions?
So the first motion, I'm going to combine both recommendations 1 and 2 as I heard them. And that is to approve the cooperative agreement between Metro and the city, subject to staff's red lines, excluding the mixed flow red lines on pages 1-32 and 1-33.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Was that everything, Mr. McDougall, for the first
That's
motion?
as to the cooperative agreement.
Great. Should we take a vote on that first, just for the sake of keeping it clean? We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No? Let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, just like that, 5-0. Congratulations. Now to the next order of business, Mr. McDougall.
So it's a question whether council wishes to take any action with respect to the letter from which you just read excerpts. Because
yes.
that's the standing policy.
Well,
The position to pursue mixed flow, the 2022 letter.
He's asking if we want to update the letter from 2 years ago.
Because that's the direction staff has independently. Do you wish to change that? Because that's the only external reference to mixed flow.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I was actually just referring to the last paragraph there for a different purpose. But good point of conversation.
I think we should, that letters, it was approved in 2022. It was, I think it addresses everything that we need to address, and I would still stand by the letter and hold, like you said, Metro accountable to some of the questions that we've had that there is no answers to yet.
Yeah, the way I look at it is we've omitted the project description in attachment 1. I think that signals a willingness that we're going into this with an open-ended, let's have the conversation. Don't know where we're going to land, but this is a roadmap of the issues that from our perspective we'd love to discuss. And of course, anything Metro has in addition.
And just to clarify for the audience out there, the letter itself from 2 years ago does not exclude dedicated bus lanes. It puts in a caveat of 17,500 riders a day. If Metro shows those riderships, then the letter says we automatically go to dedicated lanes. So written in that letter 2 years ago, it was not a blanket exclusion. It was a caveat. It was a conversation with Metro to show us that ridership, and then we'll get there. At some point in the future, near or far, the need for a dedicated lane will arise simply because of the infrastructure we're building, the housing that's coming in, the number of riders on that bus trip daily. So we wrote that letter 2 years ago to make sure that we weren't excluding anything or any option. And so I'm comfortable with the letter as is, especially because we've just voted to move forward with any and all options to discuss with Metro. So,
okay, Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I also I want to thank Mr. Donahue for playing that clip, because it showed that when you had that meeting, I was speaking on public comment that that particular part of the letter, the rest of the letter I actually am fine with. It's just that particular part I disagreed with, and I still disagree with that kind of like very strict requirement of that we do mixed flow, and then we have to have a certain rider count, and then we'll do a dedicated lane. It's just that's not how BRTs generally like evolve, and so I'm not comfortable with that language. I'm comfortable with kind of maybe like we prefer mixed flow, or that's something that we really want to seriously consider, but just locked into that particular. It has to be done this way. That's our position. I'm not comfortable with that. Of course, I'm willing to just vote my conscious, and then we can go where we go. But that's just.
I'm open to hearing an option or a change or some language if you want to soften it or something.
Can I propose an action, and then you can see if we can whittle something down? And that would
Yes.
be a motion to form a city council ad hoc subcommittee on bus rapid transit to discuss the city's remaining concerns and necessary neighborhood protections with Metro.
That would work for me. I would be okay with that.
And you don't have to pick the members for purposes of forming the committee. You can do that next.
That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
But does that means we keep the letter as it is, or what does that
No,
mean?
because I think what the mayor said is the letter would be what would be the roadmap that they use to discuss with Metro, but it sounds like the roadmap might evolve. And so it's a question of the purpose of the subcommittee. You know,
So wait on the letter until a subcommittee can be convened.
So if we can quiet the chatter in the audience, please. Thank you
I was
very
trying
much.
to focus on what I heard consensus on was formation of a city council ad hoc subcommittee on bus rapid transit.
So, Mr. McDougall, here's my proposal to my colleagues. I mean, the letter is the letter. It was written and sent and received in April of 2022. I think it's silly to talk about revising a letter that's part of the record. I do think a subcommittee could be formed and discuss these matters with Metro and come back with a recommendation to council. And maybe the recommendation is to revisit that issue or not. But for purposes of today, I think the issue is we want a subcommittee to work with our staff to continue that conversation.
I agree. I think we should leave the letter as it is, especially that we just approved it last week to be part of our legislative platform. So I'm in favor of leaving the letter. The subcommittee would be separate, and I think it's important because we might look at it and say, well, the letter is good as it stands and we don't need to make a change.
To the city attorney's point, the letter would be a guiding document to essentially guide the conversations that we will be having with the Metro Board representatives that we'll be meeting with. So that is where the letter comes
Yeah.
in. And I think we need that at this point because these are the clear fundamental differences that as a body and as a city we have with the Metro Board. So it's a good place to start.
Great.
And that's why we shouldn't change it. So I think we're all saying the same thing, that we leave it as it is.
As they say, you can't rewrite history. Maybe one day. Is
So
there a motion?
to the city attorney's point, I'd like to move the motion of creating the
Okay.
subcommittee.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're just going to go by acclamation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, chair's opinion, that's a 5-0. Any nays? No? Okay. I guess that brings us to the last order of business, Mr. McDougall. Unless we'd prefer to table it, we can certainly talk about composition tonight.
Well, I'd like to make a pitch, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Can only be two.
It can only be two. Two members on this body have been working on this issue since its inception, both on policy and in advocacy. The work you've done on IOB, the work I've done at Transportation Commission. I know I've seen you at multiple Walk Bike Burbank events. I've seen you at the Metro meetings on this. Councilmember Takahashi and myself have been very involved in this project. I think there's a number of deep dive issues on here that we haven't even touched on that is well within the 67 pages that I think the two of us could cover easily. I would like to propose that if this commission is voted on, or a committee, subcommittee is voted on today, I would like to put both Councilmember Takahashi and myself forward. We've done a lot of work on this. We know the players involved. I think it would be an easy step for the two of us to step into it.
Okay. Any other yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Well, I definitely, I'm interested to serve on the committee. As I said, I've been very involved with this project as well. I may have not been demonstrated or gone out there to walk, to talk to different individuals about it, but I definitely am very aware of the project. I have had many years of listening to what's been going on, talk to people in the community, the business community, the neighborhoods. I was, during my time as the city clerk, I was heavily involved with this talking to different individuals. As a matter of fact, what I said, I met with Mr. Nigerian, Catherine Barger, and Assemblymember Friedman. It was with a group of community members. We did dive in heavily into discussion, attended many meetings with Metro online. It was during Zoom time at the, listening to the project. So I'm very much interested as well. I'd like to represent the community that I've been involved with and talking with them about this issue. So I don't know what we're going to do. We might take
Well, as the one person who's not in the running.
show of hands. I usually yield everything to, the council members that want to serve, and I've always done that. But I feel strongly about this position. So
if it helps,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, add one more consideration to the mix. Obviously, I put myself out there too. No disrespect, Councilmember Anthony. The three of us are newer on this board and have some longevity here for the discussions. That is set in stone. We are here till 2026 at minimum, right? And I do think that's really important for a project that has longevity and may not start until 2027. That is just looking at the fact of the matter for that. So I really personally would feel comfortable if it was one of the three of us, just for that reason. And I will once again reiterate throwing my hat in there because I believe you and I, Councilmember Takahashi, have ridden the bus in this city more than anybody else on this board.
So I'm just going to assume that you would also like to serve, Councilmember Takahashi. As the one person who's not volunteering, we did not have this plan, but I guess good minds do think alike. The reason I'm taking my hat out of the running is that as much as I think I could do good in leading the delegation, by operation of law, I won't be on the council next year, and I think that there's great value in having institutional memory. I'll probably be touching this project in some other capacity, possibly, but not on the city council. So with that said, Councilmember Anthony, that's a decision for you to make. I do feel strongly, though, that some member of the leadership team should be there. I do think it would be prudent to have the vice mayor and potentially the next mayor as part of the conversation. As far as the other component of the delegation, I leave that to the rest of the body.
Mr. Mayor, if it's all right with you, I did not take into consideration the length of time this would take. So, yes, I have been swayed, and the conversation of longevity was not part of my original. And again, remember, I didn't even think of this committee. It was the four of you who came up with it, so that's fine. I will also take my hat out of the ring for this subcommittee. Thank you.
But we can ride the bus together and talk about it.
I know. Let's go on the.
Kidding. Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
So I really appreciate everyone's passion to serve. I mean, it speaks for all of us and the quality that we're really trying to do the best for our community. With the vice mayor being on the airport commission, you guys represent us with the airport authority. I think it opens another opportunity for maybe Councilmember Takahashi and myself to serve on this committee because you already serve on the airport, and I think it gives us an opportunity to work together on different projects. So with that, I still want to say that if there is a way that we can all serve on it, that will be great. If not, we need to figure out a way that we should
Proceed,
yeah.
Anyone going to take their name out of consideration? No? Councilmember Anthony, you want to either just want to make a motion for the sake of the hour?
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done and being in the room, and I think that is important. However, in the spaces that I have seen advocacy and education on the transit aspect of this, I have seen both Councilmember Takahashi and the Vice Mayor working on this particular issue for a very long time. So I would make the motion that the subcommittee be Councilmember Takahashi and the Vice Mayor.
We have a motion. Is there a second? I prefer not to make motion. If we could keep the chatter in the audience to a minimum, thank you. I prefer not to make seconds if I can. So are you making a second there?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Last call, motion will die.
Can we pull names out of a hat?
I was going to say that. We could, because I honestly,
Is that
I would
legally
be comfortable with any
acceptable?
of the two of us.
Do we
being
have a
on-
fez in the room?
Yeah.
I'm amenable to drawing straws.
Yeah, the straws.
Fair enough. Okay. Do we need to do that right now? How do we do
Yeah,
it?
city clerk can maybe
Very good.
put some initials in a, you have a,
Well, this is the most interesting thing to happen to me today. Wow. Fantastic.
We're only an hour into the day, so you have 23 hours more to.
Very good. Yep. Is there any objection with me randomly drawing the names?
Oh, you don't want to be in the...
Oh, I'm not.
It's just the three of you.
Yeah, so I'll be drawing the names. How about you? Okay. There you go. When you're ready. Or do you want me to come?
Second name. How about that? I know. So we'll draw one uncle. Wait. Is the first name you draw the one who's excluded or the one who's...
3 names in, 2 will be drawn. Okay. Well, you've seen everything at a Burbank City Council meeting now, haven't you? Mr. McDougall, once this is done, this completes the item, I believe. There's no other pending business.
I think you pick the names and you can decide, is there a motion or a second, or just all 5 agree, or it's just whatever 2 names you pick?
If there isn't a motion and a second, I'll make both.
Well,
at
I'll do this
point.
now while we're waiting. I move that the first 2 names drawn are members of the subcommittee.
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Great. Let's wait and see who they are. Do you want me to come up there? Or?
Well, no, we have to vote on it now, and
All
that
right.
way... No, come on up, come on up. Come on up.
Yeah. All right.
Come on up.
All right. So everyone can see. All right. I don't want to see the names. Boy, this is going to make something for the mayor's memory book. Okay. First name of the subcommittee is Tamala Takahashi, TT. The second one is ZM for Zizette Mullins. We have our subcommittee.
Okay.
Okay.
We did it.
Great.
We vote to approve that?
Oh, yeah, we do technically. Any discussion, no discussion, acclamation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope. We have our 5-0. Good. On to the next thing. Yes, we have the rest of the agenda.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I want to thank the community again for being here. And I know maybe some of my comments might not have, there's some folks in the community who may not have been super happy with my comments, but I would love to meet with anybody who has any concerns or questions. Yeah, please give me a call. We'll chat.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. You're welcome to stick around. We do have some final business to tend to. First, we have council comments. Now is the time to hear council comments from members, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, everyone.
I can go first.
Yeah, if we can, let's be expeditious, but go for it, council member.
I had spring break at BUSD, so I watched a lot of cartoons. Do watch the new X-Men 97. It is very fun, and my son loved it. That was my whole week.
Great, thank you. Who's next? Councilmember Mullins.
Attended the Muse Expo Award with all of you. Great night. I want to shout out to staff for doing such a great job organizing it. Also attended part of the League of California Cities Committee meetings. And I was there with Councilmember Takahashi and her committee and heard our Patrick Prescott speaking. He did a great job. So kudos to the committee.
Great.
And that was it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, ditto.
All right, Vice Mayor.
I also went to the Muse Expo thing. I did 2 very fun things on Thursday. I took a tour of our Burbank airport. It was wonderful. I'm very grateful to one of the airport commissioners, Mr. Bud Overham, for taking me. And it was wonderful to meet with our airport chief, who is a wealth of knowledge as well. Thank you for the tour. And then I attended a grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony for Wake and Bake. They have great pizza and they're right down the street. What is this? No,
Great.
right, this way.
Was that everything?
That's everything.
All right, for the sake of time, Wednesday, March 20th, at a meeting with high school students about nuclear weapons abolition, and of course, presented at Muse Expo over the course of the next few days. Thursday, the 21st, gave the greeting at the League of California Cities committee meetings, presented an update to the Burbank Chamber of Commerce as part of their monthly meeting. Friday had a series of meetings both on the BRT, as well as a meeting with our mayor of our sister city from Arezzo, Italy, Mayor Alessandro Ginelli. And then at 3:15 p.m., I greeted the First Lady of the United States at Burbank Airport. She remembered me, by the way. Didn't know the name, but she recognized the face, so that's great. And then on Saturday, Burbank Tournament of Roses annual banquet. Really great to be with everybody and to congratulate them on a job well done. So with that, we move to the introduction of additional agenda items. Does anyone have any new items for the council? Please.
I have one. I would like to, I guess, first step or memo, I'm not sure which, please let me know which one you think would be better, to establish a Downtown Burbank MetroLink Transit Hub Coalition to get that together and get that started, or committee or task force or something for that particular spot.
Just real quick, you're looking at like a subcommittee or a big subcommittee, a council, or a bigger?
Right. My vision is for, like I listed all those agencies to come together. So we would initiate it because it's in our city. And then we would bring together all those folks to talk about how we can create that transportation hub.
Okay, so we would make that a first step.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? If we can get a white paper memo as part of the budget for translation services at city council meetings, we might even have something we had before we could dig up and throw in the binder, but always good to revisit that conversation. Great. Anything else? No? Okay, we now adjourn the meeting to Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. That's going to be for a special joint meeting with the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education. It will not be here in the City Hall. It will be in the Community Services Building, Community Room 104. That building is located at 150 North 3rd Street on the first floor. Again, Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you.